Pop on jump, it's the weekend. Dream come true with the freak friends. Hitting down doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. Hit me, chain, Drew, let me preach it. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop pins. So they won't buy, and I say, so they won't buy you to keep playing. Baby, tell me what you want. Julian, I know you need fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Y'all before that pillar, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't hard. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, baby, come roll with me. My times relax, my mind's relax. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, sure enough, I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be dumb as fuck. Wait for. Girl, you so fine, I'll pay for. Fly you first class to the lake for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. My nigga, I killed it. Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she fuck this nigga. Make sure you fuck this nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Profit the One. Follow me on all Instagram sites, PROPH.
Less all night long. What up? It's your boy, Chef Chupino in the spot. What is going on? Can somebody tell me what's going on? Damn, I don't know what's going on. I don't got my watch. Where's my watch? I feel naked without a watch on. We'll figure it out once I get the soldiers on deck. But yo, man, what's going on, y'all? What's going on? It's a beautiful feeling. It's a beautiful feeling to endure another day of 2022. I hope everybody's blessed. I hope everybody's safe. I hope everyone feels loved. I hope everyone has enough love in their heart for them to be able to enjoy every precious positive moment that comes through. Because I tell you this much, you got all kind of variants. They got the Delta variant. They got the Omarion variant. In about the next 2 months, they dropping the Chris Brown variant. In August, they're going to have the variant. Man, this, I don't know, yo. But all I can say is this, man. Let's enjoy and endure. Not just enjoy, because it's not all going to be sweet. Let's enjoy and endure everything that this year has to bring to us. All right. Tough Guy Shades. Tough Guy Shades, sponsored by Christian Dior. Yeah. Trying to get this lighting right. But in the meantime, in between time, let me start bringing up the soldiers, the Nighthawks. And let me do this the right way, man. Pardon me. Pardon my technical snafu. This is not a fatherhood cognac shit. This is the Nighthawk show. Y'all asked for it. Never went away. We like ABC, NBC, CBS. You got different shows, you know what I mean? So let's bring them up. First things first, I know we always do it the other way, but I've been talking a lot, so we figure we bring the sexy first before we bring the sinister. You like it?
What's happening? What it is? I go by the name of 100 Watts, and I love those that love me.
There you go. And we love those that love him as well. What it do, big dog?
It's another beautiful day, man.
All right, all right. Next thing, we got the sexy for y'all now. We got to bring the sinister. All right. Give me that signal, sinister. You know, he's getting his Dr. Evil right real quick. He got to get the cat so that he can. All right. Victor Freeze music. What's going on, family?
You know, another one of these beautiful days.
Another
That man said the
beautiful
Keith Sweat variant.
the Keith Sweat variant. No doubt. There's all kind of variants, man.
That sound like gonna have you down, but really have you down bad, dog. That sound horrible.
Nigga be begging for life.
They got this, they got that one, they got them, all of them, man. All of them, all of them. Whew.
Oh,
Man. Well, you know how we do when we get this thing started here. Let's send out some love to them folks in the chat. I see 100 Watts, Danique Anthony. Man, if you guys understand the kind of work that we put in, all I can tell you is this. If you guys go take a look on my page, Chef's Casino Explosion. Literally, I went out there, hit up the casino early in the morning, did a little tour for you guys, let you see the place. It wasn't filled up when I got there, you know what I'm saying? But gave y'all the opportunity to see the spot, give you a tour, because that's one of the places that I want to do our Troop Hill Community Garden meetup. It's the Cherokee Casino in North Carolina. But Danique was one that was like, Danique was like, yo, chef, make sure you get footage. I was like, all right, cool. And that's what I did. So please take a look on the page. The video is about 7.5 minutes long, you know, but it's pretty exciting. You know, I ate well. I'll just leave it at that. So go check it out.
Y'all be here for 3-4 hour streams. I know you can handle 7 minutes.
Right. So as a matter of fact, isn't that the closest casino to you?
To me.
Yeah, cause you in VA, right?
Yeah. It's a matter of fact, like not even 5 minutes away from my crib. They got a casino and a racetrack over here.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's a little small joint, you know what I'm saying? But in the warm weather time, they bring the horses out. It'd be big money flowing through there.
Okay. Oh yeah. But that horse racing is crazy. It's crazy.
They was trying to open up a in Richmond, Virginia. They were trying to open up a black casino, but it didn't get passed in the vote.
Wonder why.
Yeah.
Let me say what's up. What's up? It's all hot air. Gabrielle. Party has begun. What up, Don Frank? Hanifa. The boy ZB. Lover boy Linsky. Yes. Miss Married. Salute to you, Flower. Hanifa Naila. It ain't a party if she's not on deck for you. Who else we got? Miss Married. Yes. What's up, Miss Married? How you feeling? What else we have? Done married. All right.
Gabrielle, salute, brother.
Salute.
Shout out to the whole garden.
Word to mom.
Shout out to the whole garden. Yeah,
Chef,
man.
I bet you won't do a solo joint and get the garden proverbs, so we can clip that joint and play it forever.
Making bets.
Forever. Make sure you hit the radio voice.
I'm going to tell you guys a story. A story of a garden. A garden that was born of a community. That was built from the seed of a pill. It has nothing to do with red pill. It has nothing to do with blue pill. The ethos of this garden is not based in the ethos or subscribe to the ethos of red pill nor blue pill, because we are not red pill or blue pill. What we are is true pill. And within our true pill community, we create a dynamic, or rather an ecosystem, for open communication and free thought with respect. So this proves to be a debate grounds, a battlegrounds for free thinking within this garden. But within this garden, there are two pivotal life forces. There are the flowers and there are the rocks. What are the flowers? Those are the natural life bringers of any ecosystem. They create fruit, plants, trees. They create seeds, which by birds and bees are able to fertilize other soil, thus impacting positively other ecosystems. But what else do? They create oxygen by virtue of a process called photosynthesis, utilizing the light from the sun. And what do? We breathe that oxygen in and utilize that oxygen and expend that energy and thus expel carbon dioxide, which those flowers take in again and reprocess it via photosynthesis back into oxygen and breathe it back into us. So it's almost like the women who happen to be our helpmates. Those are the ones that I could say take our shit and still come back and breathe life back into us. It's a beautiful essence, the way this ecosystem works. And that's why the flowers must be protected. How do we protect those flowers? By us, the rocks, with strong, dense, and tensile strength. And we sit on the outer perimeter or periphery of the garden in a protective stance to protect those flowers. Kind of like those white decorative rocks you see in front of your neighbor's house. Why? Because no offending, negative, nefarious incursion can take place mistakenly without them succumbing to the sharp pain of stone beneath their feet. So we remain vigilant as rocks. We protect our flowers as well as protect this ecosystem. All we ask is that you take your place within the garden, but understand any nefarious incursions will be met with swift justice. Damn, I couldn't get a Don DeMarco for that shit. Damn it. I should have queued it up myself. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
You know. Oh, I thought about something. Hold on.
Oh, he had a hot dog.
Yeah. But yeah,
Everybody out there, make sure you're drinking water this year. You know what I'm saying? Hydrate, keep your body good. You know what I'm saying? Make sure your blood flowing, all that. Hydrate.
yo, you got to keep yourself hydrated, no question. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I don't drink as much water as I should. You know, I drink what I call water plus, where it has to have some sort of sweet.
Got that.
Oh, Mario, I got your ass.
See, nah, that cough sound like a little fizz you got going.
I want you
See,
to know y'all ain't shit. That's all.
now that you ain't dead, you all right?
Why
Hey,
you started this?
because gangsters don't do Heimlich maneuver.
Hey,
I think it's
just
gonna have
punch
to
him.
die, yo.
No, just punch him in the stomach. He'll be all right. Hit him in the stomach. He'll cough it up.
Yo,
But
I
he's
remember.
choking. We're gonna have to do that shit some other time.
Right, look, gangsters don't give gangsters Heimlich. They be like, yo, man, I'm gonna pay for your funeral, son. Go with God. Yo, I
Yo,
remember.
I got you, yo.
I'm gonna hit you with some old dude stuff right here, right? The Lone Ranger. There was the episode where Tonto got bit on his ass by a snake, right? Tonto was like, Batman and Robin. Tonto was the Robin to the Lone Ranger. He was his Native American partner, right? So they always riding together, So Tonto gets bit on his ass by a snake, and Tonto done saved his life a whole bunch of times, right? Tonto got bit on the ass by the snake. And then he realized, he's like, I'm gonna save you, Tonto. I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna save you. And then he knows he got bit by a snake, and then when he sees where the snake bit him on the ass, right?
You gotta think
He's
about
like,
it.
all right,
Second poison
Tonto.
out.
He's all right. He's like, all right, Tonto, listen, man, you were a good friend, but it's just like, basically, like
Is my manhood or your life? One or the other. We can't both have the same. Look, man.
right. He wasn't sucking no poison. He was ready to hit
Is
an
there anything you want me to tell your mother?
Right. He wasn't ready to hit no cheek, man. That was not part of the assignment. Not part of the assignment. So
see, now that's a question. Like, would you do that for your homies? No, let's take it. Let's take our homies. Let's not do that. Would you do that for your blood? Talking about your kid, your father,
that's no good.
your uncle. I mean, your kid, sure, but I'm saying like your cousin, maybe your brother or sister, if you got one of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gonna do that for somebody else? Another man?
Depending on how close, where location on the ass it is. If it's out there way out wide, we might get work.
I'm gonna tell Auntie you died honorably.
proximity to the hole.
Oh
God,
man,
triage.
Yo.
Oh boy, wow.
Yeah, go past the mid back, any lower than the mid back, you toast. Pray for you.
Over with. I need
that man said 911. Just call them boys and see if they can help. Just hold on. The ambulance will be here soon.
I'm trying to find this thing right here. Y'all fellas holler real quick.
Oh man, what's today? Tuesday. We only 4 days into January.
My 3 favorite men. What? You gonna have to pick. Okay.
You got 3 very selfish men up here on this panel right now. 3 very selfish men. Choose wisely.
I can't promise you dreadlocks. Okay. Can't do that, but there's greater things on the other side of that road.
Yeah, because I got rules. I'll let you play in my hair if you learn how to twist it.
Oh, damn, I threw this nigga a oop and I didn't even know.
You surely did. You surely did. See, that's what game look like. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you could take the oop from nowhere. It do. Yo, have you ever seen a dude in real life try mac on a shorty and it's not going well?
Yes.
That shit is hilarious as fuck, bro.
That is the get, man. I'm like, oh man, get out of there, bro. Get out of there. Over with, yo.
Cause look, I got this gig commentating basketball games at a high school right now, right? So I'm up there the other day, and the girls varsity team was playing, and I'm sitting by the DJ booth. I'm on the mic. They called a timeout, and I'm talking for a second. I put the mic down. I told the DJ, I was like, "Yo, I'm be right back. I'm gonna go get me some water." Ooh, walked away. as I'm going to the little concession area, I see a dude leaned up on the wall, and it's a shorty standing in front of him. So it's like I'm looking at, I'm like, all right, Playboy trying to put some game down. Let me see how this go. So then they talk, and she pulls her phone out, and they standing there talking, and woo, woo. And he was like, well, yeah, I'm trying to see if we can link up this weekend. She was like, well, I'm busy. And she's in her phone the whole time he talking to her. She was like, well, I'm busy. It's like, I mean, I know you be busy, you feel me? Just let me know when you free, you know what I'm saying? I know you got like 20, 30 minutes you can give to a brother, you know what I'm saying? I can take you to go get something to eat. I mean, maybe, but I'm probably going to be busy. Nah, I'm saying, all right, well, what you doing next weekend? I'm probably busy.
Mm.
And
I think we're done here.
And I was on the same page. It was like, yeah, just abort, abort, abort. Get off of the wall and walk away.
Pull up.
Man, that joke is hilarious, bro.
Nah, man, you gotta know when you took that L. You know what I mean? If you can't curve the curve, you gotta just walk away. But shit, walk right up, right up the street.
When's the last time you got curved?
Like, I used to shop in the 10 store.
In the who?
You know what I'm talking about? The 10 store. Like, only 10s. Like, blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I had like a real high bar. So you gotta take some L's, man. It was just one. You want me to tell stories, man? Hey, listen, bro.
Cause you
Hey,
good for leaving me on the ledge.
Okay. What? Okay, I'm gonna tell you a story where I look bad. Okay. So I used to work at this grocery store, right? It will remain unnamed, and you know, it's a lot of women that pass through the grocery store. But one day, this particular one came through, and she came through a couple times, but I seen her. I said, "Oh my!" Like that picture of exotic brothers be talking about. She was all of that, and she came through my line, right? So I'm like, okay, next time she come through, I'm gonna get her. So boom, I'm like, hey, yo, turn my light off. Boom, went over there, like, yeah, I'm gonna put this cart back. They call them go back. I'm gonna put this cart back. Put this cart back. Where she at? She had on this one piece blue dress, bro. It was hurting. It was hurting. They call it what that? That's the pencil dress that they was talking about. That we was talking about. Listen, bro.
Pencil skirt.
I was not in my right mind, bro. Right. So I hollered at her, da 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 da. I got her laughing and everything, but she like, nah, I got a boyfriend, right? So I'm like, you tell everybody that, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. But she kept saying, I appreciate it, you know what I'm saying? But I got a boyfriend, so I gotta go. So I let her go. I let her be. I'm at work. Cool. So the next day, I don't know if it was the next day, but the next time I saw her, she came in the junk, right? I said, oh, I'm finna get her for real this time, bro. I done been sitting here thinking about all the ish I'ma say. So I'm hunting, right? I gotta make it look smooth. I can't just be, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, hey, meet again. So I go over there, boom, pull my little line out. But look, I guess she told her boyfriend that the dude that worked at the grocery store be hitting on her. Hey, so I pull up on her, he pull up out the other cat. She said,
Oh,
she said she got a boyfriend. Hey, bro, I had egg all on my face, bro. I was like, you right, bro. I had to give him that. You know what I'm saying? But I could have pulled up the first time. You know what I'm saying? That was when I was a little more thirsty about it.
my man,
Hey, he bleeds. He bleeds.
I give you
my man, one of the illest poets and MCs that's out there right now that may not be signed, but dope. My man, Ill Major. Welcome to the Garden family. You know, you're a part of this. Once I'm a part of it, you got a seat at the table. Peace to Uncle Stu.
Uncle
Man
Stu.
on the block. What is going on, Unc? You already know.
And
This
Uncle
is
Stu,
your
yes.
crib.
Yes,
Right.
I'm in the DMV. I'm in VA 757.
Listen here. I could be the man of the house, but you know when Big Unc comes through, he get the seat at the head of the table and you take the little corner spot. You might end up sitting at the kids' table. You know what I'm saying? But Uncle Stu gets a spot. Simma, what up? What it do? What's going on? Salute. Anybody I missed? The boy ZB. You know, you guys are the one that fuel this thing here, man. So I gotta make sure I stop and show that love. But yeah.
I got one for you.
Uh-oh. Come with it.
This is pre-vid. You know what I'm saying? It's before the mask. I had just moved to Texas. I'm talking about 3 days in. I won't even in Texas for a full 3 days yet, right? Where I was staying at, probably, I mean, it's in walking distance, probably 10 minutes from the crib. It's a mall. So I'm still trying to get adjusted, you feel me? So the mall is a great place for me to go and just watch people to kind of figure out the mannerisms and how people communicate and stuff like that. So I go to the mall one day and I'm just walking around. I got my earbuds in. I'm listening to music, just walking around, just looking at people or whatever. And then you know how you get that hunger. Walk to the food court, and so I get to the food court, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna go to Sonic and go get me a milkshake. So I'm walking up to Sonic and standing right behind the counter. I'm looking at her like, ooh, she cold as a motherfucker. As soon as I saw her, I was like, all right, she cold. So I walked up. I made my order. I'm standing on the side. I'm waiting for the milkshake to come up. And she just standing there. Like, she just standing there at the counter. Right. So I'm like, all right, cool. Here's my opportunity. So I walked up. Excuse me. Question for you. Where would you recommend that I go to try and find something to I was asking her for, I forgot what it was. I think it was like a hoodie or something. Where would you recommend I go? Ooh, whatever. And then she told me a store. It's like, all right, cool. What time you get off? Nah, and it turned around and smooth walked off on me. It's like, damn. But that was a learning lesson. Still kept shooting. Got a number that day though.
Okay.
I don't know what's worse.
Not not her number, but shot a couple more shots and still got one.
What's worse? The walk off of the curve.
The walk off. Cause the curve, it could be
Yeah.
because she probably do got a boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? She probably won't lie. Like in Vic's case, she curved him because she do got a boyfriend. But to just smooth walk off.
Listen, this is what it is, right? If I took out my precious time to think of something creative to say to you, right? Think of a creative way to curve me, okay? Surprise me, okay?
I'm not even
Tell
gonna
me
lie.
something I never heard.
I won't even try to be creative though. It was just like trying to create the conversation, just trying to open the door. You know what I'm saying? Like,
way it's almost like they didn't even want to waste oxygen.
But at the same time, though, I ain't even mad at it. Like, don't have me standing here for 20 minutes talking to you if you end up curving me anyway.
Yeah, those. I learned a couple tricks in my life, man.
Uptown Newport News.
If I should share them, but one of the tricks, I was never. I don't know. I was awkward. So in terms of what up, Quantum? In terms of my approach, it would be awkward. The awkward would win in certain ways because it would just be awkward and honest. But outside of that, I was never really. Yo, what's up, baby? How you doing? Yeah, my name's Chef. You looking nice today, man. It all feels like an act if I was, and I'd be laughing or dying laughing on the inside, right? What I would do though is, I would pay attention to the chicks that was paying attention to me. So I would put myself in, I guess you could say, a more profitable situation.
Value back.
Right. Reason why? Because at that point, it would not require me to perform and come out of myself to do all of this and got that kind of shit because they're attracted to me just being the regular asshole that I can tend to be sometimes. You feel me? So, somebody could call that the theory of low hanging fruit. Call it what you wish, but you know.
Hey, don't be mad at me because my shooting percentage is high. I'm selective with the shots I shoot. My shooting percentage is high because I'm shooting selective.
That's why there's so many workplace romance.
You pick your shots.
Yeah.
You pick your spots. Excuse me.
Yeah. So that leads into another question. Give me an example of when a shorty walked up on you.
Me?
Both of y'all. I mean, we all gonna go. You feel me?
Okay, so I'm glad my old lady sleep because if I start talking about it, she gonna be like this. She gonna be like this. Oh, you light skinned niggas, y'all always come with this bullshit, right? But yeah, I say this in the state that you might see me right now. Women wouldn't roll up on me. They weren't rolling up on me, right? But normally, if you see me on my corporate suited and booted kind of stance, grab this watch. And my corporate suited and booted thing, oh hell yeah. You know, I was somebody different. You know, and they might have thought that I was square. They might have thought that I was a quiet boy if they didn't know me. And they might have felt, you know, a little more need to be aggressive, which is a funny thing. Like this, nah, the women are a bit more intimidated. You know, the other way, they would come out the woodwork on some other stuff. There's something about a dude in a bow tie. I don't know. I don't know. Well, how about you, Vay?
Look. Repeat the question, Watts. I got a story. I just need to hear the premise again. What was the question, Chef?
He wanted to know if there's ever a situation where a shorty rolled up on you, I guess in a more aggressive fashion.
I was in Virginia at a mall, and I was in the military at the time. I had on my uniform, and I was going to my car.
Cheat code.
I always
don't tell me that was Patrick Henry Mall.
Cheat code.
So I was parked kind of far because I don't like to park up on other people's cars and shit. So it was just like this little red. What is it? What they like to drive? The little Hondas, little hatchback Hondas. Little old girl, she came by the joint, and then she like doubled back. So you know, I'm in the mode like, yo, who this doubling back on me? Like, I don't know nobody over here. And then it's a girl, so she get out, and she start walking toward me, and I'm scoping her out like. So I got my door halfway open, like I think she coming over here because I'm way out here. But she walk up on me, and she just like, hey. And I'm like, hello. She said, can I touch? Because I have my BDU top open. And she just reached up under my shirt. I was like, bro, what is going on right now? You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, I got a number. I said, you got some homegirls? You know what I'm saying? And that was that. But that was the most forward a chick has ever been. Like, she just came straight for what she wanted. She ain't had no talk game or nothing. She just asked, can she touch?
Ooh, straight with it.
Peace, Uncle Stu. Thanks for dropping by. We appreciate you.
Uncle
we definitely
Stu.
appreciate you. Congratulations on 1,000 subscribers as well. You put that work in.
Got a bando.
Real talk.
What up,
talk.
Yeah, y'all go rock with Uncle Stu. Help him get them watch hours up. He trying to get monetized.
Yeah, I need to be the Mr. Miyagi to my Daniel son.
I was over there earlier. He had a good conversation going on.
Okay. Yeah, man. Been trying to step this YouTube game up, you know, stepping up my materials, Got a computer on the way. It's gonna be something sick that's gonna be able to handle it. Uh, got some equipment coming through. As a matter of fact, got the infamous mic that some of y'all might have heard about. That got some props yesterday. Peace, peace. But this is one of my favorite ones right here. I might have to do an unboxing for this. This is the
Oh man, I want one of those so bad.
Got him.
Oh, I
this
want
is
one of those so bad.
the El Gato Stream Deck.
Them
I
stream
didn't say
decks
El
be
Guapo.
A1.
I didn't say El Guapo, even though El Guapo is one of the homies that inspired it. This is I might name this one my El Guapo because no, I still shamelessly in terms of inspiration, but then I also give a lot of props too. So I'm like that check that you ain't expect to come for some publishing shit for some shit you said 20 years ago.
Mm.
Yeah, but I got the one with the 32 buttons. We're gonna be playing, so I won't have to be using the mouse, and I won't have to take those moments out for technical fixes and stuff. But we're gonna be playing with Power for 2022. So, one moment of love before we let this go. Cool. So, fellas, today's a Tuesday night rant session. Tuesday night rant session. Any particular rants you have, anything that's pissing you off, or you know, that you might need to get off your chest, or air someone, something, or a particular situation, or anything out. You know,
Mm. I wish motherfuckers would be happier in their day to day.
talk to me about that.
Uh, sometimes, like I said, I like watching people. It's an entertaining thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so many environments I go in, and it's just like people just projecting this hostility. I just I just don't be understanding. I think we had this conversation before. Like one of my biggest pet peeves is how people be disrespecting like customer service workers, right? Like a cashier or something like that. Like, and it's like I don't understand. Like projecting that kind of energy, I don't understand it. I really don't. You feel me? And then it's like, especially in this YouTube space, there's a lot of conversations that go on and people have these different ideas. And it's like as soon as you hear somebody that don't agree with what you're saying or is vehemently opposed to the idea that you're expressing, then it's just people just become so irate and disrespectful. Like, I don't understand.
It's crazy. It's crazy because you would think that ideas are gonna be like leaves that fall from the tree of knowledge or the
Yo,
tree. Can you hear me? Hello, hello.
I hear you.
Oh, okay, okay. So yeah, what I was saying is, you might think of the information as, leaves from the tree of knowledge, which would be that other person. And you take that knowledge, they come through, you see them as those leaves as they fall. Some of them may land on your head, hit you in the face, but you see them and you study them, and you chew the meat, spit out the bone. The thing is, some folks, they can't not be perfectly or 100% right. They have no ability to have that idea. Well, maybe you can be right and I could be right within the same dynamic. Because if that happens, they would have to have a paradigm shift. So people, they're not going to be able. A lot of times, there's folks that's not going to be able to change. They're going to want their information to be the one, to be the right one. They're going to want to be right. They don't think that it could be multiple ideas existing. How about you?
I think in general, people are like batteries, or energy sources, and they're either positively or negatively charged. And right now, there's a lot more negatively charged people than there are positive. Positives are outnumbered, and then almost always has to be a balance, hence the pendulum. And I think that the world is self-correcting, and it'll it'll right itself. So I don't give a lot of weight unless something is directly affecting me, because I know that certain things have to exist for other things to happen. It's the butterfly effect. So I see it different. I think those people are just inside of a period in their life that they need to let it out. So whether it's inappropriate or appropriate, it's more about how the person that they're letting it out on is responding to them. Do you understand that when you have conflict between someone you love, that it may not be you that they're mad at, but their own situations that they're mad at, or a person in the past that's let them down before, and they're thinking that you're going to be the next one, assuming, making assumptions. It may be their fault that they're in that headspace, but it's just a matter of how much compassion do you, or can you stand to have for that person at that time.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because
Person.
you never know. A lot of times, excuse me, a lot of times what we do is we as people, when we react within what I call our lower selves or our lower sense of being, which is a more primal, mortal nature, instead of trying to go high road and elevate and utilize grace and divinity, right? We tend to handle it in a primal way, and we treat the symptom instead of understanding that there is some sort of precipitating factor that's causing that thing to happen. So we might just call somebody an asshole when in actuality there's somebody that's going through something. So I could see where that happens. So I'm about to throw something up here. I'm gonna run it back again.
Before you go,
Talk to me.
tell me what you while we on that topic. Tell me what you think about the Antonio Brown situation. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, I definitely do know something about it. So let's talk about what was being said first, right? What he stated was that he felt he was hurt. He didn't feel that he was healthy enough to play, and he was told to go back into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Bruce Arians told him to go back in the game, and he refused. And they told him, no, you don't suit up. I mean, you don't play. You don't suit up. You got to go. And that was that. Now, Bruce Arians said that there was no conversation about him being injured. He stated the impression that I got from what Bruce Arians stated was
Mm-hmm.
just that he didn't want to go into the game. Do I believe Bruce Arians? I believe that being the head coach of a multi-million-dollar franchise, which could approach $1 billion soon,
Mm-hmm.
I believe that he would parse his words in a way as to not, as to not create liability
Right.
and not to skew the optics. So it's not that I don't believe what he said. I believe that there's more words to the sentence that would bring a lot of context. But all I heard him respond was that, nah, he didn't say that. So, now, if Antonio Brown was injured and he didn't feel comfortable playing at that point, that's definitely something to consider, because those people that are telling you take your ass into the game are not physicians. They're not physicians. That's coaching staff. So, I understand that. But now, what is the chef guy who's seen a lot of things take place and recognize who Antonio Brown is? I think it was a little deeper. He got his ring.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he was cutting up before. That. So he ate. He ate well. He may be done. He may be tired of it. You get what I'm saying? We never know. But I do believe the conversation was deeper. It could have been something as possible, and I'm just alleging or making some sort of chefly logical assumption. He could have just been like, yo, I don't like the way they talk to me. We know his relationship with them was contentious anyway. And Antonio's had an issue with authority. I'm not judging him. But, so.
Nah, Bruce Arians got a mouth on him.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He's leaving stuff out. Come on, man. He's a cussing Andy Reid. but so far I haven't really formed a full opinion. I can assign opinion to each of what they said so far. I've assigned opinions, as let's say, of each of what they said was correct. And then I assigned an opinion to the overarching thing where, nah, man, he already had heat for them already.
Yeah, I just don't like the fact that everybody jumped to a conclusion before the man made it off the field. The announcers during the game, when he was running off the field, they was like, he should never be let back in the NFL again, blah, blah, blah. He's acting up on the field. After he's done all this acting up off the field, and I hope I never see him again, and blah, blah. Like, I mean, they was going in, like, how unprofessional, as if they knew the reason. And I think a lot of times your resume and or your rap sheet, it'll fuck around and speak for you. You know what I'm saying? I knew a cat. He did a lot of stuff. He got away for a long time. Scot free, as a matter of fact. And then the one time he didn't do shit, and they brought him in on something he ain't had nothing to do with. They gave that boy 19 years for something he didn't do. He did them. But nevertheless, is that your karma, or is that unfair?
I don't believe in the concept. I don't really subscribe to the concept of fairness so much. I don't believe that there's actual fairness. Is it fair that the beautiful antelope gets eaten by a hungry lion? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Is it fair that when one person is born, a few people pass? Is that fair? The closest that I think that even me as a mortal being can do is not necessarily make something fair, but more so to make something more equitable. And there's a difference. We can't really, as mortal beings, we can't provide fairness. The thing that I think we can provide is more so equity. I can't, you know what I'm saying? If Vic 100 watts, and I just hit a lottery right now, right? And I give 100 watts, 100 grand, and I give Vic 100 grand. right? It seems like it's fair, right? But is it? What if they got a lien on 100 Watts crib and he's 120 grand in debt, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he got a lien on him. Vic, his credit is good, everything is smooth. You know what I mean? And Vic got bread already. Is it actually fair in terms of what they get? Not necessarily.
Oh yeah.
You know, the thing is, the only thing that we can try to do is create equity, right? So if I hit the 10 million and I said I'm getting 100 grand a piece, and I knew your situation was good and I knew he was good, you know, I might give him a little more because I don't want to just get him out the hole. I want to make sure he get a taste of something good, right? You already living the good life, you know what I mean? If I was being cheap, I might pull 25 grand off of your stack.
Nah, brother.
You the
Give me
rich
my
guy.
whole stack. Let him move me. Hey, you can hold it.
You know, but the thing is,
3% interest.
I believe there's a difference between fairness and equity, you know, in things being equitable. You know, that's just me.
Equitable.
Peace to Gail at night. The
Yeah.
stars, the OG in the piece. Thank you for your thank you. Who's David Parks? Get this guy out of here. Yeah, man. So I'm gonna do this. It's supposed to be a rant session, but there's so much love in the air. I'm gonna talk about what we were just talking about. So I'm gonna throw this one up here.
If you didn't get any proper childhood guidance on how to regulate your emotions and deal with life challenges, and because of that you've made some messed up decisions, but now you're actively on a journey to improve yourself, heal and break patterns so future generations down your bloodline don't have to experience similar challenges as you, clap your hands.
That was a lot, yo.
That was a lot. Let me get
Say
you
that shit twice.
run back just in case. Just in case the folks in the chat were grabbing their seats.
If you didn't get any proper childhood guidance on how to regulate your emotions and deal with life challenges, and because of that you've made some messed up decisions, but now you're actively on a journey to improve yourself, heal and break patterns so future generations down your bloodline don't have to experience similar challenges as you, clap your hands.
Yeah, man.
That's a lot, bro. As a matter of fact, that's right on target with the subject.
Right. So let's talk about it, man. What you think?
I think that man has a troubled past and he spoke on it. You know what I mean? But he's never gone into detail. Now, if he's like any brothers I know, he's probably not too anxious to go tell a stranger his secret. So everybody keep talking about all this help he need, but he probably really just needs somebody that he trusts that he can talk to just to let it out. Sometimes just opening that vent and letting the pressure out is enough. You know what I mean? More so than having a professional.
Why is that?
Which part?
You were talking about rather than having a professional.
The professional means nothing if I don't trust you with my secret. And if I'm not willing to give you anything more than surface, because you don't know anybody I know, so I'll tell you these parts, but these things are kind of incriminating. These things are embarrassing. These things I've never told anyone and don't plan on ever until death. So how much can I really grow from these encounters if I'm only willing to share so much? Somebody I trust, or one of the guys who was there about that thing I'll never speak of, maybe we can speak on it years later. But
so do you think that plays into the reason that a lot of our folks of color don't tend to go seek therapy?
put it like this. Anytime that conversation has ever come up, whether it was directed towards me or directed towards someone I know, it's almost always been met with some form of resistance, to the point where it has like a stigma or a negative connotation, as if, someone's basically saying, you're so broke that only someone paid can fix you. Not even your family or the people you trust. And I think that's how it comes off. And it's somewhat dismissive, because there's a lot of people who do need professional help.
Right.
Some people just need help and somebody to talk to, and to not be dismissed. And I think that line gets blurred, and they just say, hey, send everybody to therapy. And I'm sure the therapist is like, yeah, come on. But, I think there's some therapists that are probably more qualified to help people feel more comfortable, to extract more information, and are genuine about their privacy policies, and then there's some that not so much.
Imagine if the amount, I want you to just think about it. Just think about the amount of people that have committed some sort of violent crime, right? Of our people. And let's say 50 of them had access to a therapist that you could speak to weekly. Do you feel that the amount of those convicted, incarcerated, or arrested folks would be the same amount?
You got to say that one more time.
I said, think about all of the brothers that have been convicted, incarcerated, or arrested for violent crimes, right? From the ritter to the tutor of violent crimes. And I stated, if at least 50% of them had access to a therapist, to speak to a therapist once a week, if only half of them, do you believe that that same amount of them incarcerated, arrested, and convicted, do you believe that that number would still be the same? If at least half.
Assuming that once they got out, that would they return, or would they still be violent even while staying in there?
Nah, I'm talking about if they had access to a
therapist. Prior to even going in.
Yes.
Got you. Oh, I'm 100% sure if any of those men had anyone to talk to about whatever it is, even if they didn't have any advice for them, if they just had a listening ear, I'm sure that would have kept at least a large percentage of those men out of those situations. So I can only co-sign that.
So here's the rant part for me. What the hell are we doing, man? What the hell are we doing? I mean, the brain is the brain. It's the mainframe. It's the process center for our system. This whole thing here. That's why headshots, one shot, one kill, headshots take you out. Because this thing runs everything. Why do we'll treat a cold? We'll treat a cold. You know what I'm saying? Somebody will go and treat a corn on the damn foot. Okay? Every other week, they'll treat a bunion. They'll treat corns that pop up every few weeks on their damn feet, but they won't treat their brain. Some people don't understand having a mental issue is the equivalent of running around with a hole in your side. Your brain runs everything. But for some weird reason, we as a people, we don't tend to really look at it like that, you know.
I got you, Chef. I know exactly why. Now, I don't. I can speak. I hear a lot of people talking about poverty. You know what I'm saying? And there's all different kinds and grades, but I've seen my fair share. You know what I'm saying? And when you riding around in a car and money is funny, for the most part, you know what I'm saying? Especially when you're young, you just gonna ride that bitch till it can't ride no more. You just gonna keep putting gas in it. As long as the wheels go, you address things as they prevent you from doing what you want to do. If my tire go, I'm gonna address that because I have to if I want to continue to move. But if my engine is going as long as that bitch get me to the store and back, I'll think about that shit tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And it's one of those things until you see the
You'll
smoke
ride on
coming
three
out that
tires.
muff.
You'll ride on 3 tires and go get you some blunts in the winter.
Hey, I'm trying to tell you, bro. Unless this bitch is smoking and I can't see out the hood, that's the only time that I'm gonna address that engine because I already know that it's outside of my pay grade. I don't know what to do with it. YouTube ain't gonna do it, and I ain't got enough money. I know to fix it the way it needs to be fixed. So why even address it?
Piece of E Black TV, my bro. Big dog, what's going on? What's going on?
What up, Blizzy?
What up, E Blizzy? So I got to admit, right? Let me drink a little bit of this. In trying to, there was one point in trying to quit cigarettes. I was thinking about, I was suggested hypnosis, right?
Mm.
And there was a few people that I know that had gone through it, and they were like, it worked. Like, I'm talking about these people that was multiple packs a day, and I didn't go that hard. And I was like, yo, nah, I can't do it. She said, why? I said, I know too much stuff. I hold too many secrets. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's the vault, yeah.
Right. So I can't allow somebody to put me under and give them keys to the vault.
Unattended?
Unattended. And going through each and every one of my mental / psychological, safety deposit boxes.
Mm.
This my secrets keep people safe. So it was something that I just was not capable of doing. Look, call me paranoid, but I was just like, who's to say that this person doesn't like my insurance because my insurance may not give them the amount of money that another insurance will give them or something, and then now she gonna make my punk ass bark like a fucking dog at 3:22 p.m. every Thursday. Okay. For the record,
Okay.
that was a real fear, by the way. All right.
Oh shit.
Why?
Hey,
They
Chef.
will control everything. Everything.
Hey, honestly,
You a chicken.
listen. Only time I've seen that shit work is on movies, but I'm not gonna say that it's not a thing, and I believe that it's very much a possible solution for a lot of things. But I think that's just as hard as you listen. Let me tell you something, bro. You want to talk about fixing brains and all of this? That's above. Listen, there's levels to this, and that's like top floor shit. How about getting your mail checkup. I don't want nobody all up in there, man. Listen,
Oh,
I have,
son.
bro, to
Oh,
save my own life, there's a whole bunch of people still trying to convince me about colonostomies and all kind of shit that I'm not even trying to hear.
yo, son, listen. Look, first of all, you got to start when you hit the 4-0. I done hit it, right? And
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, yo. I'm not gonna lie, man. I already was supposed to go have one of those appointments, but I am freaking scared of hanging out with Dr. Two Fingers.
Ah,
Okay?
a lot of things I'm.
It's like, yo, Doc, you have to buy me a drink or take me dancing and some shit. You ain't even meet my mom yet, Doc. Come on, man. And it's, I know I have to get over it. You get what I'm saying? But in this crazy world that exists, I think I've done a really good job of protecting my exit, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how we turned that corner, man. Like we just hit the weird part of YouTube real quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's make another left. Hey, cause
And no less,
they was talking about. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why I said that. Cause I was watching our brothers Ava and Preach, right? And they the ones who actually put me on to the fact that MTR had gone off because he felt like, he had to get checked for what he believed was cancer. And because they were doing a review of him, his channel, and his situation, I'm a fan of theirs, so I commented. Now, they got over 1 million subscribers, millions of people to respond to, but Abba wrote me a direct message about a paragraph long and pleaded with me to take it serious and begged me to at least get a checkup. He took the time out amongst all the millions of subscribers and comments that he gets under those videos, especially one about something like that, to respond to me directly.
Son, that's ill. It's ill because there's people that's like that's out there, right? And this is not my moment. This is his moment. But there's people that's like that's out there. And in terms of them dudes, and I'm not even like a stan or anything like that, but them guys, it's weird. It almost feels like they're friends in your head. You know what I mean? But the good ones, the ones will feel comfortable with you kicking it with, but y'all could still get into wild stuff. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the friends that you could bring to any family occasion, and they got a plate,
Yeah,
the ones that can eat at your crib when they could eat at your crib when they rolled through and you was at work. You feel me? But what's funny is, tell y'all a little story. That is how I met a gentleman named Mauli King Homeku. I was a Lapif watcher, and I didn't like the way they handled him. I wrote like a freaking dissertation. He saw it. He responded. He said, "You're a very wise man." And he actually, when he had that conversation with Shannon, there was something that he had quoted from what I said. Because even my lady was like, "Yo, he read you." I said, "He responded to it, yeah." You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, and that I'm glad you brought that up. Sometimes you guys don't understand the moments that you create for this world and for the ecosystem. Sometimes you don't understand how a brief word that you could have just said like that meant nothing to you, shed light and created light within someone else's darkness. Just words, man. Words. So when people speak to words being empty, are words really empty? If those words actually fill up someone's empty emotional space, if those words fill up a room within your heart or within your mind and make you feel at peace and make you feel at solace, are those words truly empty? You get what I'm saying? This man who has 2 million people across the globe following him, he took a moment for one. You do the percentage, 1 out of 2 million. And he took the time to give you words that this wasn't canned script.
Nah.
Right. So, bro.
Because I made a joke about how, like, basically how I was gonna duct tape it, and I you know what I'm saying? Basically, hey, listen, unless this happen, don't bank on seeing me there type of situation. And I was just making a joke, making light of it. But he was very much so sincere. And in a situation like that, you could just pass your opinion, but that man was pleading, like, listen, bro, I've been in that same mind space. Don't do it to yourself. And when people are that sincere with you, you know what I'm saying? Even if you don't necessarily see it their way, if you understand where it's coming from, if the source is genuine, you have to at least consider it. And that's what he did. He made me think a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Being a man is not only denying your tears, it's literally denying your physical pain. You measure by how much is your pain tolerance, physical, mental, all of those things. So if you even admitting that you're going to see a therapist is seen as, I knew it. I knew it. That's all you waiting for everybody to say is, I knew it. I knew he didn't have it under control. I knew he couldn't handle it. So there's a lot of components to all of those pieces, and it's real hard for a man to give on any one of those because of the perception.
I want y'all to understand what this gentleman just said. He said being a man is not only denying your tears, but denying your physical pain. Now, some people would say, no, that's not what being a man is, blah, blah, blah. In theories related to the traditional thoughts of manhood. What we're talking about is man shit. It's not comfortable when y'all see us cry. You guys may want us to be emotionally vulnerable, but only emotionally vulnerable in order to drive the empathic relationship of us feeling your hurt and pain and understanding that. But you guys don't want us so vulnerable to where you can see us, where we can break, because sometimes some women say it's a turnoff. There's women that said they wanted their men to be vulnerable. You guys see the YouTube and IG stuff, but then they were like, once they seen the dude cry over his mama, so it was a wrap. So when he says being a man is not only denying your tears, but denying your physical pain, that's what somebody who has all of the machismo and all of the masculinity that tradition says we should have as men, this is what you feel. And that's why I put it in all caps. Just saying. Claire said,
I like how you broke that down.
It's real though, bro. I mean, shit, you said it, man. You said it, yo. I only just separated in terms of the thought because it's real. It's real, man.
Shout out to Claire 76.
Claire 76, y'all don't know. We international, baby. She is Birmingham's finest. All right.
She got a profile pic now. What's up, sis?
Bro, she been had that for a minute, man. She been
okay
for a minute.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. And let me see what she said. Oh, well, she says you do have it under control if you seek help. I didn't see it as weakness. I see it as being strong. Men hurt too. And if you guys see some of our previous shows, Claire's joined the show. and she literally spoke to a lot of the things that she had experienced in terms of health and in terms of relationships. You know, that's a dope, sharp sister with a clear spirit and understanding, and she's contributed to a lot of the conversation. So please dig into the crates, see what you see. So Claire said, my son has cried. It's healthy. I taught him his mental health is important. I taught them skills on how to deal with their emotions. All right. And yes, it is 5 a.m. in the UK. So just want to introduce y'all to a British vampire.
Out of
Britain.
So what we was just talking about? He was talking about right, women not, wanting a man to be vulnerable, but then when he is, then they ready to leave. I think the problem, and just speaking on my personal experience, right, from my experience and what I've seen around me, I think the problem comes in when
Wait, pause for a second. Sorry. Yo, whoever's a moderator, please don't time out E Black. You sure you got timed out E Blizzy?
Yeah, he did.
By who?
Huh?
By who? Why you time out E Black?
I didn't. I saw it when it happened.
I see that look in your eyes.
Nah, I didn't do it. I saw it when it happened.
My bad. Go ahead, yo.
No, but I think the problem is that so someone who, okay, for one, a man who's vulnerable, if you have a vulnerable moment, that's cool. But when you're walking around vulnerable, that's where the problem comes in at, right? And then for two, my personal opinion, when you are with a woman and you do have a vulnerable moment and she's not with that, she just did you a favor, bro. Like, hit the skates. Quick, fast. Because and I say that in my personal experience because I remember when my brother passed, right? For about 2 days, I was a wreck, a complete wreck. But the mother of my children, she was holding me down. She didn't look at me any different from that because that was an actual emotional thing. Like that was something that actually affected me. You feel me? And she held me down through that. Now, the reason why I did rock with her, I got so much love for that woman to this day. Because after the second day, I remember her coming in the room and she was like, hey, look, I know you're feeling the way, but you do know you have to like keep pressing, right? And she didn't say it exactly like that, but that was the sentiment that I felt. Like, yo, like I know you're feeling the way right now, but you gotta keep pressing, bro. Like you got a kid to feed right now, my guy. Like you gotta keep walking. And I got up and had to do what I had to do. Like she let me be vulnerable. And she let me have my moment, but it was like, all right, cool, you had your moment. Now let's keep moving. You feel me? So yeah, like if you I know y'all know too. I know y'all know some dudes that's too emotional.
Check this out, right? So this is on, but a little bit off topic, right?
Remember, I got to push back on something. That 100 Watts said.
Go ahead, because this is a side note. Go ahead.
I don't believe in the term. Oh shit! Excuse me. I don't believe in the term too emotional.
I do.
Wait. I think if you just watch these lenses I'm putting over your eyes, it's a different.
He about to turn the diamond, yo.
It's a color you ain't even see yet, right? Watch this. And then, mix it up, take a sip so you see what it is. I don't believe there is a such thing as too emotional. I believe that when we are witnessing someone else experiencing and expressing their emotion in a way and at a particular time that is inopportune for us to want to deal with, it becomes too emotional. So I believe that it's not about someone being too emotional. I believe it's about us considering them being too emotional at this time or for this issue, right? But I believe a lot of it is when we look at how they handle it versus how we handle it. or if them getting emotional and we're not in the mood to deal with that bullshit at the time. You know what I'm saying?
So it's all subjective.
It's all subjective to me. I don't believe too emotional, because sometimes, watch this. A therapist would say you need to have that catharsis. You have to be able to eject those negative energies and have that catharsis and get that stuff off your chest. And sometimes it manifests itself in a different way depending on how deeply it impacted that person. What y'all think about that when I pick up my smartphone that I just dropped?
I think that I understand what you're saying, because I mean, time and place is important. Like that's not that's not a variable that you can ignore, right? But that does play a factor in someone being too emotional. Because if every time you're out in public and something happens, you want to throw a tantrum, you're being too emotional, bro. Like, calm down, bro. It's not that serious, my man. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't have
To
an
you,
emotional but
to
come on,
you,
you can't have an
it's
emotional
subjective.
response and it is subjective. And I'm speaking for myself. I can't speak for neither one
Okay,
of y'all. I'm
dig
speaking for
that.
myself. I feel like that's being too emotional. You have to have, especially as a man, because you were talking, yo, you just made the point too. As a man, you got to ignore your tears and suppress your pain, and ignore your pain. And that matters because if I'm at Walmart and I'm emotionally triggered by something and I got my kids with me, this ain't the time for me to be getting emotional. What I need, and again, subjective, my personal opinion. If I am emotionally triggered, hey, just hold it together, get back in the car, get the kids back in the house. I'm gonna go sit on the floor in the shower and cry by myself.
Wait. I think we need to clear something up, right? So we throw this term around, emotional, right? But emotion, is ambiguous. It kind of fits all of the emotions. So anger, sadness,
Agreed.
fucking, so on and so forth. So
Agreed.
if you're saying that when you're saying emotional as far as what is appropriate for a man to do, are you saying emotions that would be considered feminine, like
No,
sadness
no.
or
I mean all of them. I mean all of them. That includes the angry men that want to fight every time somebody look at you. Somebody looked at you crazy and now you ready to fight. You're being too emotional, bro. Calm down.
fuck you looking at?
Being too calm down.
Okay.
Because that to me means that you haven't there is a how can I say that it makes sense? Okay, so yeah, that's a great example. If you're in the store and somebody looking at you crazy and you start getting emotional wanting to fight somebody, there's something that happened prior to that person looking at you to make you act this way. You're being emotional because you didn't process the emotion to begin with.
Right. There was a time in my life where I believed that if I caught you looking at me more than once, I it was because you didn't respect me. You was trying to try me. You felt that it was okay to engage in a staring contest with me, as if like what, you trying to intimidate me, or you think it's just so, like what's the issue? Like, why, you know me from somewhere? Like, why is you still looking at me? I looked away and you still looking at me.
It's like a
And
personal affront.
it was my perception. You understand what I'm saying? So just like you perceived it as, there's no crime here. What's the problem? Is it worth all that? I think all of that your environment, what I mean, the code that you were brought up with, where your standards lie, all of those things apply to how we address conflict in general. We should save that for our conflict resolution series.
So see, you just okay. So when you were in that state of mind and somebody would look at you too long, too many times, whatever the case may be, that made you feel away. Yes? There
Right.
was an emotion that was behind that. You weren't processing it right.
What was the right way to process it?
I based on the situation or whatever is going on, like there's a ooh, okay, how can I
I'm
say
not the
it?
only one that feels like that.
No, and I got that, but
Peace to
not
chaotic
okay.
truth. Peace to
But
chaotic truth. And Mr. Best in the world.
what you're speaking. Hold
Sorry,
on
go
one
ahead.
second.
What's up, though? What's up, though?
So what you're speaking about is a mindset that you were previously in. You're not there
Previously,
anymore.
not currently.
You're
Right.
not there currently because you
Right.
understand the problem of being in that mindset. You understand that that is not the mindset that you need to be in order for you to be able to move health to operate in a healthy manner. It's not
So,
healthy to
so,
operate
so,
like that.
so the question is it ill-advised because it works against the outcome that I'm seeking, or was I wrong in what I was thinking in the first place anyway?
Ask the question again. I only heard part of it. I'm sorry.
So the question is more so, sometimes you say, hey, you're not wrong, but let it go. That's different than saying you were wrong and you should have let it go. You see the difference in those two? So if you're saying, hey, there may have been something there, but it wasn't enough to jeopardize what your mission was. So that's where your emotion is defeating your purpose. But to say, hey, you shouldn't even be thinking about it that way because there was nothing there, is a completely different statement. So which one are you saying?
Both are valid. Both are valid perspectives. Both are valid. If you're having a response to some, if someone did, let's take an example. Somebody spilled a drink on you in the club.
Mm-hmm.
You're well within your right to be upset with the fact that somebody spilled something on you.
Okay.
You're well within your right to do that. But is the logical response to punch somebody in the mouth? Is that the logical response? Is that the best option? Is that the option that you really need to take right now? Or is that you
If I
being
got on
emotional?
all white, if I got on all white with white shoes, you got to get punched in the mouth, bro.
Okay. So punching somebody in the mouth that spilled a drink on you and you got on all white, does that remove the stain? Does that help you wash the clothes faster? Is that not going to get you thrown out the club? Are you not
I'm
possibly
dirty.
going to get
If I'm
arrested?
dirty, my night's ruined. If I'm dirty and my night's ruined, he finna get dirty and his night finna be ruined.
And
And
that's being
that's the
emotional. That's
that's
being
the
emotional.
craziest thing. But here's the thing: in terms of being emotional, right? When that person gets their shoes stepped on, they know the other person made a mistake. They know it was not intentional,
Mm-hmm.
but they know that those shoes are rare and they cost them $300-400, and this person has stepped on them, right? What happens is when they go in rage, it's not actually because they're being fair and equitable and and delivering some sort of justice that the person requires. Nah. What it is that they're being unfair and they're literally dumping their anger and their pain and even some of their inner stupidity of what their feelings of stupidity for putting themselves in a place where they would get some rare shoes messed up, but they're dumping it all at that person at the altar of violence. So
Exactly.
yeah, so the thing is, but I'm just saying it's not actually, oh, I'm gonna do this because he did that. Nah. Now I'm gonna and always remember when he does whoop that person's ass, you really think that the ass whooping that he delivers is going to be solely based on the impetus or fuel from that shoe? No, it's gonna be your baby mama pissed his ass off yesterday. Child support hit him for more.
And
His mama is mad at him because she couldn't do this, that, and the other. It's gonna be a whole bunch of other rage that is pent up in their system that comes out on somebody. Did you remember? I don't know if you had stepped away when I had asked Vic. I had asked Vic a question, and I said, if you think of all of the black men that have been arrested, incarcerated, or and convicted, incarcerated, arrested for a violent crime, if only 50% of them had access to a therapist for one day a week prior to them dealing with those three issues, did he believe that the number would be significantly less of those incarcerated, convicted, or arrested for violent crimes? So that kind of took us before you came back. That's how we got there. So what do you think about that?
I think part of being emotional is not knowing how to process through the emotion. So when you're in the club and you punch somebody in the mouth for spilling a drink on you, but you're really mad at your baby mama for taking money out your wallet, you're being emotional because you're not processing through them.
Would if that person had an hour of therapy a week prior to that event, do you think that they may have been more centered when being faced with that situation?
Yes, because they would have processed through that emotion.
All right, because that was the original rant, was basically about us not really giving a damn about our mental health. You know, we'll go sew a hole up, but a hole in our side, but we won't do anything related to our mental health. You know,
It's just like,
Okay.
we as men have a certain, I mean, we have a high level of responsibility when it comes to risk assessment. And
without question.
where you are in terms of your mental and your emotional state is a part of your risk assessment. If I know that I get anxiety when I'm in the club, I know that I don't need to go there. The risk assessment, based on my risk assessment, my emotional state is not stable enough to be around that many people. So I'm not going to put myself in a position to become emotional because I did my risk assessment.
That's dope, and I'm glad you brought that up because risk assessment, it's a real thing. It's a real thing, and just to give you guys an understanding of what it is, we got to make sure we don't pickpocket you. We're different kind of pickpockets. We slip knowledge into your pocket. All right.
Okay.
A risk assessment, which is a noun, it's a systematic process of evaluating the potential risks that may be involved in a projected activity or undertaking. All right.
I wanted to answer Gabriel's question.
Sure.
Can
Let me
you
bring that up on the screen. Okay.
can you be a reactive person or react impulsively without emotions? I'm going to say no, because the response you give is going to be based on your emotion and the risk assessment. Because if something happens to you and you react impulsively in an aggressive manner, there's some anger behind that. If something happens to you and by impulse you start crying, there's an emotion that's attached to that. If you start going back and forth and yelling and arguing with some chick in the middle of the grocery store, it's all emotion. Emotion is attached to everything. It's attached to everything that you do.
I got a question, right? This is for both of y'all, right? So uh, it would have been fun, but we got enough going on, chef, with clips. So maybe another time, But it's a guy, and you've seen 100 instances of it, so it doesn't really matter which story I'm telling. Everybody's heard a story like it. Guy walks in, old lady's with some other guy in his bed. Now, man is upset with woman, but man takes out anger on man. Never, it doesn't matter if the man is aware of their relationship or not, whether he's been lied to or not. All of those factors are irrelevant. He just understands that he is not allowed to take his anger out on this woman. So he has to get it out. So he directs it towards said man, which is a perfect target because he is part of the offense. Now, a lot of people would say that he should walk away. He should only be upset with the woman because that's the one who he had made a deal with. But the question is, in a situation like that, I got a better question. Do work with that information based on what we're talking about, the emotions. I got a better question that I was developing to come back to.
So if I'm angry at my shorty and I end up going and again,
I
you
got
like
it,
you
Watts.
said,
I got it, Watts. I got it, Watts. I got it back. I got it.
gotcha.
So the question is, the question
Onset of
is,
dementia.
hey, early, real too early. So if here's the question, spicy topic. If men are taught there's never a reason to hit a woman. Do you agree with that premise?
The base of it, yes.
Okay. So let's accept the fact or the premise of, as an American standard, it is never okay to hit a woman by law and by most people's own personal beliefs. Can we admit that women make us angry a lot of times and give us reasons to be angry, even if they don't deserve to be assaulted for it?
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, so I'll say this.
So how do you dissipate that anger? Or is that a reflection?
I think we got to quantify it, though. I think we got to quantify it before we go any further, because in terms of, you think about what we're saying, I don't believe that the woman can drive us to some sort of level, high degree of emotion or violence more than someone else. No, what I believe is someone that we have an emotional connection to will create that same degree of anger and emotional turmoil. I don't believe it's just that it's a woman, because if your mom ever did some shit that pissed you off, and you know you couldn't even look at your mom crazy, okay, much less raise your voice, you walk out the street, you know that walk, shoot, okay, it was that shit. We just don't do the shoot when we a grown-ass man,
right?
But it has nothing less to do with the woman and more to do with the emotional connection, because once you have that emotional connection, it's almost like you have a hole in your chest that bridges to a hole in that other person's chest, and you have what's called emotional bandwidth. You get me? So I don't really believe is that a woman could get you pissed off more than anything else. Nah, somebody that you have an emotional connection to, that you're not expected to elicit any, that has, where there's zero low-level threat of violence. You ain't gonna low-level threat of violence with your daddy. You ain't gonna low-level threat of violence with your mama. You ain't gonna lower-level threat of violence with your wife, girlfriend, fiance, whatever the case may be. So I believe that the rage is that much higher because
it's concentrated.
And because you really can't rage against those people. But
so when you leave your house after you have a conflict with one of those people,
that's
when, and now I go interact with Watts, who, you know what I'm saying, steps on my $300 J's that I just got. Yes. Now he got to get all of that.
Yes.
Wasn't about you, Watts.
I know, and I got you. And that's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. All of that is exactly what I'm saying. It's the emotion behind it. You're emotionally attached to someone. They did something to you to affect your emotions, and you went out and emotionally acted on someone else. The example that Chef just gave, I remember vividly having that exact same situation Chef was talking about. Having my mother say something to me, and you can't look at her crazy. You can't roll your eyes or nothing like that. You better just walk out the door with no expression on your face or nothing. You better go outside, run a lap around the park or something. You better figure a way to work it out. The reason I remember this vividly is because after having that exchange with my mother, I went outside and the first thing I did was get into a scuffle with another kid. He ain't had nothing to do with what happened in the house. That was me being emotional.
Right. I gotta tell this story, right? It's a short story, right? So, Chef, this is your fault.
Uh-oh.
So my Dukes, right? You know, she was older when she had me. So in my teenage years, she was going through menopause. So I'm going through my boyhood change, and she going through her womanhood change. And it's
Y'all
just
both
turning
cycles.
it's turning into it's turning into an ugly mix. And we used to be like glue, you know. So she like, I'm losing my baby, but she definitely a straight soldier, you know. So we at the point where, you know, we didn't grab belts and you know what I'm saying, now we getting punched in, you know what I'm saying? That's the kind of discipline level we on. So I'm maybe 14, maybe 15 years old, right? So I had my ice cubes, you know what I'm saying? Call them bedroom shoes, you know what I'm saying? But I had my ice cubes on, you know what I'm saying? And I had like these scrubs on. Long story short, that's what I used to go to sleep in. And my Dukes is like, we have a little knockdown drag out, you know what I'm saying, where she tell me, you know, whatever she feeling, and she don't like my attitude on how my face is looking. So she like, you know what, you that hot, go stand your ass out there in the cold and cool off. You know what I'm saying? And she would kick me outside for about 30 minutes at a time.
They would. It was like they would make you want to do some shit that they know you don't want to do, right? But then it's not enough if you do it. It's like now you got to make them think that you want to do that shit.
That you love it. Look like you love it. Look like you're having fun.
Yeah, go ahead, my bad, son. This is a rant. Remember, you triggering right now.
It's all good, brother. So look. So she had done that several other times before, and I was like, yo, this time, like, yo, you kicking me out again, yo, I ain't never coming back, right? So she called herself, she put me outside, right? Stand your ass out there and cool off. And I was standing out there, and I think she wanted to make a point. So she left me out a little bit longer this time, you know what I'm saying? And she get on the phone with one of her girlfriends, telling her how lame I am, and then forgot me outside. You know what I'm saying? It's cold as the Dickens that day, right? So I'm like, F this. I'm gone. So my brother, he lived not too far, but I'm like, if I take the street way, it's gonna take me forever. So I'm going, but I'm like, dang, I can't go through there with these ice cubes on, you know what I'm saying? Cutting through the cuts in the woods. So I'm, you know what I'm saying? I'm walking, I'm marching, you know what I'm saying? I took a couple cuts, I was trying to jump the fence. It was going bad. I was having a bad day, right? But I'm like, I'm determined. I ain't going back to the house, and I'm gonna get to my brother's house. And whether he know I'm coming or not, he gonna have to take me in for the day, if nothing else, because that's just what it is, right? So I get over there. Guess what? Still had payphones. That's how long ago this is, right? So I called my brother up, and I'm like, well, he better answer. So he answered. I'm like, bruh, I got lost going coming to your house. I said, hey man, which way I need to go? Cause I'm coming. He said, boy, he said, your mama know where you at? I said, she the reason I'm out here. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming to your house. That's what's up. He like, no, you not. I said, man, what you mean? I said, bro, I'm coming. He said, boy, you better go your ass back home. So next thing I know, I'm like, damn, now I got to walk all the way back, still in my night clothes. It's getting colder and colder. Them steps get longer and longer. Hey, it started snowing. I'm talking about I'm in Georgia. We don't get a bunch of snow like that, man. It's snowing. It's almost blizzards snow. And I'm telling you, by the time I got to my street, and my mom had a blue Corsa, Chevy Corsa, and I seen that baby blue Corsa come around that motherfucker, boy. That was the happiest I ever been to see that motherfucker. Because I about turned into a popsicle. She ain't even fuss with me. She said, hell, you got all the help. She said, I was gonna fuss at you, but hell, you done got your punishment. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man. And it was all about how I felt. You know what I'm saying? I pushed myself into a ill-advised situation that could have been, you know what I mean, detrimental, boy. But I tell you, I was a whole popsicle, boy, that day, boy.
Yeah, you had icicles coming out your nose.
Okay.
You know, I had to give you the solo shot for that one. But yeah, man. So we gonna talk, man. We gonna talk. There's so much stuff going on. I kind of want to lighten up the moment a little bit. You know, you're gonna lighten it up. There's a segment that I've been working on. We can call it 30 seconds of dumb shit. 30 seconds of dumb shit. All right. So you can set your timer for the 30 seconds of dumb shit. Here you go. Enjoy. Shit, dumb shit, dumb shit.
Why, when a woman gets a vibrator, it's seen as a bit naughty fun.
Stupid bitch.
But when a guy orders a 240-volt Fuckmaster Pro 5000 blow-up latex doll with 6-speed pulsating vagina,
Ain't nobody got time for that.
elastic anus with non-drip semen collection
Damn.
tray, together with optional built-in realistic orgasm scream surround sound system, he's called a pervert.
Shut your white mouth. I'm not kidding you.
I got bronchitis.
Hey, bro, I'm so glad I turned my camera off right now.
Did he say $600?
Hey, bro, did he say drip tray? He got a drip tray? Hey, man, he might have to play that joint again, bro.
I'm running back for you. Shit, dumb shit, dumb shit.
Why, when a woman gets a vibrator, it's seen as a bit naughty fun.
Stupid bitch.
But when a guy orders a 240-volt Fuckmaster Pro 5000 blow-up latex doll with 6-speed pulsating vagina,
Ain't nobody got time for that.
elastic anus with non-drip semen collection
Damn.
tray, together with optional built-in realistic orgasm scream surround sound system, he's called a pervert.
Shut your white mouth. I'm not kidding you.
I got bronchitis.
That man got more features in his sex toy than his car.
Bro, he said non-drip semen collection tray. Hey, listen, bro.
6 speeds?
He's not playing. It
Yo,
was that
son,
detail
he was
that was
talking
that
about-
detail that let me know that was the real thing.
He had
was
the
not
5,000. I still got the 3,000, right? But the thing is, you know, no.
That is wild,
Hey,
bro. That is
hey,
perverted, bro.
what's the resale value on it?
Oh, no.
What's the resale?
Oh, snap. Shout out to Christopher
Oh,
Cashmere.
snap.
I ran into Christopher Cashmere on another platform. Shout out to you for being here, brother.
Oh yeah,
Shout
Christopher
out to you for being
Cashman,
here,
what's
brother.
going on? Oh snap! With the surround sound speaker built
Bruh.
in.
OD.
Yeah, what
OD,
up?
big
Surround?
tripping.
What up? What
Hey,
up?
hey, look though. There's
Yeah.
a series, yo. There's a series called Humans. Have you ever seen it?
Nope. Where is it?
No. Talk to
It
me about
take place in the UK, but it's like basically the future now. You know what I'm saying? It's about these robotic dolls that are basically humanoids. They got so much information slash they're using. You can't tell the difference between them and a human outside the fact that you can give it commands. And I mean, people are. It's okay. You remember the movie? Was it I, Robot, where they had all the robots helping in the house and helping grandma? It's like that. It was built in for a family, but basically they ended up getting the code into you. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. The whole point was they had a maid, and the wife had agreed to allow the family to get this robot. So dad was home alone and found out that they had extra features, upgradable features. You know what I mean? And it became, and basically when it's all said and done,
It's like Stepford Wives.
the industry had basically, there was a whole nother industry. Think about sex work, right? Now imagine there's a bunny ranch, but there's no real women there. But these guys are paying to go live out these crazy fantasies where they do all of these ridiculous things that you wouldn't even want someone to go through, even if they were willing to. And all of these people who do these sick and demonic things to women, they were able to do them to the robots and not. You know what I'm saying? Get whatever that is in, off, out. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's a whole nother level. A whole nother level. What do you think about that?
Shit, I couldn't smash no machine, bro.
You say that now,
bro. Yeah, I'm gonna leave
If
it.
that's
I'm
the
gonna leave
case-
that for my grandkids and my great grandkids or some shit like that. Like I ain't. Yeah, no, I'm cool on that, Brody.
Like, you know
Cool
what?
on
As a
that,
matter of
Brody.
fact, give me a second, yo. I'm gonna go. Hump
So
the
what
fridge.
about when they come out with the
I'm gonna go
iPhone 11?
I'm gonna go hump the fridge real quick.
You said the
The iPhone 11. Okay. This shit got all the features, bro.
I'm gonna just stick to my Samsung Galaxy. You can keep that.
The baby wipe dispenser.
No, that's crazy.
Hey, it got the no drip.
Yo, hold on. I might have to make this. I might have to take this stream down so that we get all of this shit patented because this is intellectual property. We're sharing with these folks right now, yo. This is some real stuff. Y'all heard it here first. Straight up. Oh man. Yo, man. So let's talk about education, man. I'm gonna talk about education. That's one of my rants that I wanted to cover tonight. If you look now, you see there's a lot of changes in terms of what's going on in the marketplace, in the job marketplace. A lot of people are not finding so much safety in some of the jobs that were originally, say, bachelor's degree required. The college educations that people are taking, the curriculums, some of them that still exist, they're not guaranteeing a minimum salary for these folks after they graduate. You know the whole thing, W.B. Du Bois, or Du Bois, if you want to call him that, and Booker T. Washington. One was about, taking over the system from the inside and allowing the talented 10th to rise to the top. And the other believed in the trades, in what we might consider STEM at this point, a more technical aspect and more trade-related aspect where all you had to do was build up those level of skills and the other folks will come to you. Now, in this modern new millennium time frame we exist in, people are finding themselves in a ton of debt, in a shit ton of debt, okay, without any forms of guarantees. And that debt attaches to you so well because that debt can't even be attached to bankruptcy. You can't even do bankruptcy if you assume that type of debt. So what's going on? There's been a lot of scams in terms of colleges, institutions of higher education, So what I want to do before I ask you guys a specific question, I want to let one of my homies from India let you know what it is. Take a listen.
You know, biggest fucker in world? College. College don't give a fuck. College only fuck. No give fuck and all. Only take ass. Fuck. Student ass only. Big one. Fuck. College is fuck student with consent. Take the money for fuck. You pay loan to get fuck. Then you get diseases, depression, anxiety. But college don't give fuck, man. College only fuck. Fuck you, ass, ears, nose, anywhere else hole you have. There also fuck. Fuck student.
Oh shit.
Yo, son.
Shit.
Listen,
bro.
I don't care what nobody said. For the next 2 weeks, for the next 2 weeks, he owns the word fuck. Okay.
Fact.
Yo, son,
all fact.
Listen, I'm gonna run it back.
I won't even use it no more.
So we're gonna run it back, yo.
Please do.
He said, Like you, yes, yeah, here they fuck ear, nose, mouth, everywhere. They don't.
I actually his hair on fleek though.
His hair, yo, that
he was hitting them with the prints.
right. He's hold on 1 second. Let me let him run back for you.
You know, biggest fucker in world? College. College don't give a fuck. College only fuck. No give fuck and all. Only take ass. Fuck. Student ass only. Big one. Fuck. College is fuck student with consent. Take the money for fuck. You pay loan to get fuck. Then you get diseases, depression, anxiety. But college don't give fuck, man. College only fuck. Fuck you, ass, ears, nose. Anywhere else hole you have, there also fuck. Fuck student.
College don't give a fuck. College only fuck. Hey.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Listen, bro. I've never been to a major university, but I can't speak for technical, like ITT Tech. I'm gonna say their name. They trash. My views do not represent anybody other than me.
Oh no, there was a lot of BBB complaints on them as well. So go ahead.
Yeah, the school I actually went to for visual communications, it actually closed down after I left. And long story short, it was like I knew more. I spent listen, bro. I was in an art class, and our first assignment was to draw a box, the 3D cube, right? I'm advanced AP art, but I drew the cube. I put a little bit of shading on it. I mean, dude was like, "Yo, you shouldn't even be in my class. Why?" Like I'm like, what do I have to? But I have to take all of these classes for prerequisite. All of this trash is like redoing all of this high school stuff. Like, when are we gonna get to the stuff that I actually need to start learning the damn thing that I came for? And it's just like there was only one person like in that whole school qualified to teach what was actually my major. And then each semester, the teachers would rotate what they taught. I'm like, how is that even a thing? Well, how can you teach something other than what you're certified in? So I'm like, man, stop. Listen, before y'all run up, I said I went to the counselor. I said, how much do I owe? She's like, oh. I said, either I owe you or y'all owe me. So she got on the calculator. She's like, that's a fair question. Nobody's ever asked me that. She's like, as of now, and after this semester, you would owe 8,000, carry the one, blah blah blah. Right. So I'm like, yeah, stop my check right there. Stop my tab. I don't want no more. Cancel all the rest of the classes. Cancel anything for any further semester. She was like, you sure that's what you want to do? Yes, ma'am, I'm sure. I had to cut my losses, and I like, man, something off about this here. But no sooner than I left, you know what I mean? Because I tried to get the little student loan forgiveness joint, because they was like, yeah, if you had to deal with any of these schools or blah blah blah, that you can possibly get your old student loans removed. So I was like, hell, I'll apply. Because the schools closed, they couldn't even verify the record, so they didn't even grant me. I said, man, this is, if there ever was a scam, that one is. And that don't go for all technical colleges, but it damn sure go for that one.
What you think, Hunter Wise?
My experience was pretty much the same. It was pretty much the same. I had got out of the military, and I was like, all right, what am I gonna do now? What's next? Like, what's gonna be the play? And after some personal thinking and searching and researching and stuff, I decided physical therapy was about to be it. All right, cool. I'm gonna go into physical therapy. I'm gonna work that out. I can go back to school for sports medicine and end up being, get a get a gig for the Ravens or a team somewhere and be a physical therapist. That's what my mindset was, and it was basically the same thing. So I went up to the school. They had me take the test to find out where I am. All right, you're gonna have to take this math class. What? No, what she said. She said you're good on math, so you can take regular math. This English class, you didn't score high enough, so we're gonna have to put you in a not a remedial, but we're gonna have to put you in a prerequisite English class and all this shit. So basically, on my schedule, and now at this time,
That's the hustle, you know.
yeah, I'm working a full-time job while going to the school. But in order for me to go to the school, I have to pay them a fee every month. Right. So you, for one, are taking time away from me going to work. You're literally taking money out of my pocket from going to work. And then on top of that, I'm still responsible for school. Right. So you're already fucking me. You know what I'm saying? And then it was pretty much the same thing. It was like after about 2 months, it was like, yo, like I gotta it just became too much. I have to keep paying you $200+ in order for me to come to school. After I'm done, I'm still gonna owe you like 15 grand or some crazy. I don't really know what it was. I just pulled 15 out, but I'm still gonna owe you like 15 grand when this is over with. And then on top of that, you still can't guarantee me that I'm gonna get a job after I graduate. And my school was the same as his because it was a technical college. It was the same thing. The teacher I had for one class was the teacher I had for English was probably gonna be the same teacher that taught me medical languages or whatever they call it. Like these teachers switch class. Like, come on, bro. Like, what are we doing? It made no sense whatsoever. None whatsoever. And it was a program that was only supposed to be a year long, but because of the test, because of the results of the test, they had to add an extra 3 months on top of the year that I was already supposed to do in order for me to take the prerequisites to qualify for the classes that still weren't even the classes that I came to study for. Because you still got to take science and English and history. Why are we taking English in a medical history? I mean, why are we taking history in a medical facility? I don't know, but yeah, fuck college. That's my opinion.
Excuse me. So there's going to be a movie night that we're going to do. And that movie night is going to be related to a particular movie that I'm going to be the first one. I wanted to be this particular movie. There's two movies, right? But one of them, it's a movie called Sicko, right? And in terms of the movie, what the hell is his name? Roger. The dude who made Sicko. Oh my God. This is what you call brain fart, yo.
I know of that. Oh, you talking about Michael
Moore.
Michael Moore, yeah.
Michael Moore. Yes. Thank you. Yo, Sicko, literally, he did something where he took people out of the country who were experiencing some ailments. I'm not going to go too far into it. And he was able to see that he took them to a different country with their prescription.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a prescription that literally cost a couple of dollars and change. It was the same exact prescription. It was not generic, same brand name. It was only a couple of dollars and change. But they were charging that person a few $100s and change in the United States for the same exact drug. I believe our consumerism, our capitalism and our consumerism plays a part. And it has a certain inference point of the demise of certain things. We talk about Western culture. People talk about modern women, modern and Western culture. It's us. We're the Western culture. Capitalism is us. We were founded on that. Capitalism has seeped into our medicine and how we treat people. Look at medical insurance worldwide and look at medical insurance we have here. Just think about it. You realize that, what is it? We only have the best doctors here. There's no good doctors in Colombia, Dominican Republic, and other countries. No, people don't scalp the way that it happens within this capitalistic society. And it's also seeped into education. It seeped into education. So I'm going to read something to you. All public colleges in Germany, Iceland, Norway, and Finland are free for residents and international students. And some private schools in the European Union don't even charge for tuition either. Many are going out of their way to attract foreigners by offering programs taught entirely in English. And this is from Money CNN segment. All right. So, TT, people considered it a scam. You know, running in people's pockets and using the hustle of the prerequisite courses. Even in real college, you know, prerequisite courses, I believe, are a hustle. Why? Because what they do is you come in, you take a placement exam. If this is a college, then more than likely you're going to be doing college level work. But what happens is the exam is supposed to determine if you're going to be doing AP calculus or remedial math. But the remedial math part is the hustle. Why?
That's the fucking hustle.
That's the hustle. I'm going to tell you why that's the hustle. Because remember, that's a college. So if it's remedial math, that means it's high school shit that you needed to be brushed up on. But they're charging you the cost of real college credits. For that high school shit you was getting for free.
Dude.
You feel me?
Yeah. Check it out though. I think I know why.
So,
insurance. I think that's something we haven't touched yet.
Let's talk about it.
Insurance in every category. And I mean, from hospitals to like in this situation, right? It wouldn't be insurance, it would be student loans being the equivalent to insurance, being government sponsored. You know what I mean? When you fill that out, they kind of like, oh, we'll do your paperwork for you. Don't worry about it, buddy. We got it. We'll get you in here. Don't worry about a thing. Pay for it all on the back end. You know what I mean? Rooms to go. 3 years, no payments. Think about it in 2027. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think when you got people with nowhere to go, with parents that are desperate for their children to be better, and they're pressuring them to go do something, then it's almost like that same meal, that same grind. Like you say, you put people in a desk for 8 hours as a child to teach them to sit at a desk for 8 hours when they're adults. The same thing. It's like just feeding them into that grinder, putting them in all this with all of these promise of grandeur when you get out the other side. But when you get out the other side, should you get out the other side, you realize that whatever you were studying is now obsolete, and now you need something new that you didn't learn in college. It didn't give you any actual practical experience. There's allowed to be a lot more. I think that's why the technical trades, and we'll get into that on the careers, but the technical trades and those are should be looked at with a little more regard than as much prestige as we give to the four-year universities. When you can just get straight to what you came for. I think going to college without knowing what you came to get is a waste of time.
So special shout, before I bring somebody else special up here, I want to send a special shout out to my boy E Blizzy, aka E Black TV, aka one of the fastest movers right now. If you think people have moved fast, you guys don't understand how his page is jumping. But he actually brought up in one of these.
Oh shit, that's why he over there laughing.
Go to say it again.
Keep going, Chef. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yo. So E Blizz, did I say some dumb shit? I don't know. Did I have a pause moment or something?
You go watch the chat in about 2
No,
seconds.
that's the chat, bro.
Where you see why Watts balled up like that.
Okay. So Hey. Yeah, she remember that was the same person. Remember who that is? That's the person that made me choke on that wine. Remember?
The finisher. That's the finisher right there.
Yeah, that's the finisher.
Wow.
But yeah, I want to say E Black. He had an episode that he did. Please go subscribe to his channel. It called E Black TV, and it talked about W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington's, conversation and debates in terms of what each thought, because those were, in terms of intellectualism, in terms of education, those were like the Malcolm X and Martin, of progressive Black education. So their debate was pretty dope. But in the meantime, I'm gonna let Vic drive real quick, but I want to bring in one of the special people on. Mr. 100 Watts. I mean, Mr. 100 Watts, sorry. Mr. Best in the world.
What's good, family?
If you're the best in the world, you're gonna have to prove it.
Right.
Oh, you know I prove it. Y'all know how I get down. You know what I mean? What's good? I gotta give a shout out to my crew. You know that? You know what I'm saying? I don't care what they say. We don't care. Grinding. We don't care.
Vibing
hey, Chef.
all night long.
Chef, when they have the Caribbean Day Parade over the summer, brother, yo, I gotta march to that. You know what I'm saying? I gotta march to that down Eastern Parkway. You already know. You know what I'm saying?
How you been though, bro?
I'm good, man. I'm doing great, y'all. Today's an off day. I have one off day this week, so that's good. Actually, I have two. Actually, matter of fact, yeah, two.
Nice.
So that's good. 2 off days is better than one. So, with that being said, y'all, I heard y'all speaking about emotions a little bit earlier. You know what I mean? And about controlling your emotions, there be it. And I wanted to speak to that because, if I may,
drive real quick, bro.
Gotcha.
Now, as a certified computer technician, what's going on, Danique? I see you. A certified computer technician, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've had to learn how to definitely master my emotions, because when you work in the tech field, sometimes you're like you're the only person of color there. You're the only Black dude there. So like, it's like you see like everybody there, and then like you just by yourself a lot of times. Sometimes you're in the lunchroom, you by yourself. Sometimes like this dude dying. Sometimes you're just doing everything by yourself. Sometimes they'll say little comments that are off-putting or basically racist. And I remember one time it was around Dr. King's holiday, and they started making fun of like the holiday or whatever. And I had to keep my composure, you know what I'm saying, because I work under contract as a computer tech. So when you work under contract, you're not a part of their staff, you're just contracted. So the contract could just end for whatever reason. So they test you, you know what I mean? They really test you, and you really got to master your emotions and stay focused on your task. And those things are really, really hard, man. They're really hard to do at times, especially, I come from a crazy neighborhood. I come from Brownsville, you know what I mean? So Chef know what I'm talking about. So it's real. So having to learn how to switch that off and just stay focused is definitely hard. Shout out to Quantum Love Metaphysician. What's going on, sis? You know what I mean? So
She already getting too much love from the fellas already.
man, yo, Vic, I'm gonna ask you a question. Yo, how you feel about that new Batman, bro? That's about to drop, baby.
Which new Batman?
The one coming in 2 months. The one coming in March.
Hold on, man. I'm gonna do this shit right now. Who gonna be the Batman? If it's Ben Affleck, I don't want no smoke with it.
Nah. It's not him. It's not him. I don't like him either as Batman. It's homeboy from Twilight. Boy from Twilight or 50 Shades of Grey, something like that. Yeah, I think Twilight. I think it's him.
That make it any better. I gotta look this shit up. See if I approve of the new Batman.
Yeah, it looks smack. It looks smack. It's a young Batman though. It's a young Batman when he first began to start. You know what I'm saying? Which they never ever really covered it like that. I mean, they kind of touched on a little bit with Bale a little bit. You know what I mean? Kind of the upbringing or whatever. But he was a little bit older by the time they got to that point. But this is like a young Batman. It's like he really trying to figure it out. So yeah.
Oh! I see. That is the Twilight dude, Robert Pattinson.
Yeah.
That sounds goofy.
I gotta see what he looked
It
like in
do
the
at
damn
first
suit.
though, but when you look at the preview, like yo, homie
I gotta
kind of
see
got
what
it.
he
He
looked
kind
like
of
in
got
the
it on
suit.
lock. You know what I'm saying? Kind of got it on lock, man. You know what I'm saying? What was the topic of discussion y'all was building on though?
I don't know. You ruined it.
Yo, Vic is hilarious, yo.
Nah, yo. Let's go. Let's go with what you was talking about though.
Almost
About
definitely.
you said the being in a field where it's not a lot of black men around. You said you were in a situation where people were around you, but they were joking about Dr. King's birthday. Is that a thing?
Yes, that happened. Yeah.
What kind of things were they saying?
They was like, this is not a real holiday. Why is it recognized as a holiday? You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah, it was very disrespectful, bro. I went home and I cried. Like I literally cried because
How did you address it? Did you address it at all
I couldn't
on that
because
on that time?
I couldn't because I'm a contracted employee, which means that like they can end my contract at any time because I'm contracted through the company. I'm not a certified employee, so I have to keep my cool.
Right. So he's not bargaining. He doesn't have the same protections as somebody that's literally onboarded at the company. He's a contractor, pretty much. 1099.
Yeah, that's what I am. A 1099. Yep.
So when you said when you got home, because you couldn't, is it because you couldn't address it, or you just felt that passionate about the issue, but or a combination of it? What you say you cried when you got home? What was your thought process before you felt overwhelmed enough?
I was angry. I couldn't address it. I was sad at the fact of what they were saying. It was both. You know what I mean? And so it was both of that, and I just had to release, man. I had to release, and I just needed to, shed those tears, man, because it's like I really worked hard for my career. Like I really worked hard to become a 1099. Like it's not easy being a 1099, yo. Like for real. So, you know, once you achieve that status, like you got to still, keep it going. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like it's not like I can sit back and relax. Like I still got. I'm certified in one area as a tech, but I got to get certified in another area, which is coding. So, you know what I mean? Like that's like how I have to just stay focused on like my career path, and it's not easy. It's not easy. I get offers a lot, because I've been in the tech field for over 5 years, so I get a lot of offers. But it's still, I still got to stay on my grind. I still got to stay focused. You know what I mean? You muted, chef.
Thanks. Let me give a little context for the folks that may not understand how 1099 work. I think Vic's camera is frozen. So once it comes back, I'm going to pull him back up. But for the folks that don't understand, the 1099 is on screen. It's a popular term for independent contractors derived from the tax form, the 1099 form that their employees are required to fill out. The thing is about 1099 employees, a lot of times, let's say it's an hourly position, a 1099 will normally get more per hour than a regular employee of the company. Sometimes almost 50% more in salary. But there's a degree of responsibility that comes with it. Why? Let your ass get sick. When you're a 1099, you're not covered under company insurance. You're not covered under company insurance, and there's certain protections that you don't possess.
Don't you have
what
to?
I'm saying?
And correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you have to pay your taxes out if you're 1099 versus them taking it out the check?
Let them know. Talk to them. Talk to them, Mr. Best in the World.
No, they take taxes out my check. They do.
I wanted to let him answer based on where he's at, but normally the company is responsible. Once you're a full-time employee as well, you know what I mean? There's certain responsibility that the company has on their books where they're gonna have to pull that out. Taxman ain't playing. Uncle Samuel is not a joke.
Uncle Sam, the biggest thug we got in this country.
Uncle Samuel, man, he's dead, man.
That's like that. My phone act like it gonna force me to restart right now. Talking about an update. Update your.
You on Wi-Fi. I remember, I used to be in the middle of something watching a good movie and they tried to tell me to update and I'd turn the Wi-Fi off. Yeah.
Okay.
He was like,
hey, Mr. Best. Hey, Mr. Best.
I
want you. The reason that I asked you to speak on that part because I had something in mind when you said that. It made me think of something. I want to read something to you, and I want you to react to it and tell me how it compares to what you thought.
Definitely, bro.
There's a guy who raps by the name of Big Crit.
Oh, that's my guy.
A guy by the name of Big Crit. It's like, hey, there's a guy, they called Jesus, he was a cool dude, pretty humble. Hey, that's Big Crit, son.
Hey, the Crit is K-R-I-T. Big K-R-I-T. King Remembered in Time is what that actually stands for. Mm-hmm. Now, let me read it. Okay. Let's be honest. The real reason I'm here, to be clear, I was never the man of steel. I fell victim too many times to count. Too many times I've died. Too many things I doubt. Not enough love in my house. My house is not enough. It's filled with pointless things, and those things keep piling up. Those things will leave you crushed if they fall. To be real, I don't think you feel me at all. Can you hear me at all?
Dang.
Bars.
How the fuck am I supposed to follow that shit now? Hold on. Confucius say, he who go to bed with itchy bottom, wake up with smelly finger.
That's the worst. That's the worst.
Oh Lord, well, I took it to a different direction.
Hey, I think you're the first one whoever said that correctly because I've heard it a bunch of times and it never made sense until right now.
We quoting Confucius.
Hey, what you think of? I can explain what I got, but what did you get from that, Mr. Best?
Man, heavy is the head that wears the crown. You know what I'm saying? That's that king shit. Like when you a king, that's what you go through. There's a lot of lonely nights. You know what I mean? Your family ain't really what it needs to be. You know what I mean? Sometimes, as the great Jay-Z said, you got to learn to live with regret. You know what I mean? And you just gotta soldier on. And sometimes people ain't gonna understand where you're coming from because they're not dealing with what you're dealing with. Sometimes they just think that you just got it good. They're not understanding that you got to struggle too to get to that point. Because at the end of the day, it's like when brothers get to the NBA, right? A lot of times they like, oh, so and so, well, he should. Yeah, I know he handed out turkeys. I know he did this. I know he did that, but he should do more. But it's like maybe he got other stuff he's battling too. Maybe he got like 15 brothers and sisters that he's trying to take care of. Maybe his mom was strung out on crack. You know what I mean? Like maybe there's other stuff that he's battling and he wants to do more for the hood, but he got to take care of home first. You know what I mean? Like, so, and let's say he has a bad relationship or a spouse that's trying to milk him for everything he got. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Or a child that has certain issues. Like there's certain things that's going on. People that maybe they want to do more. Excuse me, but at the time they're not at the liberty to do it because their personal life may be in shambles. You know what I'm saying? So it's easy to judge when you're not in that position or in that spotlight. So yeah.
That's the same as when people was judging Kendrick Lamar for buying his sister a Toyota for her or for graduating. Like, you should have got her a Range Rover. Like, what? Like this, yeah. Anybody who's not in that situation is always free to just judge some stuff. But what I got from what he said is a lot of times people get into these positions. They get into these light positions, and sometimes off of instinct, you go get you a couple of chains, you get you a Lambo, probably get you a $1.5 million house, and then by the time you finish buying everything, you look at it and be like, this wasn't what I was looking for. You know what I'm saying? People get lost in trying to keep up with the Joneses than actually how can I say? Actually taking advantage of the levels they've reached.
You know, they know the timing, family. It's that timing.
What'd you say, Chef?
Say it again. No, I was saying it was that timing. I was talking about the kids.
She always got a timing. She was knocked. I'm telling you, knocked out sleep. Soon as vibing went off, Daddy. She know when I'm going live. Every time I do it, she wake right back up.
She hear vibing. She know vibing now, yo. That's the signal. That's the signal. And it's funny. Whenever the song would come on, my daughter, she called Ro. The Ro Papers, the artist. She'd be like, Daddy, I love Mr. Papers. Mr. Papers song. Vibing. It's so cool. Mr. Papers. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna bring Ro Papers up here one day, as a matter of fact, man. So y'all know who this dude is, y'all be vibing to. But on a side note, I want to go into a conversation because remember, this is Tuesday night rant session.
Yeah.
Right? It's a Tuesday night rant session. So here's what I'm going to do first. We're going to loosen it up for y'all real quick. Going to loosen it up real quick before we go into the next piece. Let's talk about it. Hold on a second.
My first thought was a...
Oh, wrong one. Wrong one. Damn it, man. I was trying to be smooth with this shit. Remember, we moving with this thing as we...
All your homies know, even your very best friend tried to warn me on the low.
His best friend? That's not his friend. Your friend would never be behind your back talking to your girl about some stuff. You could see his suck ass doing it too. You're saying I could treat you better than him, you know what I mean? If you... Not only did he violate man code, he violated friend code. Like, you don't go and do that. Secondly, Beyonce a cold piece. Okay, she already done broke up the man. Now she done destroyed his friendship with his best friend because they can't be friends no more. So that's it. And you think she cares? You think she cares? No, because she already said from now on she gonna be her own best friend. So she got a best friend. We're gonna take his best friend. That's some cold work right there. All I can say is I hope it was a black dude that she did that to. Because if it was a white boy, that's a mass shooting waiting to happen. He's killing everybody. He has nobody to vent to. He lost his best friend, his girl. That's it.
That was just entertaining, rant about certain songs. We're gonna have a couple more, throughout the night, but we had to loosen it up. So here's what I want to talk about now. Everybody, if this is your thing, grab you your lighter and spark up, pour you that drink, because now we're about to get to some conversation. There's a word that gets thrown around a lot within these YouTube streets and within community and conversations of community is a term called accountability. Accountability. It's important for us to talk about accountability because this is something people use words a lot and they hear other people use words, but do they really understand the depths of what those words mean? Nah, not really. So we're going to talk about accountability. And what I'm going to do to make this better is I'm going to put this in there for you so you can see what it is. Accountability, noun, the fact or condition of being accountable. Responsibility, right? So I'm going to go give you accountable because I want to make sure that we're all on deck. All right, accountable. Of a person, organization, or institution required or expected to justify actions or decisions, i.e. being responsible. All right? That's what being responsible is. And that's what being accountable is. Cool. We got all of that out of the way. We talk about accountability all the time, right? And in terms of us talking about accountability, we throw it around. Hold on, let me bring somebody in here. My man, House of Hustle.
Okay.
The deal. What's going on with my guy?
My brother.
My dude, right on time. Houston's finest. All right, Houston's finest. Hi, Big Chef. House of Hustle. HAH. All right, thanks for jumping in, family.
He said he big
I
chef.
gotta come show
You
some
can't be
love,
big chef
man.
no more.
Seeing y'all on.
No doubt, you be jumping in right in time. You literally jumped in that fatherhood sip, and you fell in right on time. You like that dude that dropped through the studio and he hit you with the dope ad lib to your verse.
Okay.
And then bounce. He come into the studio, be like, hey. So we're talking about. I said one of the things we're talking about is accountability, and a lot of people talk about it, but when we talk about it, I don't think that we always about it.
Right.
And so this is where the deep, serious part of the rant comes through. And one of the things I've been doing is making some clips. So I got the fair use situated, but I want us to take a moment to watch this thing right here.
Hef, what's good, baby? What's good, Hef?
What's up, Bess? How we living?
I'm chilling, dog. I like the outfit, dog. Woo!
Man,
I see
everybody always like the outfit. My brother came out smooth. Okay.
That's why I put it on, man. That's why I put it on.
Okay.
Man, I appreciate it, man. Y'all always show a guy love, man. Y'all really started met in these YouTube streets, man.
Nah, we ain't showing you love, bro. We not
Chef,
showing you.
can I say something?
Wait, hold on, I just
I'm
want to
sorry.
make sure. I gotta pop his color. Nah, bro, we not showing you love. It's more than that. We showing you respect. And it's deeper than that. You feel me? Admiration. It's deeper than showing. Showing somebody love is just giving something just to show them love. You earned that. You feel me?
For sure.
My man. But go ahead, best in the world. What do you think, huh?
My bad, Chef. My bad.
No. You good,
man. Hef, okay, listen. So, and this is for anybody that's single. If you're single on here, I'm throwing. This is not for you, Chef. You're out the game, baby. Sorry. He glad to be out the game. You see, he got the shades on. He chilling. But for anybody who's still in the game, non-gen relationship, so we doing this little romance series next month for all the single people. All right. So all the single ladies, all the single, homies, the men come through the non-gen relationship. We're doing a little matchmaker little thing, man. Come shoot your shots. You know what I mean? Come make some shots.
Hey. What you say the name of it is again?
I'll chaperone the event. I'll chaperone just to make sure.
Chaperone.
Good.
Hey, what you said the name was, Mr. Best?
It's gonna be a little non-relationship, a little Love Jones thing. You know what I'm saying? We're getting a little Love Jones thing going on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. February's the month for love. Come get that cuddle buddy. Holla at him. You know what I mean?
All right. Y'all know they got that knowledge in relationship, the knowledge in relationships condoms at Racetrack, Quick Trip.
Oh yes, we definitely will have that for you.
Piggly Wiggly.
I seen that nigga on the other street selling peppers, bro. Yeah, bro. Don't do it.
Wait. No, that was a joke. Vic talking about a joke that I said way back. I said, yo, the one thing I would tell you never do is don't ever buy condoms from a dude that also sells peppers.
Wow.
Talk about the okie doke.
Right. Yo, so let's drop something on you, man. We would talk about accountability. All right. This is a real one. This goes about 3 minutes to change, but it's real. Please listen, y'all, because we want to talk about it. All right. Let's go.
Every culture on this planet has an underworld. Every culture. Chinese, Japanese, European, African, name it. Everyone's got an underworld. Do you know what black people's problem is? Our underworld has become the norm. Our underworld has become the standard of who we are. So all the fucking idiots, all the dirty, nasty, sensationalist underbelly of who people are has risen to the surface when it comes to black people, and we now see that as a norm. So of course, go and show your fucking pussy yeah, on the internet. Go on, show your ass on the internet. Yeah, talk about how good you are of a drug dealer you are. Go on. Just sensationalize drug dealing and do all of that shit and then be like, oh yeah, that's how we are. That's not who we are. That is not who we are. I'm getting very fucking tired of black people acting like dickheads. Acting as if the norm of us, as if the underbelly, as if the underworld of who we are is the upper echelon of who we are. Do you know how much we gotta fight just to get seen as normal? And for other people to not think of us as drug dealers or as trappers or as people who know how to twerk and all this kind of shit. All we do, when I scroll through all the socials, the things that are getting the most hits, the things that are getting the most likes, the things that are getting the most views, is sensationalist bullshit. It's the underbelly of society being shown as the upper echelon of who we are. We're better than this, man. We are so much better than this, and it is pissing me off watching black people become the most dumbass nation, the most dumbass people on this planet, and people just expect that as the norm. Like I'm a student of history, and we come from civilizations that mapped out star systems. We come from civilizations that built pyramids. We come from civilizations that had mathematics and had all of these things. And now all of a sudden, we reduced ourselves. All of a sudden, we reduced ourselves to nonsensical behavior. To nonsense. That's just who we are. We're just nonsensical people. But this is the thing. The majority of us aren't. The majority of black people are law-abiding, nice, cool, calm, collected, focused people. But that doesn't get sensationalism. That doesn't get, not sensationalism. That doesn't get shown. That doesn't get put in the media. That's not what's getting the likes. That's not what's getting the views. What's getting the views is the dumb shit. And if any one of you, is feeding into the dumb shit, don't come on my page, man. Don't come on my page, because this page ain't for black people acting like idiots. And I don't care what color you are watching my shit. I don't care. You could be black, white, Chinese. You can be man, woman. I don't care. But you're not going to see no dumb shit on my page. You're not going to see no sensationalist shit on my page. You're just not going to see it. Because I know from where I came from. And I know I'm better than that. Some black people don't. They believe that's all we are. And if that's our representatives, if the underworld of our lives, of our culture, of our community, becomes the main representative of who we are, we're finished. We're finished, because no one's underbelly, no one's underworld should become the main representation of who we are. Everyone knows that everyone does have an underbelly or an underworld, but that should never be our main representation. Never.
Listen, bro.
Right, bruv.
Listen here, bro.
Right, bruv. We on that same shit.
Well,
all power to the people.
Yo,
right, bro.
I should have queued up the Don DeMarco for him.
Yeah, there you go.
But
drop that anyway.
When I set up, Gato, we're gonna have all of that for you.
Stream deck.
Yes, sir. Before we did the 32 button joint, before we jump into what he said, I want to send some special love. There's Batman and Robin, but we're gonna let them argue who's Batman and who's Robin, right? All right, we got all right, part of the crew called, remember, it's like Destiny's Child and Nighthawks, we Destiny's Child. But when we perform separately, we Michelle, Beyonce, and Kelly. Them two, that's their version too, right? So when they single this Big Hef, the other one, Mr. O Just Living, when they're together, it's player perspectives.
You did.
Right.
Shout out to Player Perspective. Oh, what's good, baby?
What's happening?
I was watching his stuff. I got to come up with a little, hit him with, so I'm from New York. I hit him with you dig, the Millie Rock.
Hey, Millie,
Millie Rock on Millie Block.
Shout out to Smurder, what up, baby?
Right. Listen, I learned from everybody. But yeah, man, thanks for joining Mr. O Is Just Living. Big Hef is on deck now. So let's talk about this, my brothers. Because remember, this is a Tuesday night rant session. It's all not necessarily rants that we have, but also covering different rants other folks have. So, in terms of the clips we're playing, let's talk about that particular rant. So, I'm gonna let since Mr. O just jumped in, throw the gloves on. So talk to me. What do you think about that dude's rant?
He made some good points about the nonsense going on in the world, but it's just entertaining, and that's why I get so much traction because the bullshit is entertaining for people, and I guess that's what people like. They look for. We in a culture of like paparazzi and tabloid and reality TV, and that's just where we are today. So you got to have a little bit of information and some game about yourself, and really just some. I think it's more character to like weed through all the things that ain't important. If maybe if it's entertainment, let it be entertainment, but don't make it a part of your lifestyle.
Okay, so let me just kind of push back on you a little bit. I play devil's advocate. The thing is, though, what he's saying is it is so entertaining, but not that it's just entertaining to us now. Where, like, for instance, it's one thing if you like to go look at NROP, NROP, spell it backwards. Don't say it on the show. All right. NROP backwards. If you into that, right? You could be a dude that, go get you a video or whatever and then rub one out and keep it moving, right? And won't nobody ever know about it. But it's another thing if you promote it and share it and invite other people to view it. Then what happens is it's almost a promotion. So I don't know so much if he's saying that, oh, yeah, why y'all watching this stuff? It sounds more like he's saying, why are y'all holding this stuff up?
Why are you waving a flag and a banner?
Yeah, I think that's what I meant by it having so many platforms for it to be waved. And the only reason these platforms exist is because they get attention and traction, and because people glorify these things. And those that really, like the example you gave, and most of the examples would be like tied to the ego, I guess, because there's no reason if you do a particular drug, you could do your drug in peace if it does something for you, but to go out and promote that's
Just
who you
bust the
are.
coke out on the table at the party.
Right.
Well, I was gonna go with weed, but you went there.
Right.
Right. But that's what I'm saying, for you to glorify like this, like, yeah, you're not doing it. Why you ain't doing it? If it helps you for whatever reason you have it for, do it in private until you find a way to free yourself, I guess. But we all have our vices. I just publicizing them and glorifying them probably isn't healthy because people are watching.
Okay. All right. Who next? Who wants
Man,
to jump
look,
at this one?
the black community has become the ass end of all of the jokes. And our ability to feed into it is the demise of our future generations to come. The black man doing the jig for white people was understood as a clown, a mockery, a buffoon. But as the generations evolve or devolve, for that matter, we are worsening this situation and scenario. We don't understand the concept of responsibility and accountability. We're losing the family dynamic. We don't know what it means to invest in our own dollar and feed our own community. Meanwhile, as the young man said in the clip, all of the other races have a place where their ignorances are held and it doesn't go against their growth and forward movement in everyday society. Meanwhile, the things that we are promoting are getting us gunned down in the streets. They're creating a lot of fatherless homes. You got us getting further and further away from financial stability and growth, and we are the ass end of jokes. Nobody really respects our community because we don't know how to keep things in their rightful place. And even worse, we don't even know what that rightful place is. I just seen a video today of a guy I believe was in Chicago, and there was a baby girl that he was talking to. She had to be all of 2 or 3 years old, and he was asking her what set you claim or something to that matter, and she was saying, "Oh, I'm GD. I'm big GD." She was throwing up the fork, the rakes, and everything. She was going hard with it, and I'm like, I get the humor in it. I can see why this is laughable, but at the same time, if Shorty is this intelligent to retain this type of information, why not do this with some stocks or her ABCs, or you know what I'm saying? Put her in position to go in Hollywood and conquer. Like, you have the ability to invest in this growing mind in a way that will take the family from the hoods of Chicago and put y'all in Beverly Hills. But the most creative thing that you could come up with was, we don't laugh so hard when we hear this little baby girl say she GD. And it's depressing that those are the heights of the black man's thinking, and the rest of the world can see it too. Because this video has like 600,000 views on TikTok. So that's 600,000 people who understand what we're doing with our youth, with our young. And then when you go outside in Chicago and you see the number of kids laying slain in the streets due to this gang violence, it's not so attractive anymore. So why is it laughable to put these ideas in your daughter, of all things, in your daughter's head? I think there's some information floating around about how many girls are into violence and gang violence these days, and that wasn't even a thing back in the day. Girls used to love to be girls. Girls used to love to be pretty and cute. You got girls ready to box men in the streets now. And this is what our community is excited about. We happy about. So I think we got a lot of growing to do, and where it's going to start, how do we fix it, is a real conundrum because we really invest in our de-evolution.
See, I wanted to say this one time. I hear the argument all the time where people say it's more black people in jail for selling drugs. And I don't think more black people sell more drugs than they do in the suburbs. It's not. They probably selling more over there, but they not on the corner doing it. You know, I don't get that, to stand outside on the corner and get locked up after locked up when there's other ways to do it with the same thing that you're doing to have more success.
Let me push on that then, oh.
Yeah.
Where I'm from, they got off them corners a long time ago, bro. They on the phone, you know what I'm saying? They getting caught in the car because they getting pulled over at a rate, alarming rate in my city. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of the game. Them jails is filled up, and privatized. You know what I'm saying? So it's a process for sure. So every time you switch up, they switch up.
Well,
It's
y'all
about
talking
money and
about
control.
supply and demand, though. If you are in need of money and this is what you have access to, you ain't gonna let your family starve. You go do what you got to do. But at the same time, those gangsters in New York, those wise guys, they were instilling family values in their young. They would come home from whacking a guy, putting him in the trunk, putting cement blocks on his feet, dropping him off in the ocean or the river or whatever, and come home and still talk to their kids about family values. That's not something that we have a comprehension of, and where that begins at is scary because we are so far gone.
Yeah, that's what
Exactly.
I was trying to say.
Let me build on that real quick. Let me build on that because Hef said something completely really important. It's about moral standards, boundaries, about having a standard, right? So other communities have a standard. Like you said, they could knock you off just as good as anybody else. You know what I mean? But they'll go home and they'll basically take that money and put it into their daughter's college fund. You know what I'm saying? You know, so that daughter could become a lawyer, a doctor, a politician, something of honor and respect, because they know that what they're doing is not honorable and respectable. They're doing it because they have to get it done, and so they play by the code that they run by. You know, and a good movie that shows that is Son of Perdition. You know what I mean? And in that movie, great movie by the way, if y'all ain't never seen it. Yeah, with Tom Hanks.
Oh, you talking about the road
to Perdition. My bad. Road to Perdition.
That was dope.
You know what I'm saying?
Say his name again. I'm not missing it. What?
Road to Perdition with Tom Hanks.
Reddition?
Perdition.
Okay.
Yeah. And in the movie, the older dude, you know, who's older Tom Hanks, he said, look, he said, this is the life we chose. This is the code we chose. We know that we probably ain't gonna make it to heaven, but that's what we chose. So they live by a certain code. These dudes out here, they're not living by no code, and they're not instilling nothing positive, you know, into the children, into the young ones. You know, and back in the day, they would separate those who wanted to be in the streets, you know what I mean, and then those who were doing something else. And in fact, back in the days, you had to basically, you know, you had to earn your stripes to be in the streets. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you try to earn them, and they'll tell you, look, young man, this ain't for you. Go to school. They'll deter you from it. You don't want to do this, go to school, man. You know what I mean? Go get in them books. Go get a job. You don't want to be out here with us. You know what I mean? Now, if he kept coming back, they're like, all right, you sure you want this? This is what it's going to take for you to do this. You sure you want this? You know what I mean? So they would test you. Nowadays, ain't nobody getting tested. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. Every like the brother was saying in the video, every society has the underbelly, but it's the underbelly. It's not the forefront of the community. In fact, the forefront looks down on the underbelly, and the underbelly itself know that they're wrong. With that being said, I'm gonna close out on this point with what I'm saying. You know, I always hear people of color say, you know, guns down, hands up, but we need to get away from all sorts of violence completely. You know what I mean? Whether it's guns, whether it's you know, it's having any type of physical altercation, we need to learn how to use our words. You know what I'm saying? Every other nation knows how to use their words to get what they need and what they want. That's what makes them most effective. They can negotiate by using their words. You know what I mean? Because words are power. If you know how to use your words, you know how to write a contract, you know how to speak, you know your vernacular is sharp, you know how to talk yourself into different circles, man, ain't no sky's the limit, the universe is the limit. You can do whatever you want. Trust me, I know. I've done it. That's how I became a tech. You know what I mean? You gotta learn how to talk yourself into certain circles and certain arenas. You know what I mean? You can still, you know what I mean, do certain things that you like to do. That's a part of our culture. If you like certain foods, you like to wear certain clothing, you know what I mean, you want to wear J's or whatever, you can still do that. But understand, if you move in certain circles or you want to elevate yourself to certain plateaus in life, you know what I mean, you got to learn how to diversify yourself and your options. You know what I mean? If you don't do that, then you will be stuck because the system is built for you to be stuck. So know how to use your words, learn how to use your words so you can become effective, you can be powerful. That's why people respect Dr. King and Malcolm X, because they knew how to use their words. You know what I mean? Malcolm X could have rained down on anybody when he was with the Nation of Islam. He could have came at people super raw and super hood. He could have had people straight up killed if he really wanted to. But he knew that he had to move in a certain way to garner respect by our people. You know what I'm saying? So did Dr. King. You know what I mean? So yeah, we gotta learn from our good examples and let go of the bad examples that we do have and elevate ourselves.
I love your perspective always, and I
Hey,
appreciate it. He always.
real quick,
Y'all
real quick.
cooking.
I just want
Go
to
ahead,
push.
go ahead.
I want to push back
Oh,
a
yeah,
little
yeah.
bit.
And we got to say what's up to our sister, Andrea Lynch.
Oh,
We're gonna call her
Andrea just came
Hey,
through.
tonight.
What's
sis, what's
up?
We're
going
going to call
on?
her our resident ladybird.
What's up? What's up?
What it do?
Yeah, real
But
quick.
I'm going to shut up. I'm going to let y'all cook.
I wanted to just ask Mr. Best if and it's not just to you, this for anybody who believe it. You say there's more of us not like that than that are like that, but they're exposing the underbelly and celebrating that and promoting that, right? But when if we could admit that our perception is our reality, the reason that they're promoting it is because they want to make you believe that everybody is like that. Do this because this is what's in. This is what they're doing.
Yeah,
so it's taking right. So they're taking people who may not be in that number, and those numbers are starting to get a lot closer to even than say 80-20. That 20% that doesn't represent us is growing. And I think their tactics of promoting that are multifaceted. And when one of our elected leaders can call people super predators, they use language intentionally. They have to dehumanize you. They have to make people believe that it is the majority of you.
You better shut your mouth. You hear what I'm saying to you? You better shut your white mouth. You better shut your white mouth. I'm not kidding you.
Chef, you ain't shit. Just for the record. and the only other thing that I wanted to offer, right, is you say we should strive to go without conflict of a physical nature. And I disagree. Because I believe a lot of our brothers are built for combat. It's in their blood. They like it. Taste of a little bit of blood in your mouth. It's exciting. And I don't think you're gonna talk that out of nobody. Some of the brothers are a little more extreme. They got bloodlust. That's something different. But what I'm speaking of is if you could target that energy. That's why you put your super energetic child in a athletic sport or some kind of karate, a combat sport of sort, wrestling. You put those children in things where they can direct that energy in a more positive or appropriate space. But if they don't have no outlet, we've already discussed that there's family members and people who can get you all riled up and you ain't got nowhere to dump it. They don't got no guidance. They ain't getting no real lessons. That's not what they teaching in school, how to handle your emotions properly. When did they teach that? I missed that class.
It was called conflict of interest. It was called conflict at school. They taught that at school. Freshman year, I learned that.
That wasn't in my school, but shout out to whoever teaching that.
School, they taught that how to talk conflict. I live in California. They taught us how to do that.
That's what's up. That's good. That's good.
I'm just saying they taught us how to do that, and I'm just saying some people is choosing not to do that. They're choosing other methods because they don't have no discipline.
What did they teach you in your conflict class?
In my conflict class, when I got in a fight in my conflict class, they taught us to talk about what happened and to talk about why we was upset and what was the problem.
Do you believe that men can always talk it out?
No, I don't believe that. Oh, look out. Some of them are immature. Some of them just want to fight, and some of them just want to pick up a gun because they have no purpose. When you have no purpose, when you think of picking up a gun, and you don't have no value of your next brother.
May I say?
What I say is you can just get in a car and drive by somebody's house and shoot and have no value. When you have no value for somebody else's life, you ain't got no purpose.
Now, there's a difference between murdering someone and being upset to need to go to a level of violence. There's a slight degree of difference. If me and Watts get into a fist fight about a girl, that's a little different than me going back to the car and shooting him afterwards.
May I build on that? May I build on that for a second?
Go ahead.
One of our greatest athletes we've ever seen is Mike Tyson. I mean, shout out to Brooklyn. Chef know who he is. You know what I mean? Shout out to Brooklyn. Everybody know who he is. But Mike Tyson came from Brownsville, which is our hood. You know what I mean? He made himself from nothing. You know what I mean? And even he said that even at his height, he realized that he had nothing. You know what I mean? He realized that just because he wasn't disciplined, because he wasn't using his intellect, that all that meant nothing. And he wound up losing all of it because of his undiscipline. And this man could probably knock out everybody in this room. Not no problem.
Probably.
Yeah, he could. I ain't even gonna lie. He could. I think he could still be world champion, but that's just in my mind. But anyway, this guy is one of our greatest athletes we ever seen. You know what I mean? Mike Tyson didn't eat. But yeah, man. So with Tyson, you know what I mean? He said that, you know, he realized that, you know what I'm saying, you know, he was how unintelligent and how undisciplined he was. And he said that, you know, he had to learn how to read and how to teach himself to be a true man, because everything that he had, everything that he basically obtained through physical combat, you know, it's still instilling him what he needed to learn and be disciplined as a man. So I still think we still need to learn how to use our words. And he's one of the most intelligent men that I've ever heard speak ever. But he had to learn that, he had to adopt that. So yeah, it's definitely a learning curve. It's something that's challenging, but it needs to be learned for us to really truly be effective, or we will lose all the things that we've acquired.
Well, you're gonna keep losing the brothers in the streets. Period.
I agree, and I think Andrea, I think the point you're making, I think that's a bigger point. You know what I mean? As far as the brothers dying in the street.
Okay, so the thing is, what's the solution? Because I don't really hear nobody talking about solution. How you gonna help it? Because when you don't have no value, when you have poverty, when you don't got no money, these are all the things that the Black community is going through right now. So I'm just saying, what's the solution then? Come on with a solution. I'm ready for a solution.
You gotta find the source of the problem.
That's
always the solution.
I'm giving you the source of the problem. I'm telling you what we got. We don't got.
That's not. I want to add something here. And the fact that he brought up Mike Tyson, I really feel like is a great example. The fact that this man couldn't read as a grown man is a problem, right? Yes. That's a problem. What's happening is intentional. Because I agree with Best in the World when he said that there are more people that are not doing ignorant shit like this than there are. The problem is, like I don't want to push accountability off of us in what we're doing. Because I agree with you. There are certain people that are doing stuff that they shouldn't be. But when you look at the fact that we are 40% of the incarceration population, that plays a part. When there are things that are being done to cut programs, to teach kids how to read, to involve themselves in curricular activities, you set them up to do dumb shit like rob somebody.
Okay.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question real quick. Out of everybody on the panel, does anybody believe that Black people commit 50% of the crime in America?
Fuck no.
No.
Nope.
But I do believe it's proximity, and I do believe when you live in a community which looks like you're gonna get crime.
But my pushback against that is, in any neighborhood that I've lived in, it's the same. Calm down. It's the same 15, 20 people. It's not like it's a whole community. It's the same 10, 15, 20 people that's doing the same crimes, rotating through in and out of jail. They go to jail, they come back out, they doing the same exact thing they did before they went to jail. It's a small portion of an entire community that's doing this, but it gets glamorized because one, it's entertaining. Two, it's very profitable. All the people they rotating through that prison system is profitable, and we are the easiest ones to lock up.
It's a business.
If you okay, I'll take that point. But if you understand that's a business, you won't be doing that stupid shit then. Because I have told my son that's a big business. We tell our kids that's a big business. That's how you get you caught up. So if you understand if the black brothers understand and black women understand that is big business and stop doing that stupid shit, then you won't be a part of the big business.
Andrea, can I say something, please?
Yes.
I do really appreciate your passion, and I definitely understand where it comes from because you're very concerned about the youth. I think that these platforms have been designed so that we can have the conversations to acknowledge that there is a problem. And until we can acknowledge that there's something wrong, we aren't going to even have the solution. And so I think it's a push to come up with a lot of solutions. But the solution, although it makes sense with possibility for us to understand, isn't it possible for a young man to understand that if he does this, he'll go to jail? But probability of how we think, we're thinking in factual numbers. 1 + 1 is 2. If I don't have food, I don't eat, I die. So we could say all these things. Like I told him that you would go to jail if you do this. And to us, it's worth taking the risk because we don't know, we don't have the information to know how to maneuver around that. And I get that. I get where you're coming from, and you want answers. You want answers. You don't. Why we don't think like that? Because we don't.
I don't want answers. I don't want answers because at the end of the day I know what the answers is. I got proof that I got the answer. I know what the answer is. Okay, so I'm helping my family, making sure we ain't gonna be nobody big business. But what I'm saying is, if I'm helping my community, okay, I'm a foster mom. I get my kids when they're young because I know about time 10, 11, 12 that I can't reach them. Okay, so I get them when they're young. But what I'm saying is, if that's big business, okay, and we have the conversation, I'm saying to us people on the panel, I do it in my community every day. What I'm saying, if we know that's big business and we know that's taking our youth and our people away, why not have this conversation and let them know this big business? Why not take them around something else to show them something different? My son had worked at the barbershop and swept my guy who owns the shop. Okay, it's just not. I have a village that helped me raise kids. It's just not me.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you could say because one person made it out doing this and not doing that, then everybody, and those are the anomalies. Those are the people that made it in spite of. But the majority is what you're seeing, and life just doesn't work like that in a young man's mind. He's not thinking about it being the way that you're putting it. So it should be an easy decision. It doesn't work like that.
I don't think it's the easy decision. I think it's a gray area. And what I'm saying, I think sometimes we as Black folks don't take accountability and say, no, we're just not going to do this. Period. It's simple.
You're asking that.
I want to come in this.
Real quick. I think, Andrea, you're thinking through the lens that you're thinking through now. I've heard you refer to the 22-year-old self a lot of different times that you thought a lot different then.
And the 47-year-old, so yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So I'm not saying that you're wrong at all, but it's hard for a young person to process it through your eyes without guidance. So there has to be a person there to give them that guidance. And even us saying it through a YouTube page ain't gonna be enough to guide them all the way off of that path of destruction that their life is already set towards intentionally.
And everybody's gonna be different. There's a lot of different way that people see this world, and their situations and how they respond to it are unique. There's no one way to reach everybody to get things to change. Like what we're doing now is the work because we're actually showing that we're available. But do you know that it's not as easy as me walking up to a 15-year-old kid and said, "Listen, look, I'm 40 and you're 15. I know what you're about to do. Don't do this because this could happen." And I'm telling you, it doesn't work like that for them. They gotta come to me for it to even work. I got a
This is true.
16-year-old right now and an 18-year-old that every chance they get, they want to come around me because they learned that what the environments that they in don't work. But if I had to go to their environment and try to reach them, they're not listening to me right now because that's not the way to reach them. I actually reached them through their sister who had a lot of respect for me, and she was like, go over there with him and soak up everything you can. And so every chance they get, they come around, but they had to want that first. They had to be something in them to want that change and look for another way. The reality is this exists, and we don't know how to fix it by the masses, but we working on a solution by having the conversations. And hopefully, even today, when I started my stream today, I reached out to a lot of young boys and say, man, and you'd be surprised how many are hungry but don't know what outlets to come and find the information. But first they have to want to seek it. And that's what we need to change, the mindset of wanting more. Like, I didn't become a man until I wanted to. I had to want to change first. And sadly, it wasn't till the age of 28 when I figured out I ain't know shit. But I thought I knew it all. I thought my way was gonna work. My whole life, I ain't had no man there, and I ain't want nobody. Couldn't nobody older than me tell me nothing. But it wasn't until something happened in my life that made me see that I didn't know nothing. And then I had to go seek that information, and it was available. It was a lot of old people ready to sit me down and talk my ear off and give me so much game. But before that, they were still there. I just wasn't trying to hear it. I wasn't listening. The mind of a child just don't work like the mind of an adult.
And I understand that, and I'm not really trying to not say don't believe Rob, but I watched my father. Okay, I watched him come from a meal, learning how to trade to take care of his family. So I the structure that I had, I learned from him. Okay, and my brothers them too, in the village that he put around us. He took us to people who had more police officers. All my friends, they're professional people, and I made sure that my kids went around it, and the kids that I take care of too. So I'm saying, if you give options to children, okay, if you give them options, and not all the time. People always say, the kids on the football field. Not all the time. Them kids don't want to play football. Sometimes they don't want to do that. So you got to give them options to do other things. And if you don't see, this is what and I do know this. If you don't see options in your community, how you gonna know you got options then?
Right. I agree with, the more information you have, the more prepared you be, the more you're going to make the right decision, being able to measure one thing against the next. And the less options you have, you're stuck in the echo chamber. I understand that. But it's just not as easy. Okay, I know a lot of kids know their options. They still want to do what they want to do. And how do we change that? We are being the example right now by having these platforms. And we have a lot of young kids that are looking at us. Man, I admire that. I had a young kid today. He texted me. I had met him. It was so random. He's 22. And he ended up texting me, man, I told him my YouTube. He said, man, the algorithm brought me to this particular video that he needed to hear. It was crazy because I got a lot of fun stuff. We have some fun over there on my channel, but I do break down some things for some young men who want to hear. And he's like, man, I'm just a 22-year-old kid out here, man. But if you got any mentorship for me or anything, man, I'm open for it. Now, if he wasn't in that mental space he wouldn't have came to me for that. And now I'm able to pour into him because it wasn't because I wasn't interested before. He just wasn't in a state in life where he was able to hear me. See, I couldn't hear nothing when I was lost. And we can't blame it on the fact that it's just the community and examples fault. It's really the environment that these kids is born into. We having these babies without the responsibility of knowing that they need us in a deeper way. But now that they hear, what do we do? And you have so much passion. Do you know how many women could not do what you do? out of the numbers would say that out of 10 kids, how many of them are going to make the right decisions and be on the right path? You're going to have about 3 out of those 10 that are going to do the right thing. The others are going to bump their head. And that's just over time. This life has shown us what the reality is. And that's why I'm saying we got to accept what we know to be true in order to make changes. If we keep talking about possibilities and what should be and could be, then we ain't going to change nothing because that's not the reality.
I agree with you.
I'm glad you do. I'm glad that you stopped screaming because I'm not trying to make you mad. I'm not trying to make you mad at all. I want you to be calm and let's talk. But I get the passion. I respect.
I just want to say that the information that's readily available is very misleading, and for our culture, we're coming out of 400 years of bondage. And you got to think about those first families that are taking those steps into a new world without the same restraints that the generation before them had on them, meanwhile, still having certain restraints on them. For us to expect all of that growth to happen just simply because you are a well-intended person or that you're a great thinker, well, what information do you have to think with? And the things that are put into our into our faces as forms of information are often misleading and BS. There are so many of us running around here calling each other kings and queens. Nobody in the white community is doing that. There was only so many kings and queens available to a civilization. Everybody couldn't be a king and queen. So we mislead each other with these false pretenses every day. Meanwhile, it wasn't even kings and queens in Africa. These was Pharisees. That's a European concept altogether. So even the things that they give us for us to try and feel uplifted by is false information. Meanwhile, they have to go out here in a world where the interest and desire to do good and want more is simply not enough. You have to have the intellectual power of somebody with an insanely high IQ. Meanwhile, idiots like Donald Trump can get gifted $1 million from his father once he reaches adulthood, and he'll say he struggled in life. He struggled to get the money that he has. And it's not inaccurate. $1 million is not a lot of money in this world. Now imagine going into our community and looking where people are at and trying to look at them and saying, well, you're not applying yourself. You're not trying. You're like, ain't none of us on this panel gifted $1 million to struggle to become successful with. You know what I'm saying? And this is our community. This is our demographic. So that's why I'm saying I don't even know where the growth and the change can start or begin, because we are insanely misled and we've went so far down the rabbit hole, it's going to be hard to bring it back. You need a whole reset button for this thing. We are far gone.
Peace to Juwan Washington. Peace to Juwan Washington.
What's happening, Juwan?
Y'all carrying her.
I think the fix, I truly believe the only fix to everything that we're talking about is economical. I feel as though the information that we're taking in, the information we're passing to the people behind us, 80% of it has to be based around finances. And my thought process for that is, all right, let's take it like this. The reason, and this is my opinion, anybody, y'all tell me what you think, but in my opinion, when you think about a prison system and you have white men, black men, Hispanic men that are all locked up, there is a lower value of life on black people. It's easier to throw black people in jail because economically, even though we are the highest spending group of people in America, we don't provide much value other than spending money. We don't bring money into the economy. All we're doing is buying shit. That's all we're doing, just buying a bunch of shit. If we can figure out how to rotate money within ourselves, it's gonna force them to it's gonna force them to want to be like, all right, how can we get money from them into how it is gonna have the other communities looking like, how can we get the money from black people? Now they're going to have to treat us differently because we have the money, we have the backing. Because we do have the money, we do have the backing. Now you have the opportunity to be able to send your children to school to become lawyers to defend you when you go to court, when they're trying to throw you in jail for some bullshit.
I mean, or they just gonna do what they did before, burn it down and make you come by with them. We don't know what they're gonna do.
Well,
I don't
I
know if
like
it's
what
like
Watson's
a
saying, but
one.
where's the starting point?
You stepping on me now. You stepping on me now. You can go
Nobody care
next.
about what
You
Mr.
want to go
talking about.
first? You go ahead. You know how we just had a whole conversation how much we love Watts, man. Behind, we fuck with him heavy, the long way. But I don't know if it's one way to fix what we got going on. That's a start. Economics do make sense, but I think all these other communities, Jews, Asians, they all got gangs. Some of the biggest gangs that exist too. But
True.
so I don't know if that's a fix. As far as like how they treat us in jail, I mean, they told us what they was gonna do, and then they did it. They wrote it in the Constitution. I mean, they put in the 13th Amendment. It's like we gonna get rid of slavery, but we just gonna lock y'all up, and we can call it slavery now because we wrote it down. And then we're gonna come and put these drugs in our community, and then we're gonna lock y'all up for it. Like we saw it all happen. Like that's what's going on. And they told us they was gonna do that, man. This is their country. It's not ours. Got to figure out how to maneuver this. It's a whole lot of psychological things on why we are the way we are. We in somebody else's country trying to figure out how they do things, and they won't let us do it the way they doing it. So how do we move in spite of?
It's something funny that's kind of off topic, but on topic at the same time. I saw a conversation where people were mad at a guy for saying Eminem is the greatest rapper. And, obviously I feel different than that, what I'm saying, in a world where Busta Rhymes and Jay-Z live. And, what I'm saying, like I felt like that was preposterous. But then I got to thinking, English isn't our language. We were thrown here and given English, and we created an art form based around a language that isn't ours. So logically speaking, mathematically speaking, they're going to be able to perform an art form that is everything that their system is built around, more likely better than us. And when you look at what they base Eminem being the greatest rapper off of, the word usage, the correctness of it, and so forth and so on, yada yada yada, you're like, huh. Well, I guess those things are fair within reason, but as I said, it's not even our language. So of course you'll be able to do better speaking your language than I would be able to do better coming into your country speaking your language. The same way we get frustrated with a foreigner for having bad or poor English.
And see, the point of the perspective we trying to add to this is that we talked about it. Hef uses a lot of metaphors. Y'all think he's off topic, but he's actually right in the pocket. The thing is, we're trying to measure our success and what that is based on the way they do it in their country, when they can literally, whatever we do, they can take it from us. So to try to achieve things at the way that the European mind would do in their country, if we doing too much, and we can never become the more dominant race here. That's not gonna happen. Or we going to war. So it's not gonna happen. So like they gonna let us do what we can do as long as we stay in the pockets that they give us. Now, if we abide by the law and we keep the credit up and we stay out the jails and we move different, then maybe we have more options available to us to accomplish some things. But we are on the bottom, and it is intentional, and it's not ours. It's not our language. It's not our government. It's not our money. It's not. None of this is ours. And not even a way of thinking or how we learn on the curriculum. This is not ours. We're borrowing it all. So rather than we're failing at this, and if we do this like the way they do it, then we can be up here too. How do we maneuver in the world? Well, now we know that doesn't belong to us. How are we maneuvering this to get what we want?
Well, the first thing that they did, with them being all from different countries, is they took away the identification of Italian, Irish, Dutch, and they started calling each other white. You go to other countries and they still refer to themselves as their native country. Well, here, the white people did something insanely successful, and they tore down those lines and they said, oh, we're white. We're white. Meanwhile, you go back 70, 80 years, maybe even 100 years, and they were fighting each other because of these lines that they drew on the map. Oh, you're Dutch and I'm Irish. Let's fight. Let's bang it out. Somewhere along the lines, they was like, fuck all that. Let's just get money. Let's just win.
So we have to take from that
type of headspace, that type of mental space where we understand some things are important, some things aren't, and the things that are going to benefit us the most, the things that are most valuable, is what we have to focus on. And I would love to be a part of that change, but I don't know where it starts. Does it start with the individual household? Like every individual household has a uniform way of thinking, and they send all their kids out the door with that unified thinking? Does it take us building our own schools and creating our own education system? What does this look like? We can't imagine what it looks like because we haven't had that opportunity.
Like, you ever think why we really are behind is because what we haven't figured out is the fact that we are the only group of people that got so many choices, and we're so competitive too. Like, we got so many religions to choose from. So we got all kinds of entities within our group of people, whether it be on the bad side, on the good side, religious side, whatever we doing. It's always so many choices to choose. We're against each other on a lot of stuff, a lot of things, the most out of any group of people.
ZB been dropping gems all night. ZB going hard in these comments.
Yeah, ZB going hard. He's going hard. He said we have to reprimand the government for disenfranchisement of blacks while simultaneously boycott every holiday and minimize our spending and participation in their traditional endeavors. So I see where he's coming from, right?
100%.
So now, because we are about action steps, we have
that makes a change.
Everybody may not be as mentally elevated as you, ZB. How do we reprimand the government?
But that's kind of like what we're saying, though.
He said I'm going to get that point about reprimanding the government.
That's what I'm
How do we
talking about.
reprimand the government?
Yeah,
by being active within the process, right?
This is my point. It ain't our government, so we can't do nothing until we are one as a people to even make a plan to maneuver within their system.
Yeah, I'm using the term reprimand the government, though. I'm talking specific action step in terms of reprimanding the government. How do we reprimand the government?
How many answers
we vote, or we don't put certain people in office, or instead of us just sitting there as a community voting for a president, but then we don't pay attention to who's our aldermen, our councilmen, the people that literally show up at the high schools to come and talk to the kids all the time. You know what I mean? How do you reprimand the government? The way that you reprimand the government is to actually utilize your voice within a piece of that process, or divest yourself from that process so that that government will have a lacking and then be forced to come to your table. So when I was saying, because he mentioned reprimand, I just want him to be clear in terms of reprimanding a government. Is reprimanding a government picketing?
Do
Right?
all the solutions come down to the government conceding to us at some point? Like, I don't think that will ever happen. Whatever we figure out to do, if they want to take it away, they can do it because it's theirs. It's their government. It's not. It don't belong to us. I don't know if we need to figure out how to do that, and instead of figuring out how to be successful in maneuvering with what we got. We way too divided for that anyway. We got how many religions we got as a black? Like so many. It's so many. We divided with everything. We ain't not one of us, group of us, do one thing.
But don't you think if you work in the system, because I just asked a friend of mine, if you work in the system and try to with the government, like we go vote, we go legislate, or you burn the whole system down then. So my thing is we got two choices. We're gonna work in the system, or you make the system work for you.
That's what I'm talking
Listen. TV timeout right quick. Let me throw a little something in there and then y'all go with it. One, you're not gonna beat it from inside or outside the system. The system don't work for you. The system is not built to work for you. It's working. People think the system is broken. The system is working exactly how it was designed to work. It's working perfectly.
Yeah.
Running on high cylinders. So and they're planning to upgrade soon. So the real issue, let's deal with the money issue, right? Okay. I just read a bit crit verse, right? He said, "To be clear, I was never the man of steel. I fell victim too many times to count, blah, 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 blah." This is where it comes down, though. It says, "Not enough love in my house. My house is not enough. It's filled with pointless things. Those things keep piling up. Yet these things will leave you crushed if they fall." And I think that's the driving force. Capitalism is the driving force. You gotta hurry up and buy shit. Hurry up and get the same shit your neighbor got. Hurry up and get the same shit your cousin got. Hurry up, because we all got to get in this group together. We all got to go together.
So who's teaching that?
It's consumption.
Who's teaching that?
And we're teaching each other that.
So if we're
definitely teaching that. Hold on. I'm cooking right this moment. Just let me cook just a little bit longer. The point that I'm getting at is that our structure of how we're consuming is broken. Even if we were shopping with each other, we spending money way too fast on a whole bunch of pointless shit that we would kill another nigga over if he tried to take it. Even though we'll throw it out in a year's time and get a new one. So what my real question is we're talking about standards and a code and having a code. How do you find this code? Because a lot of people out here, all religion, don't nobody want to hear that religion. Oh, you said we got too many religions as it is. If religion ain't the answer, and religion ain't where you getting your morals and your standards from, who's defining what morals and standards are? Where do you get this code from?
Well,
without
because
something to turn to.
Well, since we're talking about a whole bunch of people, because we hear this, and I really do get tired of hearing this. Black people are not monoliths. We're not monoliths. We get it. There's not a single, not one group of people that you can go to that's really going to be on the same page. You can't even go to a football team and think they all think the same. And that's what 50 people? You see what I'm saying? I understand that everybody's not going to get the same thinking process, right? But what has to happen is you have to bring people together. You have to bring a pastor. You got to bring the OG. You got to get a teacher. You have to bring people from all of these different spaces that believe these different things and say, okay, these are what I believe in. Now tell me what you believe in. Well, I can take 2 of these. You give me 2 of those, and we put this on the list together. Now we got 4 or 5 different items we can make as a collective. Everybody's not going to believe in the same thing, yes, but if we have a baseline, that's all we're asking for, a baseline, and it doesn't come from one space. Everyone, all of these different groups that y'all keep saying we not monoliths, we'll bring these motherfuckers together so we can have a conversation and understand it.
Look, watch. Most of these other groups, and they have one particular religion they subscribe to for the most part. They all have rites of passages. They all, like you said earlier, spend their money in their communities first. Like Asians do that, the Jews do this. They have their own schools that they send their kids to. The Jews, like they don't
yeshiva. It's called yeshiva.
Man, like everybody got their own system for their people. We divided between Christian, Muslim, and 5% and all kinds. Man, there's so many. I don't want to name them all. And then we got even on the gangs, we got the most gangs. There's so many choices.
And you're not
nothing.
And you're not wrong, but I
And we
believe
sending all the money out right away, like you said. It goes.
and
Alright.
what it is that I've been speaking about, it doesn't require someone to change religions. It doesn't require you to change your sexual orientation or none of that. All that the suggestion I'm making, instead of going to Walmart, go to Ray Ray's Stop and Shop and go shop with him. Now, Ray Ray might not have the same amount of groceries that Walmart got, but you know what? If y'all continue shopping at Ray Ray's, then he gonna have the fun and to be able to put more products inside of his store. Stop going to Walmart. Go to Ray Ray. That's all I'm saying.
The
Ain't nobody got to
reason is
change.
why.
You don't have to change who you are at all. Just change where you spending your money. That's it. That is the
Right.
only thing.
But this is the reason why, what I was saying, the reason why that happens is because of the division. People will not shop with somebody because they don't like their gang, they don't like their neighborhood, they don't like their religion choice, they don't like her sister dated this person. We the only people that's competitive like that about shit. We act like this. This is how we act. We don't want to, I don't want to buy from him. And black got to be the best. It got to be excellent to get his dollars too.
Okay,
It definitely
so
has to be excellent.
So solution is okay. If is Gina's Walmart is cheaper than Cleo's Walmart, because Cleo Walmart shit is high and Walmart over here, Gina's Walmart is cheaper.
See, and that's the thing too. It's very possible that you're gonna go to Gina's Walmart instead of the white man's Walmart, and Gina's prices are probably gonna be higher. It's very
Right.
possible that's gonna be it's very possible that's gonna be the case. You know why? Because there's only one Gina's Stop and Shop. There's only one Gina's Walmart. So what we have is just, it all goes to the same thing. If we can just stay consistent and just only go to Gina's Walmart, if we give her 6 months to a year, her prices are going to drop because she has the ability to be able to change the price point because she has more customers, more product, more flow, and more employees. Everything is going to flow better. You just have to stop being so emotional and be like, oh, nah, fuck that. It's $4 for some milk. I can go get that for $2.95 at Walmart.
Let me support.
No,
Let me support
it
100
gotta
Watts.
be-
Let me give
it
it back.
ain't that.
Hold on 1 minute. Let me say something.
Hold
I want to support what 100 Watts just said. Pay close attention to what he said. We tend to find more reasons not to go to our people. Oh, the ice too cold, the water too wet. Oh, why do towels always be so damn dry? We find reasons to step away from our own folks. I'm gonna throw a question out there. You don't got to answer it, but just let it resonate in your own head. Do you realize that it makes more sense and is more empowering for us to pay for an item that costs $25 in a black establishment, even though you can find it for $20 down the road at the Asian establishment?
That ain't why we shop though. Always, it's always about being the better product. It
But
got
no,
to be
it's
a
just, the
better
thing is,
product.
it's not a right or wrong answer. It's not even an answer you got to give me. I'm just saying, think about it. What do you think? Do you think, I mean, you can answer it. Do you think it makes more sense for the community to spend a few dollars extra within your community, even though you can get the same item
Yes, I
for a
have.
couple
Yes,
dollars
I
less
believe.
elsewhere.
I believe you can shop in your own community. But I have sisters. I got sisters that we don't have this argument, and I have talked to them about it. And this what they say. And I'm just telling you my black sisters say, okay? Because I had this conversation with them. They say is if I'm a mother and I'm balling on a budget, and the Gina Walmart is a little more expensive than the other Walmart, I'm going to where I can get more for my money.
Maybe
Every time.
let me give a different scenario. Like, as I say to
Oh,
Walmart,
before you go,
I
Mr. O, I gotta send a love to the two flowers who just joined the panel. All right, Queen Forever 2K and Juana Washington. Anyone within the
Hey,
sound of her
Queen.
voice.
What you doing in here, Queen?
All right.
Hey guys, hey
Hey
Ross.
y'all, peace, peace.
This
Hey.
is what
What's going
happened.
on, sis?
But go ahead, Mr.
Hi,
O had the mic.
Queen.
I just wanted to greet the
This
flowers.
is what
Yeah.
happened with when we asked like, why everybody shop at the Asian beauty shop and they don't shop at the black one over here? Was because her store is bigger and she got more of the products that they want and they can get them all there. Like it's about how good the product is and the quality and also the price. It ain't like that. Who's gonna go to all these different little shops to do their shopping when they limited on time? This is how people are realistically going to respond to buying black. It got to be the best, and you got to have what I want. The black beauty shop didn't have the line of products that I wanted to buy. They can only buy what they can buy because, like Vic was saying, like they don't have the distributors, they don't have the contacts, they don't have the contracts with mass volume that they buying. So it's always going to be overpriced. You might not have the products you want. Typically, you're gonna have to buy an off-brand just because they can get what they get in their store. This is why people it ain't. And it's also about it's in that neighborhood, and I'd rather go over here. And it's about these little bitty things that none of us are saying. It ain't about spending I'm spending my money over here, and I could be spending the same money over here. It ain't that.
So what I'm hearing from all these different opinions, if I'm to go to sleep tonight with something valuable, the only thing that I can derive from all of this that I can do in order to better our position in this world and in this country is for us to individually focus on our own bag and spend it how we choose to spend it. But as long as we are showing each other that getting your own bag, focusing on your own bag is the solution to bettering your own personal life. I can look on social media and I can see the growth that's happening in certain friend groups of mine. They taking trips regularly, they enjoying themselves, they doing their thing. You can look in the projects. There are certain dudes that's riding Forgiatos. They got the dunks sitting up on 26s. They doing their thing. They having a ball with life. It looks like before we'll be able to get everybody to sit down and have a conversation about how to move as a unit, moving as individuals is allowing enough of us to get ahead in a way that we can enjoy the life that we've been given. I don't know if I'm able to take anything more valuable out of all these different opinions. If somebody has something more valuable,
Have
that
say,
we
let's
all
get the fuck
use,
out of
I'd
this
love to
bucket.
hear.
Have, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying until we all can get out the bucket, the only people outside the bucket got something to talk about?
No, I'm saying the people who found a way within the bucket to enjoy the bucket and do their own thing, still thrive and eat and live and go hard. Because the mom and pop shops have customers. It's not like Gloria's Walmart isn't getting any business. So if she's not getting enough business to grow her status enough to open up different stores in different markets, that's on her hustle. That's not on the black community.
That's heavy.
We are
Gloria
selfish as
had
a
more
people.
investments. If Gloria had more investments in her own community and her own people, and don't worry about who's hating on him or who got this and who got what. If Gloria had investments in the black community, I mean, at least 3 or 4 investments, she can get that Walmart to be popping.
I mean, but at the end of the day, when she looks at her tax sheet, she's going to see that it didn't happen. So she can't go to the black community and say, "Hey, y'all didn't support me." How many of the black businesses didn't even get as far as Gloria did because nobody supported them? She was obviously business savvy enough to be in business. So she got the opportunity to play in the game while other companies, other businesses didn't even get out the gauntlet. So this means that whatever she did to allow herself to become established, she needs to do more of in order to grow to the next level. They call it a game for a reason. So whenever you're playing the game, you got to know to get to the next level. You got to grow this thing. You got to build it up. You got to increase your abilities.
We are divided and selfish as a people. I don't see no way. How do we come up with one thing for all of us?
Stop badgering my people like that. You did enough. You making my people look bad now. You telling all the dirt now. Knock it off. Hey, look. I'm gonna pass it right.
That first, we gotta come together to do anything.
I'm gonna pass it right back to you right now. Queen Nita just stepped in the building. Shout out to you,
we
Queen.
got the flowers too. I don't want y'all to forget that.
And Miss I didn't hear from Miss Joanna just yet, so I wanna lead into a question. I want to lead into a question for you ladies. Now, my brother Hef was talking about something that we could take away from this conversation because we move in action steps. Now, I want to redirect it to something that's a little more tangible that we can do something about outside of finances.
Please.
And we were talking about the gang violence and the just violence in general between our young men in particular, because it's not really honestly our young girls that are in the middle of those violence. Those young girls are usually hand in hand with a violent young man. So I'm gonna go out off on a limb and say that when they told us when we were young that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. And I think a lot of these kids are going home to empty houses and empty refrigerators. And nobody's reaching out to them. They got a lot of free time. They're not being checked in on. Social media is raising them. Their friends is raising them. TV is raising them. And the only people that they got to look up to are the OGs around the street, and they OGs ain't 30 years old, because all of the other OGs who did have a little bit of code, a little bit of structure, a little bit of reason, a method to the madness, they all locked up or dead. So we're leaving our children out here, but we use a stat. See, stats can be used against you. So you got to be careful how you throw out stats. And people would like to walk around saying there's 50% of black men are single and childless. If we believe that stat is accurate, then there should be a lot more mentorship going on in our community. And I believe that if you want to talk about answers,
how do you put those two together? Just for clarity, how do you put those two together?
I think for Brother Kwame Brown has laid the framework to the thought process. 3 trades. Now we're gonna get into that when we talk about careers on Sunday and our fatherhood set. But I do want to hear from some of the people that are here today. What do you think about men or people or black people or any people that are looking to change their position, having 3 trades and being trained as young people, not as adults, being trained in high school as a prerequisite, whether it's in school or out of school.
That's one of my life.
So let's leave that at the 100 watts. Let's send it also to the two flowers that joined the panel as well. But go ahead, 100 watts.
No, yeah, I'll be quick. But that's part of my life's mission, right? I've been looking and researching on how people put schools together, because one of the ideas that I have is that when somebody graduates high school, they need a high school diploma and at least one certification in a trade. Ain't no reason why you 18 years old and you have to go to a whole nother school to spend a whole nother 2 years to get a trade. That's gonna cost you more money and stuff like that. I really think that's something that they should have when they come out of high school. Because if you 18 and you can work as a HVAC technician and take care of your moms and your brothers, because your mother been a single mother your whole life, and you can do that at 18, by the time you hit 25, your work experience alone will give you the opportunity to be able to financially be able to put you in a position to leverage yourself to get a better salary or create your own shit. So now you can create a barter system within your community, even if you're not, maybe instead of capitalistic, having a capitalistic mindset behind it, you can start a barter system behind it. But we could talk about that on Sunday. That's just my thought.
Marco. Ladies, let's hear from you. Who wants to go first, Queen or Joanna?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Joanna, you can go. I'm in the middle of something. I'm listening though.
Peace, brothers and sisters. Thank you so much for this great conversation. Are we on the solutions aspect, or are we still on the rant?
Yeah, we kind of moved over to the solutions, but you can get yours off.
Well, as far as the rant part, someone's talked about the crabs in the barrel.
Right.
I don't know necessarily, the truth of all of that, but I do know that so-called Black people do not really support one another. And I tried to allude to that in the chat. People keep regurgitating the story about the Black Wall Street and how phenomenal it was, but we focus on how it was destroyed and taken away. We don't focus though on the fact that it was done, and that's not the only one. It was done all across the United States, where so-called Black people came together and supported one another to have something that benefited them. You all know I have a little taco trailer. I've already experienced a majority of my support comes from white people. I had the opportunity to when I moved my business from one city to another here in the South, being supported by majority white people, and the Black people that came only came one time. And one of the ones that came, she had a complaint. Not one white person at all these 2 years that I've been open since COVID hit had complained about my food or how I do it or my trailer or whatever, but this one particular Black woman did. And that's the type of mentality that we have against one another. And I understand about the other arguments about quality and this, that, and the other, but someone else, I think it was Hef also, who reminded people, or maybe it was Mr. O who reminded people that without the capital, we don't have the access to the distribution. We don't have the access to pay for the things that you might see in a Walmart or in the upper echelons of business without support. So to tie it back into the Black Wall Street, they were forced to support one another because of the climate of racism and Jim Crow. They were forced, but now that we're free to give our money wherever we want, we don't choose one another. We see each other as lesser than the same system that we complain against. So I find it disingenuous on so many levels to complain about, where we are as a people, but we don't seek out no matter what. Like the Asians, they don't buy from anybody else. You know, like the Jewish people, they don't buy from anybody else, but we will. See, and until we reconcile this phenomenon, then no, forget it. We're going to continue to be on the bottom because the little money that we have, the little economics that we have, is spread thinly across the board instead of concentrating it like Dr. Claude Anderson speaks of, concentrating the economics within our own group. And we're intelligent enough to do that, but it's not being done. We're doing our best on a micro level to independently, bring up our mom and pop shops, but we scarcely, support that. Now, the solution. Dr. Claude Anderson speaks about this again, and so does Neely Fuller Jr. We have to, I know this is a, cliche, but we have to come together. I said in the chat, we don't even support, listen, this is how petty we can be. We got content creators now, brilliant Black content creators. It's free to subscribe, but so that means it's free to put money in each other's pocket. You know how easy that is to do, but we don't do that. We take subscriptions away. If we don't like something about somebody's, what they said, or their lighting, or the way they look, or the way they speak, or if they talk too long, or if they're on the wrong side of the red pill, blue pill argument, if they're on the wrong side of the political argument, who like Trump, who like Biden, we take away from one another for these reasons. And we're too small to do that. We're too small of a group to take away our blessings and our support, but we do it. So again, like I said, we have right here in our faces on YouTube where it's free to support one another, and we don't do that. So so the solution is support so-called Black people no matter what. If you want to build something, because it requires that. It requires capital in our pockets to make this happen without the money. So, and I'll leave that to the next sister.
Hey, real quick, Queen, I want you to address this, right? Now,
Okay.
Joanna brought up an interesting topic, and she's briefly mentioned Black Wall Street, but there's a concept that is being attempted in a few different places, very low noise in the news, but a lot of people buying a lot of land, trying to recreate such a community. Now, there's been some talk about a mass migration to implore our brothers and sisters to move to one specific location to be able to dominate the vote and things of that nature, where they can't just red line and jerry rig and play all of these games that they play with the politics and things of that nature. A lot of people have never seen a city where, like Atlanta, where everything is Black. So when we're talking about shopping with each other in a case like that, I don't think you'll be able to convince people to do that. But if all of your neighbors were predominantly your people, you would have no choice. What do you think about that, Queen? And you can tie that into whatever else you were thinking about the situation.
So you're asking me, I'm
about
sorry,
a mass migration.
I think it's a good concept. But I think it's going to be hard to achieve it because of where we're at. And what was it, the Tulsa? That's what they had, and look what happened. So yeah, I mean, everything is a good concept, but it's the execution that gets tricky and difficult. I think people are trying to do things. I think there was a family that bought up, I think they bought up, I want to say 20 or 100 and something acres, and they got like 17 family members, cousins to buy to pitch in and they want to build like a resort and all this stuff for their kids. So I think people are trying. I know for me, I personally go out of my way to try to support Black businesses, even if I pay $5, $10 more. I'm not, if I have it, I give it. I seek out as much Black owned businesses as possible. For instance, if I want to go to the beauty supply store, I'll search out a Black owned one instead of going down the street to the 4 Asian owned ones right next to me. They may not have as much. Their prices may be a little bit more because it's difficult for them to get the products. If you ever go to a hair expo or a beauty supply expo, it's usually like about 5 to 10 Black vendors, and it's over 100 non-Black vendors because they get the hair, they sell to them, they don't sell to us. I do have a friend who was able to go to India and China, and she's from Congo, and she goes and gets her hair and she makes her own wigs, and I make sure, she owns a salon. I make sure I go to her. Her prices are not cheap, but I make sure if I can support her, I go to her. So I really try to go out of my way to support Black owned businesses. I think the problem is that is a lot of times it's convenience, a lot of times it's pricing, a lot of times it's when we deal with our own, we always want a discount. So we'll pay someone else full price.
Every time.
But when we look at each other, like for instance, whenever I would go visit in the summers, and especially May for the African street festivals, I would always support people of color, even though their prices, earrings, whatever, they were very expensive, but I always got something unique. And I felt like I just wanted to go specifically to support and promote their businesses. I think the one thing that we also have to remember that things can change when we have the institutions for the change, meaning a Black owned grocery store in the neighborhood, a Black owned bank in the neighborhood, because it doesn't matter if we support it, if our money doesn't stay in our community anyway. So we don't reap the benefits of it.
I gotta jump in.
I know I brought this up before, I forgot what panel, but if you ever notice that no matter what kind of crisis the world is going through, if you know 5 Chinese restaurants that are open, none of them ever close. It's because they have a community, and it's called the susu.
So I gotta jump in now.
They have a
jump in on you, Andrea.
They have a susu, and the money.
Oh, that's Queen. Sorry.
The money that they have, if one of the restaurants is having a hard time, the money that they put in a collective bank, they loan the people the money, and they say, here, you pay your bills. Your business is slow.
Yes. The Asians call them tongs. Tongs.
I know I was a part of a group out here in the West Coast, and they were trying to work on having a Black susu. And I think the disheartening thing about it was that it was quite a few people, but a lot of people didn't want to participate. They didn't want to give their money. They didn't want to.
Blacks don't want to support other Blacks. Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that.
So when I went to the meeting, it was like 150 people. Let's just say that the place was packed. And towards the end of the 10 weeks, it was about 50 people. But those 50 people still meet. They're going strong, they're doing businesses and teaching people how to do businesses from Africa, like going to the villages and having those connections and having the women from the village make items and sell them, and to give back to the villages. So, it is possible. So I think you have to start with where you're at first. Like if it's only 5 of you, then start with 5 of you. And doing, like, I think you brought it up, Vic, about infinite banking. I think a lot of people don't know about stuff like that. You can be your own bank. Like you can, like it's serious. Like we have to get out of this mindset like, oh, I'm gonna use grandma, I'm gonna go stay at her house and I'm gonna use her credit and I'm gonna buy me a BMW. But grandma, you use grandma's credit, now grandma's credit is messed up. You took a second mortgage on the house that was paid for, and now grandma's almost going to be homeless. Like we have to do better. I mean, the field I'm in, I see stuff. I see the families that are non-black living 15, 20 people. I mean, I know it's a stereotype, but I see them living in a 3-bedroom house, 3-bedroom apartment. And let's say by the end of that year, I'm working with them. Most of those kids got their own house. Most of those kids got, like they moved up because they're putting money, into the family. Like when they come home, their checks go to the family and the family is not using it. Not saying all of them, but they're not using it for frivolous purposes. They're using it to create generational wealth. You got immigrants who are not even legal in status, and they own blocks. How? How is that possible? Because they work together as a community.
Exactly, because I'm sorry, sister.
One more second. I brought this up in another stream. Is that I don't know if you remember that story about it was a warehouse, and I think it was a Mexican worker, and they were treated unfairly or something. They got fired. The whole warehouse walked out. Everybody that was working, it was Mexican, and they all left based on how that one person was treated. No questions asked. They shut that place down. We don't have that unity.
So Queen, I wanna say something before I pass the mic to Joanna.
Go ahead.
There's something specific that I want to state, and it was related to what Joanna stated, and it was related to what we're talking about in terms of us, supporting our businesses. It's not a one-way process.
Yeah.
It's not a one-way process. So let's talk about it. There's a little funny joke that they always say, hey, whenever you go to your local Chinese restaurant, right? The stuff that we order, the shit we order, that's not what the Chinese people order when they go there.
I know.
And that's not the stuff we order is not the stuff that when you see them in the back behind the plexiglass, it's not the same thing that they're eating. All right. Mm-hmm. There's a separate menu. Remember. So if there's separate menu, there's separate items. There's also separate pricing. Pay close attention.
Oh yeah, I definitely know that.
When you're within that community, it's not only you supporting that business, the business is also giving you some sort of incentive for supporting them. And it's a community-based incentive. When you're in the synagogue, it's almost an almost corporate hierarchy within the synagogue, right? The people loan each other money. There's tiers in there. There's ways that both the consumer within that collective as well as the business owner are both able to find some resonance within looking out for the other. And part of the greater good is the empowerment of that collective that they're all a part of. So, is it just the consumer? Nah, I don't think it's just the consumer. I also believe that some part, is put it like this. Do you really feel the brothers and sisters that take black pricing versus other people's pricing? That's not that's not even really what the conversation is, but I'm just talking about how the other groups that we're referring to actually are able to do it.
And Chef, not to disparage any of the words that anyone else has spoken, but to talk about how so-called black businesses pricing is higher no one has an issue when they're buying the Gucci bags and the Prada and the upscale this, that, and the other products. Nope, there's no concern. There's only concern about paying a so-called Black person. For some reason, psychologically, we have embraced the true meaning of the word Black as a condition, which is lesser. And that is my whole premise of my argument that keeps coming back around and around and around. As long as we could, consider it a certain way, and that we don't consider so-called white. Just from that phenomenon alone, we don't feel we're deserving of a higher price. For us to even fix our mouths to talk about the pricing of the Black business without understanding and reconciling that we're patronizing white businesses that charge more all the time. We go online to do that, and that's another thing. It's not so much as about trading with one another now that we have the internet. It's about understanding how to use the internet to get products that we need, that our communities need, and that we can provide that service to them. But when McDonald's gets our order wrong, we don't go, I'm never going back to McDonald's again. If Amazon sends us the wrong item, we don't go, I'm not ever using Amazon again. But we will, to a Black-owned business, say, well, see, they can't get it right, and I'm not going back to them again. And that's why so-called Wall Street has not been rebuilt. Not because someone is gonna some backwoods person or group of people are gonna come tear it down. It's because we don't support the building of it in the first place.
How do you guys respond to that?
I personally think Joanna is right. Okay, in certain instances, because my dad owns a business, and every time, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm keeping it 100. Every time he go measure the house for a Black couple, they always want a discount. But when you go to the white folks, they don't ask no discount. This is a job. This is what the job is. And so I think to me, it always says, why do we think we need a discount?
I'm gonna tell you why.
Why?
Right? Okay. So we talking about street code. Okay. So I'm gonna be using coded language, but understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So if I sell flowers, right?
Mm-hmm.
When my brothers come to buy flowers from me, I charge them this price because they know what the price of flowers are, and they understand that I'm gonna get me, but they don't want to feel like they getting worked. They want to feel like I'm leaving them some meat on the bone. But when my other customers come through, then I charge them full price. I charge them top shelf. My quality of my product didn't change, but I know what my brother expects. I know what these people expect, but he expects, hey, you tax them. But as an unwritten code between us, you give me a break every chance you get. Because we trying to come up. You get yours, leave some on it for me. That's why I'm shopping with you instead of them.
Really?
I so sincerely disagree with that premise, Just Vic. But you didn't state exactly if that's what you believe, how it should be done, juxtaposed to if you're just stating that that's how it's done. If that's how it's done. If that's how it's done, then it's putting us further in the, what do you call it, the proverbial bucket. The crabs in the bucket. You're
put
keeping us in the proverbial bucket by expecting to receive for the same value to a lesser price. I'm sorry to disagree with you on this, but it's just the truth. This is why a part of why we're the status, the so-called Black socioeconomic status is the way it is because we continue to expect something without giving. Now you say, well, that's why I came to you. Well, that's not going to help by you coming to me and I paid $30 for these flowers and you're wanting to pay $10 for the flowers. That's not going to even keep me in business. So I humbly have to disagree with you, Just Vic.
I understood the analogy you were making. I have definitely seen that. That's definitely how people's expectation work. It's if how can I say it? Now I don't. He was saying that that's how it's done. I don't think that's how he's saying that that's how it should be. Because me personally, especially when I was doing like my clothing, whenever somebody would come to me talking about they want to come get merch or whatever, and they was looking for a discount because they was my cousin or whatever, nah, bro, like you have to pay what it's cost. Because at the end of the day, to me, if you are supposed to be a supporter of mine, if you're supposed to be my family, or if you're supposed to be somebody to rock with me and say you want me to succeed, why are you gonna put me in a position to be below the why are you gonna put me in a position to do something like that? So now I have to do twice the work to make up for just trying to look out for you. Now I gotta sell 30 more shirts just to look out for you. That's not happening, bro.
No, hell.
Well, what if,
hell
bro? Okay,
nah.
so I'm gonna make
Go ahead,
believe
Chef.
I'm cuz. I'm gonna make believe I'm cuz. Oh, but I'm saying you're gonna release a certain amount for the sample sales. You're gonna let them white folks, you're gonna give it to them for free. If I happen to be some rapper or this, that, and the other, you probably send me a whole bunch. I'm just asking for 2 damn shirts. You're gonna probably send me a whole collection for free.
But you can go over there to Abercrombie and Fish and pay their prices that they're asking.
You don't ask. They don't ask discounts from Abercrombie and Finch. They don't go to McDonald's. They don't go to McDonald's and ask for a cheaper value from the value meal. You know what I'm saying? This is ridiculous conversation. I'm sorry.
The analogy you use, Chef.
Let me clarify something for you, Joanna. I was asking devil advocate questions. I didn't give any stance that I feel or don't feel. I was just throwing the pushback question.
And see
defend his point.
The thing about the analogy that you used though is I probably will send a rapper a box full of shirts, but you know what? If he posts that shirt one time on his Instagram, now I can cut my marketing budget probably in half. But if I give it to my
cousin would wear it for the love, and he would tell everybody. He would wear it for the love, and he would tell everybody about it, and he would, because he loves you, he would tell more people.
I love
that the artist is not doing it because they love you. The artist is doing it as part of potential quid pro quo.
I love my cousin, but he knows what I started this for. And he knows that he only got 200 friends on Facebook. And I don't want to diminish the numbers he got, but this rapper has 2.5 million. If I can get 1% of that 2.5 million to buy one t-shirt.
So you want him to make a sacrifice and spend top dollar for you, but you don't believe that you should make a sacrifice knowing that he's in no better position than you are, probably a lesser position, yet you want him to pay you top dollar and his neighbor top dollar and their neighbor top dollar and not go to Walmart and catch no deals. Keep all the money in the community, but support the whole community for top dollar. Because nobody can afford to buy in bulk to provide him a price that's competitive with the people around him.
And the difference
that's not capitalism, that's communism.
And the difference there is I can hire my cousin to help me work this company and I can pay him a better wage than Walmart can. If he pays for it. I said, and the difference is I can hire my cousin to work with me and I can pay him a better wage than what Walmart is.
Shit, is that what's going on?
That's honestly what it needs to be.
That's not what's happening though.
That's not what I
Okay, we were to, and that's why we're here today. We're talking about what's happening versus what's going to help.
Most of
That's
these
that's been our
places are
that's been our entire
are
conversation.
most of these places are mom and pop, and ain't nobody in there but mom, pop, and son, and or. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got no room for nobody's outsiders. So what we talking about is not them and they family. We talking about the people who are just people who would frequent the area, who may stop at this corner store, but they stopped at yours today. What incentive are you offering them to purchase your product over any other? This is America. If we say that this is a game and we're trying to win it, then play the game. Understand your people. Guess what? Chinese people understand that black people want something for free. So you know what they do? They don't sit up there and say, "Ah, man, take y'all a little bit of money, y'all a little beg and sell, always asking for a discount to get it from around us." No, they walk out there with a little tray and they say, "Try sample, try sample."
And then,
Boom. And they say, "Ah, come on." They walk you right on over there and say, "Hey, don't just take my sample and walk off. Come on, walk on over here. Let me show you where
All
it's at."
right. So let's talk about it now.
And you still end up paying their $20 a plate. The
So
black
hold on.
person still buys. I just went yesterday to Foodlands.
So
I
hold on
just
one
went
second.
yesterday.
How many
I
people?
just,
How many Chinese people did you see in line at that place you went to?
and they were all non-Asian in line at the buffet, and we all paid our $18
Oh, see,
for the
we paying
buffet.
$18 for this.
You
Yeah,
know,
that's different. I'm talking about that $10, Jamie.
but if I can barely get a black person to spend $18, for my stuff, or then you can just go on down the line. Now, I do agree about the randomness of the mom and pop places that Vic was speaking of, and that's why Dr. Claude Anderson was talking about consolidating the businesses, all these mom and pop little small little corner grocery stores with the little cold cut sandwich shop part in it, and whatever. They need to all come together to create one conglomerate business. But see, we don't like doing that. We don't like coming together to make a big. We don't like merging. Most white folks do this merging type thing. Banks merge eventually, companies merge. We don't like to merge. We want to have our individual little mom and pop thing. And so that's a part of the problem where I do agree with Vic that is an issue, but can be resolved with, again, coming together, supporting one another.
Okay, so let's do this because we're kind of winding down the show, and there was going to be one of the final things. We kind of attacked it, and I like the fact that we were able to attack the capitalist aspect or the consumer aspect from the perspective of the business, what things they can do, right? I wanted to end the show, we're going to talk about what we watch, but I kind of wanted to end it, on a nice, cool note.
Chef, I got something to say.
Yo, you keep cutting me off.
Okay.
You know what I got for you? This is what I got for your ass.
Stop! Stop!
Cut me off, damn it.
Steph woke up today and chose violence.
Okay. So I seen this story, and I think it'd be great for the Sunday night episode. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you, because I don't know your Instagram. Okay, so I can't get. This is the only way I can talk to you. Okay, so I seen this black dude on Instagram. No, CNN. He was an ex-football player, and he has a trucking business, and he hires felonies, and he has lawyers to help expunge their records. So I thought it'll be a great segment for your Sunday night episode. Okay.
Wonderful.
We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk.
Just stay on the phone. Don't get off the phone.
Right. So I want to, bring a little bit of silly. You know what I'm saying? And we're
Oh,
gonna
other
talk
than her
about
getting her
it.
ass beat by the cat? Okay.
Oh no. So I want to kind of show you guys something. It's rather entertaining to me.
We got crazy quiet.
Very important conversation, which is how not to act in a motherfucking restaurant. As a customer, everyone will have left. And you sure as fuck don't want me cooking your food. I had a table the other night come in and pull this bullshit 15 minutes before we fucking closed. They told me they were going to be quick, and then they had the nerve to fucking ask me if the kitchen closing in 15 minutes would affect them being able to order dessert. What part of we're going to be quick means 3 courses? What part of the kitchen closes in 15 minutes doesn't mean to you that nothing can be fucking ordered after 15 minutes? Number 3 is complaining about the prices of things you don't plan to fucking order. If you are 97 years old and you end up ordering a $19 burger and fries, followed by a $17 fish and chips and a motherfucking hot tea, I don't want to hear you complain for the previous 2 minutes about how you cannot believe the price of the $60 steak special. You very clearly walked in here with the intention to order a burger and fish and chips. What the fuck do you care how much the steak special costs if you're not gonna fucking order it? Order the expensive steak. Number 4, read the fucking ingredients on the goddamn menu. Read what goes in the dish if you have dietary restrictions or motherfucking allergies. I had someone come in the restaurant a couple of weeks ago that couldn't eat pork. The motherfucker ordered a burger. It'll clearly say on the menu that the burger comes with cheese, crispy onions, and bacon on top. This motherfucker neglected to tell me that he cannot have pork due to his religion and was shocked and appalled when the burger came out with fucking bacon on it, even though he ordered it directly from the menu. He cannot eat the food once the pork has touched it, so I took it back, went to the kitchen, and had them make him a brand new burger. And this guy had the nerve to complain to me that it was taking 15 minutes for them to make him a new well-done fucking burger without bacon. Am I a fucking mind reader? Don't you think if you can't have something, you would fucking tell me when you're ordering food? 16. This one is kind of specific to me because
I'm glad he said neglected because I thought he was about to go somewhere else.
Yo, bro, I thought it was just me. I was like, I don't even want to sound ignorant, so I'm just keep it to myself. Hey, look, bro.
Yo, son, like, you know, Joanna works in food service and 100 watts, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I know so many people that work within the food service industry, right? There was a lot of rants that I was looking to go through, but what was just funny was his particular rant, he got like literally 30, 40 minutes of being a server, you know, ranting about some of that stuff. And his encompassed so much. So I literally edited some of the rants down, the ones that may closely respond to our focus. You know
Chef, hey Chef, I just want to let everybody within the sound of my voice know that I used to work in food service as a server for 14 years, and anyone who comes into a restaurant 15 minutes before it closes, understand that they've been cleaning, they've been doing all kinds of things to get ready to wind down, and so you know your food is being prepared in a manner that you probably wouldn't appreciate because they're trying to get out of there.
Keep it a bean.
They spray all kind of shit in there. Yes.
I just want to let people know. I just want to let people know they're scrubbing things while your burgers. They've got their hand on your burger. They got the other hand. They got the other hand wiping something down, and vice versa.
You fucking.
So don't do it.
You fucking on
So
my
don't do
pre-close
it.
right now. Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you the truth.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, absolutely. You know, so let's allow this young eccentric gentleman to continue with his professional rant. Hold on.
Because I work in a steakhouse, okay? When you walk in that restaurant, there are fucking cows everywhere. There's a big fucking skull of a cow hanging on the wall in the goddamn bar. There's cows all over the door and the logo on the menu everywhere. If you are a fucking vegan, what, by all the cows you see around you, tells you that you should eat here, and there's probably a lot of options for you. I don't want to hear how you think we should have more vegan options at a motherfucking steakhouse. I want to know who brought you here, because they clearly don't give a fuck about you. Eat the goddamn salad and the vegetables and go fuck yourself. There's a ramen noodle place down the street. I'm sure they got plenty of shit for you. That is the equivalent to me walking into a motherfucking Home Depot trying to buy a Tesla. You are in the wrong. Number 18 is the goddamn motherfucking vaccine. I don't want to hear it. I don't care if you have it. I don't care if you don't have it. I don't care if you got it shot in your ass and it turned purple. I don't want to hear your opinions about the vaccine, the government, politics, or your fucking vaccination status. Sit the fuck down and order your food. Number 19, if you just got to this restaurant and I come up to your table and politely ask you if you would like a drink or you would like a few minutes to decide, please do not look at me with your twisted, nasty bitch face and say, shut down. Do I look like fucking Ray Charles? Do you think I didn't see you walk your ass across the room and sit down? I am something that we like to call in America a fucking alcoholic, and when I sit down in a restaurant, I would like a goddamn glass of wine now. So I give everyone the same courtesy. If you don't want it, you can just say, no thank you. You see.
This nigga angry.
Word to mommy.
You know, I had to mix it up. You know, I said, listen, I didn't want to have an angry black man up there. You know what I mean? So
that motherfucker me.
But dude, listen,
he don't like his job at all.
You know what's funny? The funniest thing about it, you see the way he's going off. He's been working in that industry for a long time, right? He's probably good. He's probably very good at it.
The ones that are best at it hate it the most.
It's not hate, or the thing is
dislike.
They've developed such a rhythm and such an expertise in a rhythm for it that they don't have patience for the bullshit.
For anybody throwing off the rhythm.
Hence.
This could have been a good day, and here your ass come at 8:45. No, we close at 9.
Michael Jordan, The Last Dance. He was performed at such a high level, he didn't have time for the regular dude bullshit. And that's why he was so hard on them. And part of it was because of the fact that he was at such a high level. He performed at a high level. His sonic vibration in terms of his physical ability, his synapses popping in order to make his body do things, making his mind will his body to do the things that it can do. That was by virtue of the excellence that he had. And sometimes it's almost as though he didn't have the patience for the mere mortals. So he had to influence them different ways, right? So when you see this guy here, the way he's popping it, he got experience. You know what I'm saying? He got experience, you know? So let's keep it coming, you know, keep it coming.
That it is a Saturday night and there is an hour wait at the door and I am running around as if someone has lit my balls on fire. I have stopped, dropped, and rolled several times. What part of that makes you want to say to me, I don't think I'm going to order anything, but I just want to hear what you have? Why the fuck do you want to hear what I have if you're not going to order anything? And just to add to that, if you are going to stop me when I am walking by with an armful of fucking plates and skillets, which you just watched me clear from another table, you clearly see that my entire body is full, holding shit, so you can ask me what we have for dessert at that very second. Please do not debate with your husband and children for 1+ minutes what decisions you're going to make and what you're going to have while you are watching my branches fall like a fucking Christmas tree at 3. If you are the last people.
Yo, son, I go to restaurants and I see the way people get treated, the way some of the servers get treated. You know, I understand the cost for people that exist, you know, that work in the food service industry. All right. You know what I mean? And what's crazy is that a lot of times, and that's, you know, one of my rants, was how we treat people within the food service industry, you know, in terms of the considerations that we have. Part of the conversation was related to, you know, how we are. Now, this guy, he didn't give any racial connotations or anything like that. He didn't at all, you know, so I'm not going to put that on his record. But we know who it kind of reminds us of. And we all know that we have some of those friends, maybe relatives, you know, that when they serve you, they'll serve you on a paper plate at the crib when all their dishes are clean. They'll serve you on a styrofoam. They might give you a sandwich in a damn paper towel. But then all of a sudden, they get the off-brand stuff at the crib, and then all of a sudden, we go to a restaurant, and they got a problem with everything. The service, the level of service, this, that, and the other. And they almost take on this weird condescending tone that you've never seen before. But solely for the fact that there's someone whose job is them being tasked to serve them. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
I'm so grateful, Chef, that you brought this conversation up. Let me remind your audience and all our friends and family here tonight with us. I've waited tables for 14 years, so I'm so appreciative of this conversation. Let me just say this one thing: if you have no intention of leaving a tip, at least 15% or 20%, stay home. This is not your sphere. This is not your lane. Because, you know, these people are out here working, and they're working hard. And like Chef just said, you know, at home, you used to eating off styrofoam and paper plates, but then you come out in public and you're brand new. You're a brand new creature, you know. So, you know, it's all very disingenuous for me. And let me just also remind people that the word tip is an acronym originally. It's an acronym. It means to ensure proper service. Tip. Back in the day, you would walk through the door and hand the waiter or the maitre d' or the owner or whomever a bill, some cash before the meal, before the drinks, to ensure proper service. And now we witness people come in and they will receive proper service and still will not leave a tip, and that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. I don't care what racial category you consider yourself. That's unacceptable, and I'm grateful that you're addressing some aspects of this, Chef. Thank you.
No, definitely. It's something that, you know, it was one of the rants. You know I used a very eccentric fellow, you know, to deliver it, but it was real, you know. And then I put it up on the screen too. There's two: to ensure proper service, and then the other one is tip. It's an acronym to ensure performance as well. And it was originally administered before the meal, You give a good tip, and that ensured. Damn, it didn't give me the rest. I apologize. That ensured that your tea, water, beer was always full. So the way it originally started was people with that bread, you slide them a little money so they take care of you. That's the way it was. But what happened was many of the businesses started recognizing how many tips, and this started in the more affluent businesses. People started recognizing how many tips they were receiving and the amount. And what they started doing was leveraging the actual hour pay. So some folks don't know that when you go to a restaurant, that server may only be getting $3 and change an hour. And their salary and the taxes that they're charged as well are based on the percentage of the amount that your bill is, whether you tip them or not. So it's something to understand. It's definitely something to understand. We go to these places and then we look at folks, and I see certain people. I don't even like to go places with them. Like there's certain people who will not be named. My old lady knows who they are. If we're gonna go somewhere, I'm gonna go to the place they go. We're gonna go to their restaurant, not some place that I'm a regular at. I tip. And like Joanna said it, she said it. Don't pull out, or don't pull out. I guess that was my issue back in the day. But don't pull up.
Man, I've seen people leave
20% at least.
I've seen people leave $5 on a $70 bill. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Unacceptable.
Oh, one story. That's the last story that I got for you related to that. I went to a Longhorns restaurant, right? And normally I would go to stuff like Stony River or Ray's Killer Creek. I went my lady to a Longhorns restaurant. We went in there. The server was acting all weird, like she didn't feel like being there. So she was like, yeah, come on, come to your table. Got to the table, and she was acting weird and antsy, right? So I ordered a drink. And then what I did was I ordered my entree. Lady ordered her entree. And then I got the salad first. Cool. The girl was like, is that it? I was like, yeah, everything's cool. All right. And then I asked her, I was like, you good? You all right? And she was like, yeah. And she just like stomped off. Came back. Brought the salad. She brought the salad back. There was a hair in it, right? I was like, there's a hair in the salad. She's like, I mean, I didn't do it, right? I guess I'm going to take it back. I didn't feel that she was comfortable with us or with me. And at that point, I didn't feel comfortable with her. I didn't give a damn if it was a 18, 19-foot walk from the kitchen to where my table was. I didn't want her handling my food at that point. And I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I got up. I put $20 down. And I put the salt and pepper shaker on top of it. I knew the drink. The drink I ordered was maybe $10. They brought 2 salads out. One of them went back. So I dropped that down there. Got up, and my lady left, and I said, let me talk to the manager. I spoke to the manager. I said, listen, I'm not trying to get this girl in trouble because she works here, and I'm sure she needs the money. But I worked, and I'm an executive for a big company, and customer service is what I'm over. This is how I feed my children. And I said, just for you as a manager of this place, I just wanted to give you a heads up. You might want to take a look at her temperament. I'm not trying to get her in trouble, but she might need a break or something. So I'm just coming to you as a person that manages people, that give her a holler. And I was like, I ordered a drink, but I left $20 there. And, the rest is a tip. It's not about money. He was like, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me go get you some of these discount cards. I was like, nah, I don't want that. Don't worry about it, man. It's good. He said, you sure? You know, we can set you up at a table. I was like, nah, man, listen. I said, I'm a chef too. And sometimes when the food experience gets kind of funny, you know, I cut my losses. But it doesn't mean I won't be here again. It's just, you know, I just wanted to give you some info about who you got working for you. She might need a little break, man. You know what I'm saying? Or a hug. And I told him, maybe a hug, bro. You know, that's the way I move. But I still dropped that bread on the table so nobody could say, oh, he was just trying to get out of this and that, you know. But tipping is important. Tipping is important. No, you don't tip for bad service. Not at all. Not at all. There's ways. What's funny is there's ways you can punish a server. You know what I'm saying? If you like the restaurant, you know it's a good restaurant. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's ways you could punish them, even in terms of the way you fill out the bill. I've done it before, where especially I knew the manager. So I actually, you know, you can update the price where it says the actual subtotal. I updated the subtotal, but I made the tip small. So I actually tipped the restaurant.
Wait,
That's
what?
That's a great point, Chef. Now, what I've done, receiving bad service from one of our
Hang
family.
on, Miss Joanna. I need him to explain that last thing he said before you go on.
Let me explain it to him, Joanna. So watch this. Vic, you're my server. My meal came to $100 even with tax and all that, $100 even, right? And normally 20% would be my minimum gratuity, 20%. So that would be $120. So it says $100 in the total, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the subtotal. I can scrape out that subtotal and change that subtotal to $115. And then on the gratuity line is what feeds that person. I could just make it $5. And then when I fill out the final total of $120, the restaurant will be getting $115 and the server would be getting $5. If it's a restaurant,
That a thing? You can charge yourself more?
Not charge. It's not you missing it. It's not charging myself more. I said that if it's a restaurant that I frequent, I know the manager's good. I know when I go there, I get good service.
Okay, that's
I'm tipping.
unique.
If I know that I'm coming to the table tipping $20 on $100 meal, what I did was I gave the restaurant $15 and gave that person $5.
No, I peeped what you did. I just never heard of that before. So if you're saying like that based on these are restaurants you frequent and you know management, so then they understand what you got going on. That's because I'm like, what if you did that at, you know what I'm saying, Buffalo Wild Wings or something like that? They'd be like, what?
No, I'll tell you what I did. It was literally how dumb can your ass be screwing up a tip at Applebee's? It was at Applebee's, payday Applebee's. This was back in 2012. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it was at Applebee's near the job.
Mm-hmm.
So we over there, and it was like, yo, dude was just a straight jackass, man. Like literally, he was treating us foul, and I rock with that place. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Watch this. Shameless plug. The bartender from the place is featured in the what is it? The Black Timberland Diaries on my page. Interesting story. But anyway, bro, the service was awful, and it seemed like he didn't give a damn. He disappeared and all of that. So I said, okay, I changed it. I put a larger amount on the subtotal. When it came down to gratuity, I put 5. And then the full total at the bottom, I gave the establishment his tip. Somebody else ended up helping when he was gone. And the motherfucker came back smelling like Newport, which means that he disappeared to go take a smoke break. But we sitting here trying to eat. So anyway, I digress, man.
Mm-hmm.
There's things that you do. There's ways that you move, and I just believe that we have to be more conscious in terms of how we're dealing with other folks and what they're doing and what we're doing as well.
Juwana was saying something.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just going to tell a little tale of mine of how I handle situations. I agree with Chef. We do not reward bad behavior or attitudes or service. At the same time, you just heard me 40 minutes ago saying how we don't support one another. So, how I reconcile those issues when I am faced with piss poor service, I still will tip the server, but I will chastise the server. I will tell them why they're getting $10 instead of $20. I let them know what it is that I expected and how they failed on that. I expect a smile. I let them know I expect it, to be greeted warmly. I expect to feel some sense of patience with you. I expect you to be a resource and a help to me. I expect you to be timely. I expect you to be courteous. I don't expect you to cook the food or to be in charge of the food, but I expect for you to care about my experience. And so I'm giving you this lesser tip, not giving you a tip, but I'm giving you this lesser tip in hopes that you understand that I'm still am giving, but you need to make sure that you do better. And that gives them I think an added incentive and a chance to understand, because there's a lot of times in my experience as a server where I didn't understand why I wasn't tipped appropriately. I would have appreciated an explanation. Some people call that closure. I would appreciate an explanation why you left $1 on the table or why you left whatever you left. And so that's what I do, Chef. When I receive lackluster service, I'll still put money in their pocket, but not as much as they could have received. And that's kind of what you showed when you would give a higher amount in the subtotal, and then in the actual tip part, that's letting them know, that they dropped the ball. But I like to let them know the why. And so that's something that I do. But I don't eat out in too many restaurants anymore. But when I did, that's how I would handle it. I would tip them. I would make sure they would get more than 10%, but they wouldn't get the percentage they would have gotten if they treated me well.
I rock with you. I have zero disagreement on that whatsoever. What do you fellas think?
I would say that when you work in the fuel service industry, that sometimes they can treat you less than human, like for real. Like, you know what I mean? And sometimes it just makes you feel like, why am I here? You know what I mean? But that's not a reason for you to take it out on other people. I think that they really need to sometimes put people who work in the food service industry through like somewhat like a kind of like a check-in where you're checking in, maybe monthly, maybe weekly, depending on the stress level of the location, checking in on the employees and making sure that they're good, that their morale is good, that they're doing good, on a personal level, so it doesn't blend in to the business, and that way, I mean, they can effectively, have a regularly functioning, healthy business. And they do have like, I do see with some businesses now that mental and emotional health is being taken more seriously. I do see where like they'll like have like little things in the break room where it's like, if you're feeling down or stressed out, call this number. You know what I mean? So they do have that. Of course, they have the human resources number if they need it as well. If something's going down and they're supposed to be going down at the job. But yeah, they need to do like either a monthly or weekly check-in with the employees just to make sure that everything's all good and that they're ready to get rocking and rolling when it comes to business. So yeah.
All right. Anybody else?
No, I think a good leader wouldn't have to a good leader wouldn't have to wait a month, right? Me being a leader in the kitchen, I can tell when one of my chef's mannerisms is off, one of my servers' mannerisms is off. So I gotta make sure, there's some kind of communication. Hey, I know we're busy right now. You look like you're having a hard time. Let's get through this rush. As soon as we finish through this rush, I'll let you get a 10-minute break. Just hold it together for me, hold me down. I'll let you get a break. You know what I'm saying? Like a good leader needs to pay attention to their team. You let that linger too long, then they're gonna end up quit. They're gonna end up not coming back to work before you get a chance to talk to them about what's wrong with them. More than anything, for real, because most people don't even quit their job no more. They just stop going.
This is true.
So,
I
who else?
got a position. I got a position.
Talk to me. Talk to me.
I feel like the whole premise is broken. I think the real crime is not the server being stiffed or leaving a little homie on stuck. I don't think that's the issue. I think the issue is that it is legal to pay people less than minimum wage. And being that
part,
a tip is considered gratuity, and acronym or no acronym, gratuity means showing gratitude, which is also gratis, which is free. So something that is freely given, there shouldn't be no standard as 10%, 20% minimum. When they put that 18% on your bill, whether you got a party or not, they play they self. Now, if you are a principled person, then you say, you know what, I was going to give more than 18% anyway, no big deal. We'll just tack it onto there. But a lot of times people see that, they say, well, hell, if you don't take it, then the hell, that's all you get. And a lot of times, because we have these ideals, we'll say, oh, well, because they assume that I'm not going to tip, you know what I'm saying? Then I have to overcompensate to pay for all the black people who don't, so I don't leave a stain on black legacy, as if the fact of the matter is that restaurant has the need to pay its employees. Now, if you say these are contract employees, then you shouldn't be paying them anything. Because if you go to a strip club, most of those strippers actually pay to work in that establishment. Not get paid, pay. So at what point do you say in America that these restaurants, these commission jobs, these whatever, because there's so many commission jobs that'll pay you $5 or less an hour, and just had a bullpen of people not even making minimum wage in the same place just because they want to fill their place with bodies. You can only get one table per hour, so it wouldn't matter if they tipped you well, because there's so many mouths to feed. So and they can afford to do it because they're not really paying these people. So the idea of me coming in with whatever I got, being able to afford the price on the menu, and then if I get good service, then me freely tipping or showing my gratitude through my excess, then now that's been established for me, and to the point where I'm looked at as the bad guy or someone without scruples or morals for not leaving something, or not even being able to leave something, to the point where you say, don't even come unless you can afford to tip or give gratuity to this point. When in all honesty, in other countries, they pay their waiters full price. In some places, it's seen as completely unnecessary. Our waiters are paid well. Your service is guaranteed. People frequent, they will pay a higher dollar amount for their food, for a better service experience, allowing the restaurant to pay for better servers. You got servers that have been there who are proud to say that they have incentives that their company pays them. I went to Smoky Bones. My man been there to the point where he got Rolexes. He done took trips paid for by the company. He sit there and ran it down with all the stars, and he got ranked. He got ranked in the. He has something that the company has invested back in him that encouraged his longevity with the company, making him better at his job, making the company look better.
So
And I
that's
think
what we
that's
call skill set management. That's asset management.
asset management.
Yeah, asset management, leveraging your employees' skill sets and inner abilities in order to, to get the best productivity out of them as well, and understanding the strengths and Achilles heels of each of your different people, and their superpowers as well. So I definitely agree with you. I like the take you took on it, because the take that Vic took on this particular thing was, if the system wasn't broken as far as the way that we literally lowered people's guaranteed pay, the people that handle our food, that carry our food sometimes 50, 60, 70 feet from the kitchen to your table. They talk about farm to table, it's kitchen to table. They handling your shit. They handling your forks and napkins, all of that stuff. And they're getting below minimum wage. Is that fair? Is it?
Chef, here's the backside of what Vic was saying. So I'm in London in 2011, and I'm unaccustomed to the ways. Vic is so correct when he says that there are companies, especially in European countries, where the servers are paid. They're paid more. You don't
Salary. They have a real salary, not based on tips.
Exactly. So here I am attempting to add gratuity or to tip the server more, and they put their hand up in my face and say, no, thank you, but I'm being paid very well. The flip side of that is there's only once there's a so-called salary, then that means that there's only so many people are going to be that company can afford to pay those people, because they have to pay them. They're on a salary. Whereas if you're not on a salary, then it's based on your merit. Who gets the most from tips?
You're right.
And in America, if they had to pay everyone a salary, then that would exactly shift. Thank you. And also it would cause it would cause unemployment.
So
because
everybody's not as sharp as you, Joanna. I just want to clarify or give context to what you said.
Well, it's only because I've been doing it. I did it for 14 years. I'm not sharper, but I understand the industry. And also,
before you continue, I want to sharpen them to let them know what you're talking about. That's what I'm saying. Before you continue, audience, what's going on in terms of what Joanna's talking about is the fact that the restaurants would not be able to afford paying everybody 40 grand a year. All right. So them paying a salary, a low salary, and then allowing that person to get paid based on a ratio scale based on the tips they receive, it's almost like they're going to be getting paid for how much food they actually serve, because they're slow nights. Okay. So the restaurant won't have to pay them a whole bunch of money for a slow night. It's literally based on how much food they bring and land on that table. So that was just the clarity I was bringing to the table, Joanna. You good?
No, I appreciate that clarity, and there's so much more nuance, and I wouldn't have been aware of the nuances had I not stepped out of that position as a server into an owner. And as an owner, I can understand it clearly. Now, a lot of us voyeurs or observers are just looking at the situation who may not have run a business, who may not have ever waited tables, may not be able to see it. But when you're in it, you see it clearly. The way that we do it in America, it affords more people to be able to have a position where they would not have one. These are low skilled workers. Okay. I was a low skilled worker. Yes, I graduated high school, but when I was waiting tables for 14 years, that's a low skilled worker. Low skilled workers, are rarely paid $40,000 to $50,000 a year, but you could earn a living being allowed to be in that establishment where you didn't cook the food, you didn't pay the lease on the building. You don't pay for the water and the lights to be operational. You don't pay for the licenses. All you have to do is make sure a person's sweet tea and Coke and Sprite and cocktails and food is on the table and extra bread and napkins. I get it. But at the same time, if you don't want to tip, if you feel that way, or not that anyone said they felt that way, I'm not saying that, but if you feel like the restaurant should have to pay that, the restaurant has already provided you for the food. And if you feel that way, then all you should have to do is just come in, make your order, stand there, and we give you a box of food and you go out. But all those extras, the gratuity, that's the restaurant allowing a person who has no skills otherwise, or they wouldn't be there, to gain an income. The restaurant is already giving you the venue. It's not necessarily for them to pay that person as well. They've already provided all of everything that you came there for. The service is extra. And if you want that extra, and if you're receiving that extra, then the patron should provide that, in my humble opinion.
Okay, I appreciate that. Woo!
But this is my little pushback on that. How can we deem? Oh
You
yeah,
gotta
how can
give
we
a
deem?
4 a.m. pushback.
Yeah, how can we deem somebody a low skilled worker? I mean, the thing is that was something that society set up, that they're low skilled workers. I think the thing is that, what I'm saying, if they're doing a job, what I'm saying, and this is a job that they're basically doing, and they're doing a great job, because the food service industry is needed, right? I think if you're doing any job which is required, that people have to work there, then they should be paid, in order for them, to have a good substantial income. I'm not saying pay them as much as a doctor or something like that, but they should be compensated well enough for them to survive within the economic structure of where they live. You know what I'm saying? So it shouldn't be where if they're getting $7 an hour, but yet their rent is $2,200 a month. They're not going to be able to survive on that. So I think the economics need to fit, where they live as well. And we're a country where we can actually do that if we really wanted to. We could. But it's like I said, the system, as I've always said, the system was not designed by us or for us. And that's just what it is. I got a message in a private chat, Chef. I'm gonna pipe it down. I'm sorry.
Oh no, not you. That's everybody. That's everybody.
Hey, let me add this last. Let me add this last thing.
Food service. I think that was Mr. Best in the World. I'm not sure because I'm on a cracked cell phone, but food service is not a required service. It is not a needed service. So I have to push back on that, and I definitely have to push back on this talk about the system, how it was created. You talking about the system of capitalism? I'm not going to pay you top dollar to bring somebody a plate and their food and napkins. I'm sorry. I'll get off.
Hang on. Because this was the only pushback I wanted to offer, right? So we're standing on two different sides of the fence. I say the owners should provide the capital to pay their servers because the servers are an extension of their business and a representation of them. And I think it would benefit them better because those people would represent them better. But your pushback is that the customer, the owner is providing all of these other parts of the business and the convenience of their restaurant and even the table to sit at, and that basically the least that they could do is pay for their server who's providing them that service. So you would rather push that obligation of the servers, the bulk of the servers pay back on the patrons. Did I understand your position correct?
You're understanding me correctly, because unemployment would plummet if owners were forced to provide that.
Yep.
See,
Okay.
the synopsis,
hang on, Chef.
the synopsis that I gave about my European experience, there aren't that many restaurants hiring, doing what those restaurants are doing, paying them a salary. There's a lot of unemployment. And see, we would have a great deal of unemployment if owners were forced to provide um, um, more than the when I was waiting tables, it was $2.18 plus tips. I don't know what it is now. Chef said something about $3. That might be true, but if they were forced to pay, and legally they do pay. Whenever my tips at the end of a 7-day work week didn't equate to minimum wage, the restaurant would provide me a check, okay, to equate what is the minimum wage. Now, if you want to, argue the minimum wage, then that's an argument that we can have. But servers do get the $3.15 plus tips. If they don't receive minimum wage by the 7 days, the restaurant compensates them. That's one thing Chef and I left out.
Yeah.
Well,
but Vic,
yeah,
I
go ahead.
just want to give just context, and then you can add that, right? I want to flesh this out. Remember, if the restaurants now have to pay a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 wage to servers, they would have now less servers doing more, right?
Thank you.
Wait, that's the small part. That's the small piece. Yes, that's one of the small pieces. They would have less servers doing more, but then not only that, it may impact the level of service that they bring because they're going to be more frazzled. And then the third part,
exactly,
and then the third part, which is the most important. Remember, you said about the person not having to pay a gratuity to a server. The person is going to actually pay more in food costs than they would.
Exactly, Chef. Exactly.
So they would actually pay more. The bill would be much higher than it would have been if they just had a gratuity to pay. But now you have.
I'm paying it anyway. Every time I add 20% to my bill, I'm paying it.
You're missing it. You're missing it. What I'm saying is that the bill would be way higher. The food and everything would be.
Yeah, it would balance out.
No, if I just said that on $100 bill, you would be giving a $20 tip to the person, right? What I'm talking about is with these people on salary, with all of the staff on salary, your bill might be a $200 bill, and then you have to figure the tip on that because the cost. Remember,
why would I have a $200 bill?
I don't think you
understand. I know I understand just fine. But you took hold on. I'm gonna tell you what my understanding is.
I'm talking about. Hold on a second. I'm talking about the same amount of food. The point that I'm saying is, for the business.
You thinking I don't understand you? I do understand you, and I want to further the question. Now, what I'm saying is, you saying that $120 bill or tip or $20 tip on top of $100 bill is what you would have paid. I'm saying that instead of you having a $100 bill and leaving a $20 tip, you just have $125 or $120 bill. You see what I'm saying? Because it's gonna be the same. It's gonna be the same breakup. Because
it's gonna be
where hang on, Chef. Hang on, Chef. Let me finish the thought.
Minimum wage versus 50.
Hang on, Chef. Hang on, Chef. Let me finish the thought. So what I'm saying is that if the take for instance, right? If I go in the restaurant after you, right? You leave that $20 tip, but then I leave no tip. And I'm the last customer of the night. Now her average tip, and all she had was 2 tables, her average tip is $10. You see what I'm saying? But if the restaurant was gonna pay her at that same 20% rate, for every single customer that came in because they added that already into
You're
your
making an
bill.
assumption. They don't pay her at that. You're saying if the restaurant is going to pay her at that 20% rate, they don't. That's what I'm saying. You're 20% of a person's bills does not equate to a $40,000 or $50,000 salary. So that maybe we're missing something, because the point I'm saying is you're thinking that the restaurant is going to just, if they pay them salary, the restaurant, that's the tip is going to be what their salary is. No, the salaries don't equate to minimum wage. So what I'm trying to tell you is, if a restaurant has 20 employees, bro, at the current way they do it right now, with the $2-3 and change salary per hour plus tips, if they gave all of those people $40,000 a year or $50,000 a year salaries, the cost of the food will go up, because the profit margin, remember, they would then have to pay the profit margin that the restaurant makes would go down, which means in order to make their profit margin and be in what's called the black, they would have to increase the cost of the products / services, which means that you are going to be paying more, because you're going to be paying more as a consumer, because now they got to pay these guaranteed, whether there's service or not. Slow night, hot night. Nobody, one customer all day, don't matter. Okay?
Exactly. You're getting off. You're getting off cheaper. You're getting off cheaper, Vic, paying the tip.
That's what I'm saying. Everything would go up. You would be paying what. That's why I said the bill you would have tipped. That's why I said the bill you would have tipped $20 on, the $100 bill. It ain't gonna be $100 bill if
That was your pushback, right?
But that was the fact, though. If they all got salary, your bill would not have been $100. Your bill might be $175 to $200.
Listen, you making a point that I really didn't. That wasn't the main pushback. My pushback for because we can that would take calculators and some other shit, and I don't want to do that right this moment because we wrapping up. But my pushback for Miss Joanna was that if you say, if you can't afford the tip, just stay home. In my opinion, I say if you can't afford to pay for the service that you need to cover for the amount of tables that you provided to your location, then you just need to put your shit in a box until you can afford to expand to the point where you can afford enough service to effectively.
That's jobs. That's jobs, Vic. That's jobs you're cutting. You're cutting jobs now.
Then that means that those people can search in other places and stop looking for these dead end
I'm pushing back
service
on
jobs
you,
and push them into.
Yeah, I'm pushing back on you, son. You know why?
Because you know what they're gonna see.
Toronto, you gotta let these men. You gotta let the men say so. Hold on, I'm pushing.
They're gonna go to welfare, and you're gonna end up paying for that. So okay.
Let me say this, Vic. You a man of the community. You understand what goes on, and you can see things from multiple sides, from a macro lens. Okay, so now you see somebody that's in a shitty position. They getting the shit end of the stick. And you have an opportunity to just do what's right. Are you the one that's going to be like, fuck that, that ain't my problem. Your boss, they should have did such and such. No, I don't believe that. You get what I'm saying? I don't believe that. I mean, in terms of the whole thing, so at this point, you're like, yo, hey, I mean, it ain't my fault. This is the system. You don't even move like that.
What you saying? You saying it ain't your fault? It's the system. What you mean?
No, I'm saying what you just said was you push back on when she said that if she would go, that you shouldn't go if you ain't going, if you don't got enough to leave that tip. And then what your pushback was, well, the pushback is that company should have did whatever the fuck they was supposed to do. So that company represents the system that
they grew too fast. They grew too fast. They can't support their own weight.
That's not what we're talking about. But we're talking about that one person that's carrying your food and your nutrients to you.
That's the point.
But you're pushing back on the system. You're pushing back on the system. We're talking about the employee. So you're walking there knowing they're not getting this, they're not getting that, and they're depending on the tips that you get. Man, what you're saying is that instead of me thinking about that, I'm just gonna be like, yo, well, hey, that restaurant company should have did more.
That's not factual.
But
I didn't say that.
like.
I didn't say that. I'm not saying that I'm never gonna tip anybody until the whole system is changed and the restaurant starts taking on that responsibility. That's like if you're a woman and you're taking care of your child, his daddy should have been taking care of him. Guess what? You're still gonna take care of him, but it don't change the fact that his daddy should have been stepping in to fill in this role that the government is filling. You know what I'm saying? So
Hey,
all I'm
Vic.
saying,
I completely understand what you're saying. When I was waiting tables, I ranted and raved for 10 years about how the restaurants should just be paying us a freaking wage. A salary, so to speak. Like you're saying, that was our whole mantra until I got on the other side of it. Until I got on the other side of it, and I can see, and I had access to the financials. When I can see that the restaurant was actually providing me an opportunity. All servers don't make the same amount of money. It's really based on how much you hustle. It's almost like someone giving you your own free private business or free enterprise where you can excel or be lame. Again, this same restaurant, they can just offer you a walk-up business where you call in your order, or you step up to the window and you order your Cajun Alfredo, chicken Alfredo, and they bring it to you to the door, and then you leave. But no, what they want to do is offer you a dining experience. Now, that dining experience costs. Everything in America costs. There's nothing free, and the stuff that's free ain't worth a damn. So they offer you a dining experience by giving you your own personal valet, your own personal server. That is something that you pay for. The restaurant already provided everything need to make everything work for you, except for that extra little touch. That extra little touch is what you're paying for. See, that's the tip that you're paying for. Your $100 paid for the food and the lights and electricity and the air conditioning and the music and the mariachi band or whomever, the poetry reading. I've been to restaurants where they had poetry readings. Goddamn. But all that is for you. And so that's for you to pay extra. And here's this person who, for whatever reason, like myself, didn't finish college, did graduate high school. Another way will provide me to pay my bills. And when you ask about how do we build this thing, how do we get the economics on track, this is a great way to do that. I can hire people at my taco stand. No, they're not going to get what I make, but I can afford to pay someone to do certain little things, and they're grateful for that. Yes, they're grateful for that. But you know what? There's a tip jar outside of there for the extra kindness and the extra care that went into putting that order together, and get a tip for that, get a gratuity for that. I shouldn't have to pay for that since you only came for the food. You're giving gratuity for that little sprinkle on top. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, and I accept your premise. Now, if I accept your premise, and we're being real about how things actually are, and the way Chef said, "Hey, I heard what you said, Chef." So let's say this, right? I've seen a lot of times, and these people aren't getting paid much to nothing, and they really want to tip the hustlers you talking about. They find ways to manipulate that system to make sure I feel real good about my bill. So When I feel so good about my bill, hey, I tell you, hey, you show me love, I show you love. Let's talk about it real. Them none of them drinks showed up on my bill. Oh, I got you, baby. Come on. You make some room for me, I make some room for you. Now who's losing?
That's called stealing, bro.
I was just about to
I'm
say,
just
are you
talking about
saying?
I'm talking about the reality
But that's
I
called
was just,
I'm just telling you the truth. That's called
I
theft.
was,
That's stealing. When I'm keeping it real with you. If you watch the show, you watch that show. What is it, Bar Rescue or something like that? Where
Yeah.
they're playing it right. Well, I'm just being technical with you, my dude. Okay.
Yeah.
If you work at McDonald's and you give free fries for the chick with the big breasts, okay, or you even you supersize her shit.
We're not arguing is it stealing or ain't it stealing?
I know, man.
It's definitely stealing. But what I'm saying is you're
So that's what I'm saying.
encouraging it by forcing the customer to pay for your employee. Now he is loyal he's loyal. Your employee is loyal to the customer because he knows the customer one that's really paying his bills and not you.
I'm confused about the part about leaving the drinks off the bill. If that's what you're expecting, that's stealing.
What I'm saying is you said it's giving someone an opportunity to hustle. Now, I understand hustle a certain way, and some other people understand it a different way. And I'm saying that if you're whether you're intentionally doing it or unintentionally doing it, you're incentivizing people to make their customer give them a better tip. So when they don't have the things that they know that, hey, you know what? No matter how good I am to these people, how much I smile or argue with the cooks in the back to get their food out, that they're still only gonna give me a 10% tip on average, and that's not gonna pay my bills. And they see old girl over here making double. You say, girl, what are you doing? How did you get these tips? Girl, I only every now and then I leave a couple drinks off. Every now and then them fries ain't on there. I take something off the bill, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't ring that up. Me and the chef, me and the cook, we got a deal. When he knows when I come through and I give him that nod, don't worry about that. Just make what I say make. I know it didn't come through the system. Make it anyway. And we break bread later when we go purchase our illicit drugs after the shift.
Right. But at the end of the day, bro, does it make me, stealing $100 of stuff from the Target good because I have to pay so much money in tax, on my minimum wage job? I'm not talking about what makes it right, but what you said is that pay scale is incentivizing theft.
Yeah.
So, right. But when you say that, then what you're saying is that a person is purely a victim of their financial circumstance. A circumstance, watch this, that they were not forced in. This is not chattel slavery. This is a job that they took, full well understanding the cost, pay implications, salary, all of that stuff. And then being within that situation, they chose to take an illicit approach to it in order to, and to benefit themselves. Are you saying that the business is the one that's incentivizing theft from them?
If you don't pay your bartenders,
You said
you put them on the same pay scale as you do your servers, which is very common. Because
bartenders get paid more, but go ahead.
The whole point is that they understand that. Put it like this: if I'm pouring your drink heavy, right? Because everybody wants to tip because you want a heavier drink. You're not tipping because you want the same thing everybody else get. That's why they have a Bevan-tail system? Is that not why that was created, to keep people honest?
No, I
The
love you.
government
No,
made that. The
no.
government made that. You go to Utah, there's certain states. There's states in the United States that are not even allowed for them to hand pour. There's many state legislations. There's states where did you know there's states where there's no such thing as happy hour. You go to Utah, there is no happy hour in the state of Utah, right? There's governances that handle that. But just to clarify one piece, in terms of restaurant settings, in terms of the service people, normally the bartenders are the ones that actually get a salary. Or if there's people getting a salary, those are the ones that will get the salary or get the higher base pay because they're mixologists. You know what I mean? That's all I'm throwing in there. Go ahead, y'all.
No,
And
my
when you
point
tip,
my
and
point
when you
was
tip,
that if you
Oh,
go
let me
ahead,
finish this
John.
point. Sorry, John.
No, I was saying that the point was that when a bartender pours your drink, oh, this drink is strong. How the hell is that drink strong? Unless all of the drinks are strong, the standard should be the standard. Is that not the same stealing that you're talking about?
yes, that is stealing, and many, and if they can catch it, and they have systems nowadays, not 20 years ago when I was in the game, but they have systems nowadays where they can catch that, and many of bartenders or mixologists are fired. They're supposed to be getting the same amount of pour across the board. You're not tipping for more. You may think you're tipping for more, but they're charging you what you pay for. It's illegal to do that. It's stealing. Um, but what you're tipping for the prompt service and the friendability of the bartender or the service greeter or waiter or hostess or whatever the situation. You should not be tipping to get more. If you give more money, then you give more drink. And any bartender who promptly, without, just gives you more is stealing. Now, yes, that'd be between the two of you that, yeah, we stealing. I'm giving you this, you give me
I'm saying
that.
that's how
But
I
but
go when you push
but
that
it's not
avenue.
it's not their product to wager in that manner. It's not their product. They're doing things inappropriately when they do that.
I think everybody kind of stated their position, and as far as I'm concerned, stealing, not stealing, fair, unfair, whether it's racist to charge the black man less for flowers and the white man more. This is just how things are as it stands, including servers being paid less than minimum wage unless their total, including the tips that they have put or claimed, because it does encompass the tips that they've claimed doesn't exceed what they would have earned in minimum wage. Now we spoke on that before, and that may not be a national thing, but I don't know that to argue that point. But the bottom line is that no matter where you push it, there's always gonna be somebody trying to find a way to make the strongest dollars. There's always gonna be a competition unless you create an environment where the employee feels like he's got some skin in the game and he's going to be more loyal to his company than his customer.
Okay.
Well, I as a former server, I would have to I again have to push back. Vic, have you ever waited tables?
That's the one job I refuse to take. I've worked in all kinds
Okay,
of kitchens,
okay.
but
Thank you
I
for
will
your
not.
honesty. Thank you for your
I
honesty.
would think you'd
Waiters,
be polite
waiters
after that.
are waiters. Excuse me, chef. I'm so sorry. It
No,
is your
no, no.
program, but let me
I
just say this:
interrupted you.
waiters are loyal to the money, and so if I'm waiting on you, Vic, you and your family, I'm going to be more loyal to you because you are actually paying my bills, not, not the company, not the burger stand that I work for. They provided me the atmosphere to make the money from you. but I am more loyal to you as a waiter that I'm waiting on than my employer, so to speak.
Agreed.
It's been a
I
great
think he
show,
said the
guys.
same thing.
He got quiet. I'm like, I thought I was freezing up.
It's been an amazing show here tonight.
Right. So listen, y'all.
Went down quite a few rabbit holes.
We went through a few, but here was the beauty of it. Tonight was pretty dope, and I'm gonna say why tonight was pretty dope. You know, it was almost like a game as well. Tonight's rant, where I was taking a look, I wanted to see out of the different things that I threw out there, rants that we talked about, you know, just which ones resonated the most. What was funny was, I'm not gonna play them again, but the food guy rant, you know, we got a lot of traction out of the food guy rant. You know, he got a little annoying at one point, but it was really entertaining. I think the most entertaining part was where we can actually see the people that he was talking about, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of the rants, you know, we did a little rant about song lyrics, you know. There was a particular Biggie song lyric that we got a rant about, but we didn't go on that one. The other one, so the three that resonated the most was the food service rant, the education rant in terms of college, and the rant about us and our folks and what we choose to normalize. So tonight, I allowed you, the panel, and us, the garden, to pretty much choose what our curriculum was, you know. And even if I have a session with some of, you know, the executives that I work with and mentor and, you know, have to lead, one of the things that I do is I'm conscious on the curriculum where there's a thing we call choosing the few biggest rocks. You might have seen 10 things you could have helped them correct. You find the two biggest ones, you know? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end with a couple of these videos because I believe that they were pivotal. And when the videos end, I want each of you to speak about how you feel and let everybody know who the hell you is and your information. So let's get this going because
Thank you, Chef. I'm gonna cut out. I love you. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to the chat.
Love you too.
All right, sister.
Love you too, Joanna. We appreciate you.
Much love,
This
sis. Much
is your
love.
show tonight.
Chef, can I say something real quick? Just real quick.
Talk to me.
I think what people gotta understand is that, you know, like the reason why, you know, me and Vic was saying that, you know, they need to just diversify the way that employees are paid so that it could just help fit the structure for everyone, is that people gonna eat no matter what. So
Don't
like
matter.
either you're gonna let them eat legally or they're gonna eat illegally. Nobody's gonna starve. You're gonna be seeing your mama starve, your daddy starve, your spouse starve, your kids starve. You ain't gonna see that. You're gonna eat. You're gonna try to figure it out no matter how you can get it. And unfortunately, that's just the way of the world. And because we live on capitalism, because we live in a society that's money driven, and they always enticing you and tempting you with different things. People want those things, and people do whatever it takes to get those things. They want the new J's. They want the PS5. They want to eat at that restaurant. You know what I mean? They want the good life. And since we've been bamboozled to believe those are the things that we need all the time, you know what I'm saying? That's a part of the machine. So it has to be so if we're gonna economically have a machine that's that way, and we're gonna have one that's socially that way, then we need to provide people the right resources in order to have certain things. Not everything, but certain things. You know what I mean? Affordable living, food, things of that nature, lights, you know, clothing, water, things of that nature. You know what I mean? Because they're gonna eat no matter what. Definitely.
I totally agree with you, my brother. And I'm not even going to call it a pushback. In terms of what you're talking about, yes, all of those things need to happen. All of those things need to happen. The system needs to be fixed. But the world that I live in right now, the system ain't fixed. So if I know that with all of the money in this country, there shouldn't be a homeless person, and I happen to see a homeless person, I'm not going to be like, well, the system should have fixed them. Nah, I might give him a couple dollars, so I'll go and pay for a room for him at the local cheap Motel 6 for a few nights. You get what I'm saying? Where I pay them and they can't refund them no money. Because I know the way the system works and I know it ain't fair. But I'm not just going to look at him and be like, yeah, man, the system fucked up. No, I know it's fucked up. So in the meantime, in between time, while it's fucked up, I have to do my beneficial works. You get what I'm saying? If we have to give money to charity, if there's charities that exist, that means that there's work that ain't done. And in the meantime, in between time, for me, I feel as though I know it doesn't work. So I'm going to do something at this point that I can. You know what I mean? If I'm not going to be that guy that's going to be the one that goes down or goes to the councilman, the alderman, and try to change the laws about the way the servers, are being paid, and I know that they're being abused in terms of their salary, then if I'm not going to go to fight the government about it, then in the meantime, I know they're getting screwed. I'm going to look out for them. You got decades of people in this country sending, you can feed Flu for the price of a cup of coffee. You can feed Flu and his family for 3 days. They bathe and drink out of the same well and all of that. We sending that shit all across the country. All across the world. But the people that's bringing the actual food that we sticking in our mouths, and I know a lot of servers as well, but the food that we sticking in our mouths and that level of trust that we provide them, even knowing that they're getting screwed, I recognize that, but I'm a busy guy. I can't go to Congress. I don't got time on Tuesday to go to Congress and tell them about the food service industry stuff. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm not a PAC, a political action committee. So the only thing that I can do in the meantime is recognize the people that are great servers and look out for them. That's my charity. Sometimes charity starts with just that one person within your proximity that touches you. That charity could be a neighbor. It could be the server at the local store. It could be the freaking Phil that works at Jimmy John's, sandwich spot. It could be any one of those. But if we know they're abused and we know that they're financially abused and they give good service, then to some degree, one of the pieces of charity that we could provide them is a tip for their service in the meantime. Especially if we know we're not going to be going at their boss like, how do you don't pay Johnny, But anyway.
Hey, wait. We're not going to zoom past it like you didn't just say financially abused. They out there financially abused.
No, when you talked about the system, let's be honest, bro. Well, if you look at the way that we say it, I'm being honest. I said, I used the term financially abused. Nobody else used that term. I actually called it financial abuse, okay? Or salary-based abuse or whatever. I don't think it's fair. The service, watch this. The best service that you receive, the best service that I've received traveling this globe, majority of it has been outside of the continental United States. However, within our continental United States, we are the capitalism king, right? Businesses rule, things happen. Shout out to What the Funk. He's in Germany. Y'all know why his internet is blurry? He's done said it on multiple shows. He's like, yo, this internet is expensive and I'm not going to the next level. Y'all don't understand the amount outside of the United States, home data service is almost 5 times the price that we pay here. How do I know that? I'm part of that industry. It's a fact, right? So all I'm saying is that the abuse aspect of it is we know our country has been based on finance. And if you think about the rants, you know, and this ties back into all of the rants. There was a theme to this whole thing. The theme is, oh damn it, man. Shit. Excuse me. I was supposed to have the dramatic moment. I planned this shit and I was supposed to have a couple dollars, but I don't handle cash anymore. I tap to pay and all of that stuff. Fuck my moment up. I don't even got a penny over here. All right. So much for that moment. But let me tell you, all of this thing was part of a conversation more related to money. Our capitalistic society within this Western powerhouse of a country that we have, and the things that we have issues with, and the things that we feel are systemically problematic. Oh, tie back into our capitalistic leanings as a powerhouse of a country. We talk about what happens within the food service industry. We talk about what happened within the education. We talk about what happens within our community and the things that we uplift in terms of chasing bags, proverbial bags, right? So it all plays a point. So what I want to do is this. I'm going to play this stuff, and then we're going to come back and let you know who we are. All right? But I just want to make sure that we did not lose the resonance of what we got going here, because it's important. So I want to start with our Indian friend talking about education.
You know, biggest fucker in world? College. College don't give a fuck. College only fuck. No give fuck and all. Only take ass. Fuck. Student ass only. Big one. Fuck. College is fuck student with consent. Take the money for fuck. You pay loan to get fuck. Then you get diseases, depression, anxiety. But college don't give fuck, man. College only fuck. Fuck you, ass, ears, nose, anywhere else hole you have. They're also fuck. Fuck student.
College only fuck. Fuck with consent. College only fuck.
You know the beauty of it is, even with his lack of a grasp on the human language, excuse me, the English American English, you felt him. You saw his face. You knew what it was. And this is the last one I'm going to drop. This was pretty pivotal. This is a couple of minutes, but I think it was important. We've been here this long. We're going to let this brother rock right here.
Every culture on this planet has an underworld. Every culture. Chinese, Japanese, European, African, name it. Everyone's got an underworld. Do you know what black people's problem is? Our underworld has become the norm. Our underworld has become the standard of who we are. So all the fucking idiots, all the dirty, nasty, sensationalist underbelly of who people are has risen to the surface when it comes to black people, and we now see that as a norm. So of course, go and show your fucking pussy, on the internet. Go on, show your ass on the internet. Talk about how good you are of a drug dealer you are. Go on. just sensationalize drug dealing and do all of that shit and be like, oh yeah, that's how we are. That's not who we are. That is not who we are. I'm getting very fucking tired of black people acting like dickheads. Acting as if the norm of us, as if the underbelly, as if the underworld of who we are is the upper echelon of who we are. Do you know how much we gotta fight just to get seen as normal? And for other people to not think of us as drug dealers or as trappers or as people who know how to twerk and all this kind of shit. All we do, when I scroll through all the socials, the things that are getting the most hits, the things that are getting the most likes, the things that are getting the most views, is sensationalist bullshit. It's the underbelly of society being shown as the upper echelon of who we are. We're better than this, man. We are so much better than this, and it is pissing me off watching black people become the most dumbass nation, the most dumbass people on this planet, and people just expect that as the norm. Like I'm a student of history, and we come from civilizations that mapped out star systems. We come from civilizations that built pyramids. We come from civilizations that had mathematics and had all of these things, and now all of a sudden we reduced ourselves. All of a sudden we reduced ourselves to nonsensical behavior, to nonsense. That's just who we are. We're just nonsensical people. But this is the thing: the majority of us aren't. The majority of black people are law-abiding, nice, cool, calm, collected, focused people. But that doesn't get sensationalism. That doesn't get, not sensationalism. That doesn't get shown. That doesn't get put in the media. That's not what's getting the likes. That's not what's getting the views. What's getting the views is a dumb shit. And if any one of you, is feeding into the dumb shit, don't come on my page, man. Don't come on my page, because this page ain't for black people acting like idiots. And I don't care what color you are watching my shit. I don't care. You can be black, white, Chinese. You can be man, woman. I don't care. But you're not going to see no dumb shit on my page. You're not going to see no sensationalist shit on my page. You're just not going to see it. Because I know from where I came from. And I know I'm better than that. Some black people don't. They believe that's all we are. And if that's our representatives, if the underworld of our lives, of our culture, of our community becomes the main representative of who we are, we're finished. We're finished, because no one's underbelly, no one's underworld should become the main representation of who we are. Everyone knows that everyone does have an underbelly or an underworld, but that should never be our main representation. Never.
Never, damn it. Do you understand? Never. I agree. One of the future shows that we're going to be having is going to be related to the way we as a community tend to normalize dysfunction. Stay tuned. But here we are at the end of this thing here. Almost in less than 8 minutes, we're going to be at 6-hour stream. I want y'all to send some love. Andrea, tell them who you are and why you're special, please. If you're awake.
I am awake. But I am laying down, okay? But I'm Andrea, and I go by Hot and Kelly, and I was gonna say tomorrow night, come and check us out. We have a debate with Real Mamas and Real Problems with me, Tough Love, and Derek C. Williams. It's gonna be lit. So come check us out tomorrow night. 6 o'clock.
Check her out. She supports the channel. She's major.
6 o'clock California time. So and my girl Real Mama shared you out Sunday night, Chef. So I want you to know that she liked your platform.
Which one?
Real Mamas, Real Problems.
Oh yeah, she
That's,
supported.
that's my girl. She shared you out. Yeah, she said she liked your platform.
She did, and I appreciate that as well. You know what I'm saying? We building, man. So, and I saw she was active as well. I really appreciate her.
Yeah, so she wanted to make sure.
Can you put the name of your YouTube in the private
Oh,
chat?
I'm putting it. I'm actually putting the link right now. It's called Hot
Okay,
in
I
Cali.
definitely will.
It's called Hot
Cali.
in Cali. Yeah,
Cool. I'm in California too, so cool.
Listen, she got more subscribers than me. Then there's a other page which is All Hot Air. All Hot Air, right?
Yes, it's all hot air. Yes, it is. My other partner, she's on hiatus right now for a minute. Took a break, so that's why you don't see us right now. But we'll be back soon.
Crazy. How you? I couldn't take I wouldn't go on a hiatus with 1,200 followers. With 1,200 subs. That's a luxury right there.
Yeah, if you got kids, marriage, grandmama, come on now. Sometimes you gotta take a break.
Okay, you got that. You got that. All right. So I'm putting that in there as well. Cool.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, y'all come and join us tomorrow night at 6 o'clock California time. It's on my community wall. But come and join us. I love you guys. I'm always chilling out here with y'all. I love y'all. Y'all keep me up at night.
You know, you're official Lady Hawk. We can't call you a Nighthawk, but you're a Lady Hawk right now.
You're a Lady Owl. She said she's an owl.
Andre, you still avoiding them phone calls?
Look, we're gonna take that for the other show. Look, we might have to interview him. We might have to get him on the phone back. So I'm saying, man, why you keep hollering at our sis, bro? What's the deal? Talk to me. What's your intentions for her? Don't worry, that's another show. Don't give them too much, otherwise we're gonna figure that one out.
I'll talk y'all in the background, okay?
All right, hold it.
You know.
Appreciate you. All right, Mr. Best in the World. Let them know what makes you a unique soul within this ecosystem.
Yes. Thank you for rocking with me, Chef. Thank you, Vic. Thank you, 100 Watch, man. You already know what it is. Thank y'all, man. Like and subscribe. You know what I mean? To the Nighthawk, Chef Shapino. You know what I mean? Show them some love. Like and subscribe. If you don't like and subscribe, as I say, I'm taking all your hearts for Valentine's Day. I'm taking everything.
Bang. And your wife.
Yeah, man. You know, like and subscribe to Finesse Visions, the 100 Watts. Definitely like to subscribe to the sis channel, Hot in Cali. I just like and subscribe, sister. And it's all high air. Definitely like and subscribe to that as well. I am the network manager for Knowledge and Relationships. You know what I mean? So definitely catch me on there. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, we have some great content coming up, this whole week. You know what I mean? We have 3 shows. Matter of fact, 4 shows lined up for the next 4 days. So please, y'all, check us out. Please come and support. Like, subscribe to everybody, man. Show everybody some love. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody in the comments as well. Much love.
Oh, yeah. Folks, Knowledge and Relationships, they are going to be having a show that's coming on tomorrow at 10 o'clock. It's going to be pretty dope. It's got 2 very special people that I rock with that are going to be on the show. If you guys know Rico, a.k.a. Rico Medium Young, and Rashawn Dave. That's the guy with the R and the apostrophe. They're doing
my favorite people.
An actual episode called Rashawn and Rico and Rashawn versus the Red Pill Cultists.
Yeah, they about to go in.
That's going to be tomorrow at 10 p.m. So lock in, roll up, get your bottle, kick back.
Boy, so they finna start some ish.
Right, put on your Ice Cube Doughboy house shoes and get ready because this is gonna be a
Man, that's gonna be spicy.
Doughboy house shoes, definitely. Oh, it's definitely gonna be spicy, 100 Watts, definitely. Yeah, I know you posted my link too, Chef. I know you got me.
I already got you. So because I want to be able to edit this, so let's keep it going. Vic, Watts, we gotta keep this.
Watts, go ahead.
6.
Hey, when you let it ride out, that's why I was like, damn, it's gonna be the 6.
Don't even worry. I'm gonna stretch it. Don't even worry about that. Go ahead. Do your thing.
What's happening? What it is? I go by the name of 100 Watts, and I love those that love me. Look, man, y'all already know what the deal is, man. Go to Finesse Visions. Search Finesse Visions, tap the bell, make sure you subscribe, tap all, make sure you tap all so you get all the notifications when we drop videos, we go live, we premiere anything. It's plenty more work coming. 2022 gonna be a big motherfucking year, and I'm gonna make my own magic, man. We don't need nobody but the ones around you that love you, man. I love those that love me, and y'all stay beautiful, man.
Yo, Chef,
Come with it.
let's put the bow on it. Okay. 14,500 a year, $290 a week, $58 a day. That's $725 an hour. Now we'll touch that some other time. You know how I do it when I leave? I want to leave with something you can use. So I want to read this real quick. Ain't no more you. Ain't no more me. It's only us, but no unity. Got your eyes open, still can't see. Your soul is priceless, but you'll die for free. Is it? You don't know? Is it? They don't show. If it is, then realize they really don't owe you no explanation. Your hesitation to learn the truth will be your extermination. That's why I gotta get the book, put the bullshit to rest. Excuse me, I'm about to get some shit off my chest. Niggas is dying, and there ain't no excuse.
Whoa.
AIDS got it where niggas can't reproduce. Niggas don't want to listen when you tell it like it is. Can't even get his own because you worry about his. Regardless where you from, I'm your goddamn brother. And we ain't never ever gonna make it without each other. Seeking you shall find. But we gonna stay lost until 1 million niggas inside the state. That's my brother CeeLo. That song is live at the Omni.
Yeah.
Man, dope.
I'm supposed to finish behind that shit. If I smoke grass and I walk fast, go to the strip club, tap a little ass. That's all I got, yo. What you want? Ready for Eastern Standard Time. Damn, he always trying to outdo me with that shit. You see that? Yeah. Only thing, look, what can I come back with now? Jesus loves me, yes, I know.
Okay, you can't
Because
lose.
the Bible tells me so. Had to hit you. I had to go back to Sunday school.
Hey, ain't that what they used to do on Apollo when they started? Hey, you better sing a church hymn, boy. You can't get moved.
You
so did.
Going up beyond. Oh, but yeah, yo, listen. Yeah, the dope show. I got nothing but love for every single person on here. This was literally supposed to be a 3-hour joint. It turned into a 6-hour joint. Go figure. It wasn't us. It was you. I just want to say one thing. One thing. Anybody tries to disrespect our flow, anybody tries to talk about what we doing or tries to compete with us, you can't compete with us. And I got a special message for all of those out there that think they even got a shot.
Cheap, lying, no good, rotten, four-flushing, low-life, snake-licking, dirt-eating, inbred, overstuffed, ignorant, blood-sucking, dog-kissing, brainless, dickless, hopeless, heartless, fat-ass, bug-eyed, stiff-legged, spotty-lipped, worm-headed sack of monkey shit he is! Hallelujah! Holy shit! Where's the Tylenol?
Bro, he went all the way off.
Nah, Chef went all the way off. He's speaking for Chef. And me too. Let me go get my rap and preaching ass some sleep.
I heard mommy.
Shout out to y'all, man.
We stepping it up here. Yo, it's nothing but love. That's all I got for y'all. thanks for joining this thing here. This is your crib, not just my crib, but your crib. So you already know. Sending y'all out with some special vibes. Let's get it.
Club on jump, it's the weekend. You done come true with the big friends. Hitting on doors, that's a defense. Rolling with all, that's an offense. Hit me, chain, Jew, let me peach in. With a bull shaking to my maybe drop pins. So they won't buy, nice sale. So they won't buy, you the kid play, baby. Tell me what you want. Julian, I know you live fun. Ever since remember we been knocking at the door. Y'all been moving paper, we be running up the school. Never for that bill, we was sleeping on the floor. West side Africa, you know the shit ain't cool. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, baby, come roll with me. All night long. As times relax, my mind's relaxed. I got now from who got next. Here's my number, just send a text. You got a man and she responds, nah. Okay, sure enough. I'ma let you go, don't wanna hold you up. I'ma call your phone when I put it up. Whoever let you go must be them as far. Wait far. Girl, you so fine, I'll pay for. Fly you first class to the lake for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Body so blessed, I pray for. Because I don't care what you say. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. My nigga, that killed it. Night long. This the part where you get your girl, nigga. Make sure she focus, nigga. Make sure you focus, nigga. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, hit it. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. We don't care. Vibing, driving all night long. I don't care what they say. That's a hit for your ass, nigga. Hit for your ass, nigga. Profit the one. Follow me on all Instagram sites. PR.
All night long. 4:49 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Take your ass to bed. Chef out.